Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was Betrayed by Girls and Made Harem with Monster Musume Girls Part 2. Before we start, please go support issei-senyu for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 11, Date with a Mermaid. We are at Issei's house. It is already morning and we can see how Issei was in his bed sleeping comfortably, but he was not alone. On his chest we can see how Maya was sleeping while she hugged him and caught him with her tail. After a few minutes Issei begins to wake up and feels like his body was wrapped in something that was squeezing him, but not very strong. Issei, Bensando, Maya. At that Issei opens his eyes and sees that it was Maya who was sleeping on top of him while she hugged him, and she was only wearing Issei's t-shirt that he took off to sleep more comfortably. But he also feels Maya's breasts against him. Even though she had Issei's t-shirt on, he still felt them, which caused his penis to get hard. Issei carefully touches Maya's cheek with one hand and lovingly begins to caress it. Issei, thinking, I hope you still love me the same way when you find out the truth about me. At that Issei sees how Maya begins to wake up. Maya, good morning darling. At that moment, Maya approaches Issei and gives him a kiss on the lips, which Issei gladly reciprocates, and after a few seconds they separate. Issei, good morning Maya-chan. Maya then settles better on Issei but feels something hard rubbing against her abdomen. Maya, darling, you woke up feeling excited. Issei, how could I not do it, if I have the most beautiful lamia in the world above me? Lemon skipped. After everyone had breakfast, they went to do their things. Centauria approached where Issei was washing the dishes at that moment. Centauria, my lord, is Maya still sleeping? Issei, Maya is very tired for now, she had a restless awakening. Centauria understood what Issei was referring to and a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. Centauria, I see. Issei, Surya-chan, in the afternoon I will go out with Mero-san and I would like you to make sure that Maya behaves. I know that she promised me that she wouldn't do anything, but you know how she is with jealousy. Centauria, don't worry my lord. It won't be a problem for this servant. Issei broke out in a drop of sweat at Centauria's attitude. Issei, thanks Surya-chan, if you do it I'll give you a reward later. He whispered the last part into her ear and ended up licking her ear, causing her to moan while blushing even more. Centauria, hi my lord. After that Issei finished washing the dishes and went to the living room where Poppy and Sue were playing on the console. Mero was also there and was watching Poppy and Sue. Issei's date would be in the afternoon, so he decided to go practice some music, but when he was about to go to the recording room his cell phone rings. And he sees who the person was who was calling him and is surprised since it was no one else but Ravel. He quickly went to his recording room to have privacy. Issei knew that Ravel had not deceived him. Unlike the Grammary, he knew that she was now busier than ever because she was their representative. Issei, hola, Ravel-chan. Ravel, mu Issei-sama, where are you? I've been looking for you for a long time. I even went to your house even though I would have to see those damn things. But you weren't there, and apparently, surprisingly, they didn't know where you were. The only useful thing Rias said was that maybe you were training with Tannen. But when I went to talk to him, he told me that you were already at a higher level than him and that you only went from time to time for a casual fight, and that he didn't know where you were. After that, I went to talk to Surzak-sama, and he only gave me your number to call you. Do you know how worried I was about you? Issei, I'm sorry Ravel, it's just that some things happened and now I live somewhere else. I know it was careless of me to leave without telling you, but I was already bored of that situation. Ravel, I understand Issei-sama, but I was worried about you. Besides, you have to continue with your Paid Dragon series. I've managed to reduce my work a bit, and we reached an agreement to make a movie. Issei, that's incredible, thanks Ravel-chan, you are the best representative. Ravel, speaking of which, how about you now also have a career as a musician in the human world? Why didn't you tell me about that? Do you know how it is to be in the middle of such a big business and not know anything about your new career? They were asking me if I could also sing and do performances in hell and I didn't know anything about that? Besides, who is representing you? I am your only one who can represent you. Issei was scared listening to Ravel scolding him on the phone since she was apparently quite angry with him. Issei, I'm really sorry Revel-chan, but I forgot to tell you since I wanted to keep up appearances, so I took advantage of the help that a representative gave me who found me and helped me launch my career. But I promise that I will make it up to you. I will do whatever you want. Revel, okay, I want 3 things. Issei, whatever you want Revel-chan. Revel, number 1, I want to be your representative as a musician too. Issei, but it wouldn't be much work, you are already my representative as the Issei Dragon. Revel, it's no problem. Secondly, I want you to let me go live with you. Issei, I think I'll have a problem with that. Revel, what's wrong Issei-sama? Don't you want me with you? Issei, hearing Ravel's tone change to one that chilled his blood, became nervous. Issei, and it's not that, you know that you are very important to me, but it's just that. Daddy, husband, let's play. Issei froze when he heard Daddy's loud scream calling him to play with her. Revel, Issei-sama, what was that? Issei, Revel-chan, I see can explain it to you. Revel, you don't want me to go with you because you're being unfaithful to me. Doesn't he love me anymore? Issei, hearing how she was on the verge of tears, made his chest hurt. He hated when his loved ones suffered, especially if it was because of him. Issei, wow. At Issei's tone, Revel stopped sobbing to listen to what he had to say. Revel hi. Issei, never doubt that I love you Revel, you are very important to me. I would never do anything to hurt you, and I would definitely never change you for anyone else, since no one compares to you. You have a place in my heart that cannot be replaced by anyone, it is only yours and no one else's, so never doubt my feelings for you again. Understood. Revel was now crying, but not out of sadness, but out of joy for the beautiful words Issei had just said to her. Issei, so listen to me carefully Revel, in a few days you will come live with me and I don't want any objections, understood? Revel, hi Issei-sama. I will never doubt his love again. Issei, well, I'll send you my address by mail later. Now what's the other thing you want Revel-chan? Revel, I would like to have a date with you Issei-sama. Issei, well, Revel-chan, when you arrive we'll see about the date, okay? Also, I want us to see each other tomorrow so I can explain everything that has happened up until now, okay? Revel, oh Issei-sama. Issei, well, Revel-chan, I have to say goodbye now. Revel, ready yet Issei-sama? At that Revel was about to hang up, but he heard Issei speaking to him again. Issei, why Revel-chan? Revel, hi. Issei, I never doubt that I love you. After that Issei hung up the phone, while with Revel she was with a smile on her face as well as a slight blush on her face. Revel, I love him too, Issei-sama. After that, Revel went to finish a few things about the movie that Issei would make soon. Meanwhile with Issei, after he finished talking to his dear Revel, he went to where Poppy and Sue were and started playing with them until it was time for lunch. At this point Maya had already woken up and had brought him food as well as helped him bathe, but she didn't give him a phoenix tear since she wanted to make sure he would keep his word. After everyone ate, Issei went to change his clothes. This is the clothes she put on when she was ready and saw that Merlot had also changed from her typical gothic maid outfit and was now wearing a dress. This is the dress that Merlot was wearing. When Issei saw it she blushed because of how beautiful she looked. Issei, wow, you look so beautiful. At Issei's compliment, her cheeks turned a light pink. Merlot, you look amazing too, Issei-san. Issei, thanks, are you ready? Merlot, you have. After that Issei went with Merlot. The first thing they did on their date was that Issei took her to see a play of a romance, since Merlot liked these a lot then. After the play Issei went with Merlot to a 5-star restaurant. While they were having dinner people recognized Issei and the vast majority asked him for an autograph but he politely rejected them. He was on a date at this moment, and Merlot was the only one who would have his attention at this moment. The girls who saw Issei pass by Merlot could only scream at the beautiful couple that was seen between the two, although they were also dead with jealousy for having Issei so close but so far at the same time. Merlot, hee, must it be annoying to go out and have so much attention? Issei, yes, it bothers me a little, but it doesn't matter, they love my music and that makes me happy, so what's giving them an autograph in exchange for their support? After they finished dinner, Issei took Mero for a walk in the park under the stars. Issei took her to the lake in the park, and when they arrived, Mero was surprised by the views since the reflection of the stars and the moon could be seen in the water, and it was a very beautiful sight. Mero, it's incredible, the view of the stars in the water is very beautiful. Issei, yes, it is beautiful, but you know there is something even more beautiful next to me right now. At Issei's words, Mero blushes slightly and begins to play with his fingers. Mero, what are you saying, Issei-san? You are engaged to Mia and the others. Wouldn't this be right? Issei, I don't care if it's right or not, Mero-chan, but I can't stand what I feel for you anymore. Mero, but what will the others say when they find out? What will we do then? At that, Issei gets to Mero's level and takes his face with his hand and makes him look into his eyes. Issei, they don't have to find out, Mero-chan, this can be our secret. Mero, Issei-san. Issei, Mero-chan. In that, both slowly approached each other until finally they joined in a tender kiss with love. They were joining their lips for several minutes until due to the lack of oxygen they separated, but a thread of saliva was joining their lips. Mero, I love him, Issei-san. Issei, I love you too, Mero-chan. So they kiss again. After that kiss, Issei sat on the floor and sat Mero on his knees while he hugged her with love and she snuggled into his chest, and from time to time they kissed. Mero, thinking, this is incredible, my fantasy came true in impossible love. They hugged for a while longer until it got very late, and Issei put Mero back in his chair and they returned home. When they arrived, they entered and saw that everyone was sleeping. Issei knew that the night was not over yet. Mero, it seems we took too long. Issei, that doesn't matter, Mero-chan, that just gives us the opportunity to continue with the park thing. In that, Issei kisses Mero on the lips and carries her like a princess to take her to her room. When they arrived, Issei carefully laid Mero on the floor and Issei got on top of her while he was still kissing her. Mero, Issei-san, this isn't right. Issei, but you know you want it. Mero, but the others can hear us. Issei, then we just have to avoid making too much noise. Lemon skipped. Mero, good morning everyone. At that, Maya approaches Centauria and whispers to her. Maya, it's a bit unfair that she has a wheelchair, and we have to stay in bed waiting to feel better. Centauria, it's the fate of some. Chapter 12, New Manager. We are at Issei's house where we can see how he was preparing breakfast for his girls and for himself. He still remembered what he had done last night with Mero. In that, he finishes preparing the food and the girls begin to arrive alone, guided by the smell of the delicious food that Issei was preparing. Maya, good morning darling. Issei, good morning Maya-chan. Daddy, husbands, I'm hungry. Issei, I serve the shot Papi-chan. Centauria, Daddy, if you're so hungry, why don't you help my master set the table for breakfast? Daddy, hi. Let's go, Sue. At that, Daddy takes her hand and starts pulling her to set the table so they could eat faster, while Issei approaches Centauria and gives her a kiss on the cheek, which makes her blush. Issei, thanks Sirya-chan. Maya, moo. It's not fair darling, I want a kiss too. At that, Issei approaches Maya and takes her cheeks and gives her a soft kiss with love. This makes her very happy. After that, Mero and Ragnar arrive, but at that they notice how Mero had a somewhat silly smile on his face. This did not go unnoticed since it came to Maya's mind that they ended up with a very similar smile when Issei had Hex with them. Maya, yeah. Mero, me? Maya, damn, now I have to share my darling with someone else. Centauria, what do you mean, Mia? Maya, look at her smile. Doesn't it remind you of something? In that, Centauria analyzes Mero's smile for a few seconds until he finally realizes the meaning of it, and is also surprised. Centauria, and no way, my lord, is it true? At that, Issei feels a little nervous because Issei's secret with Mero didn't last long, and all for a smile. Issei, yes, Sirya-chan, she is also in love and I reciprocated her feelings, but you know that I will love her just like you. Centauria, it's fine, I believe you, my lord. While they were talking, Dad had already finished setting up everything for breakfast, and was sitting at the table waiting for Issei to serve him the food. Daddy, husband, I'm hungry. That was enough for everyone to go sit down and have breakfast while Meryl was angry since now she would have to share her darling with another one. Although she knew that no matter what Issei would always love her and would not leave her aside, so after Issei had to calm her down through a few kisses and some caresses from Maya, she accepted it and continued with her normal day-to-day. Meanwhile, in another part we can see how a certain blonde was getting ready for her meeting with her Issei-sama. That's right, this girl is no one else but Ravel Phoenix. Ravel, thinking, don't worry Issei-sama, I won't leave your side again, it doesn't matter if I have to share it. Ravel, it's almost time Issei-sama. Meanwhile, Issei was getting ready to go out and meet Ravel. This one was almost ready to go out, and when he was going down he met Mia. Maya, are you going out, darling? Issei, yes, I'm going to meet a friend. Maya, I see, take care, darling. In that, Issei leaves his house and begins to head towards the center of the city since he decided that he would meet Ravel at a cafe so they could chat. After a while he was about to arrive at a cafe and called Ravel to tell him where he was so they could talk. After a few minutes Ravel arrived. She had teleported into an alley without anyone noticing and went to where Issei was. When she saw him she couldn't resist and ran to hug him and jumped on him. When Issei saw this she caught her and hugged her while she spun her around in the air. But without him noticing, near that place was Smith with the Mon squadron who were having a day off and were relaxing until suddenly they saw Issei arrive and was waiting for someone, and then they were in shock when they saw a blonde girl arrive and hug him, returning with Issei and Ravel. Issei, I'm glad to see you. Ravel-chan, I missed you. Ravel, I missed you too, Issei-sama. Issei, well, let's go for a coffee to talk. Ravel, it's okay. At that Ravel takes Issei's arm and hugs him, putting it between her breasts, which makes Issei blush slightly. While near them the Mon squad was in shock, they decided to follow Issei to find out who she was and what relationship she had with him. But seeing how she hugged him and got very close to him made them feel jealous. Smith, damn bleach blonde, you have no right to hug my dear. Zambena, grrr damn hitch, who does she think she is? I'm the only one who should hug her. While Tainishia, Doppel and Manako were looking a little away from them since they were afraid of the aura they were releasing at that moment, in addition to combining it with the angry expression they had, and that Smith decides that they will follow him. Smith, okay, let's follow them. Manako, but today is our day off. Smith, I don't care, it's an order, let's go after him. Zambina, come on, there's no time to waste. After that, Zambina and Smith followed Issei, dragging the others to the cafeteria where they entered. They waited until they sat down and they entered, preventing Issei from noticing that they were there, and sat near them to hear what they were talking about. Meanwhile, with Issei and Ravel, they were looking at the menu while they thought about what they would order. Issei decided that it was time for Ravel to find out what had happened to him until now. Issei, well, Ravel-chan, I suppose you want an explanation. Ravel, hi. I want to know why Issei-sama left without saying anything. You don't know how worried I was about you. I thought you didn't love us anymore and had forgotten about us. At that, tears began to form in Ravel's eyes, and when Issei saw them he felt his heart ache because he had really worried her a lot. At that, Issei changed seats and sat next to Ravel, then with one hand he wiped her tears and pretended to look into his eyes. Issei, Ravel-chan, I'm really sorry for leaving without telling you about this decision, but I could never forget you. You and the others are very important to me and I would never change you for anyone. I'm really sorry. Ravel didn't want you to cry because your face looks much more beautiful when there's a smile on it. At Issei's words, Ravel blushes slightly and hugs Issei, burying her face in Issei's chest while he hugged her. Ravel, baka. Issei, but I'm your baka, right? Ravel, hi. At that moment, a waitress approaches the place where the two were and takes the order. Waitress, good morning, what would you like to order? Issei, well, I want an iced coffee, and what do you want, Ravel-chan? Ravel, I would like an iced tea, please. At that, the waitress takes the menu from both and goes to get their orders. After a while she came back and served them what they ordered, but on Issei's iced coffee there was a piece of paper stuck to it which had a number written on it, and call me. At that he sees the waitress, and she is there. He winks while blowing her a kiss. Issei suddenly feels like a very terrifying and dangerous aura was behind him, and when he turns around he sees that it was Rall who was with a very scary smile on her face. This made Issei get scared. After that, Issei told her everything that had happened to him since he left the house where the Grammary were. While the Mon and Smith girls tried to listen to the conversation that Issei had with Rall, but whenever he was going to get to a part of the supernatural, something happened that prevented them from hearing, since either the waitress came or they were interrupted by people who wanted to meet an extra species. Then after a while Issei and Rall finished what they had ordered as well as the chat explaining everything, so Issei paid the bill and then they left the place. Issei, I'm glad to see you again, Rall-chan. Now all that's left is for you to become my manager as a singer and for you to come live with me. Rall, hello Issei-sama. At that, Rall hugs Issei's arm. After that, Issei goes for a walk with Rall around the city until it got late, and Issei decided to return home with Rall. While they were on this date, Smith and the girls did not stop following them, and when she saw that they were going home she decided that she would pay him a surprise visit. Smith, okay, let's pay a visit to my dear. Manako, don't you think it's too much? Zambina, no. Tayanisha, Manachan is right, we've been following them all day, I'm already hungry. Smith, we can have dinner at my dear's house. This makes Tayanisha accept and carry Manako and Doppel to follow the Smiths and Zambina towards Issei's house. Meanwhile, with Issei and Rall, they were already arriving at his house, but they stopped before entering. Issei, Rall-chan. Rall, yes, Issei-sama. Issei, please, I ask you not to fight with the others. I will also ask you please not to use magic since they don't know about it yet, and that you don't mention it to the others either. Rall, but Issei-sama doesn't think he should tell them everything at some point. Issei, yes, I know, but I would like to keep the secret a little longer. Rall, it's okay Issei-sama, but you'll have to give me something in return. Issei, whatever you want, Rall-chan. At that, Rall smiles, but Issei doesn't notice her, so he decided it was time to go into the house. Issei, I'm here. At that point, the girls were happy when they heard that their beloved had returned, and Maya and Centauria went to greet him. However, when they arrived at the entrance, they were shocked to see that their beloved had not come alone, but rather with a blonde girl. What made Maya even angrier was that she was hugging Issei. Maya, darling, who is she? Issei sees how Maya had a smile that promised a lot of pain on her face. This made Issei a little scared. While Rall saw that the girls were not human, this did not bother her since she had no right to judge who Issei could love. Also, as long as he loved her, it did not matter much what the appearance of the girls was with whom he had to share his beloved. Issei, well she is. Rall, nice to meet you, my name is Rall Phoenix and I am Issei-sama's manager. Centauria, manager? Your manager, my lord, wasn't a man. Issei, yes, but they changed it to another artist and assigned Rall-chan as my new manager. Centauria, I see. Maya, but why are they hugging each other? Issei, well that's because. Daddy, husband, come play. Issei, I'm coming, daddy. In that, Issei leaves the girls, but not before giving a kiss on the lips to Centauria and Maya, and the latter was with a smile of superiority because of the kiss that Issei had given her in front of the blonde, while Rall was a little angry because Issei did not give her a kiss, but she swallowed it since she noticed how Maya had been looking at her. Rall, is something wrong? Maya, I don't know what intentions you have with my darling, but I won't let you take him away from me, do you understand? Rall just smiles at Maya's threat. Rall, don't worry, I won't take him away from your side. It wouldn't be good to take Issei-sama away from the people he loves. Maya, I'm glad you understood, so I'll ask you to stay away from him. Rall, I'm sorry, but that will be impossible. I will not separate from Issei-sama again. I don't care if now I have to share it with you. While Rall and Maya continued arguing, Centauria was thinking about something Rall had mentioned. Centauria, thinking, what does he mean by separating again? After that, a while passed where Issei was playing with Poppy and Sue while the girls talked with Rall. She got along with all of them, but she also liked Mero since they both had a kind of aura of nobility in them. That's why they got along as friends, although Ragnara was a little doubtful since she had threads all over the house where she listened. to everything that happened in it, or so she thought, since Issei knew it, and cut them, or cancelled them with magic. She was strange since she only managed to hear a little but not enough of the talk that Issei had with Ravel before entering the house. She only managed to hear that she shouldn't fight and something else, but she didn't understand since Sue and Poppy had just arrived where she was and started to bother her. Meanwhile, with the Smiths and the girls from the Mon squad, they were arriving at Issei's house. They knocked on the door and the person who opened it was Ravel. When she saw them, she looked at them seriously, knowing that they had been following her since she met Issei. Ravel, good afternoon, what would you like? Smith, who are you? Ravel, my name is Ravel Phoenix, and who are you and what do you want? Smith, I am the agent of the Smith Species Exchange Program, and these are my team. We came to see my dear. Ravel, dear? At that, Ravel hears Issei speaking to him from the kitchen. Issei, who is Ravel? Ravel, a certain Smith-san Issei-sama. At that, Issei stops cooking and goes to the door of the house to greet Smith. Issei, hello Smith-chan, how are you? At the affectionate nickname of Issei Smith, a slight blush appears on his cheeks, but then he reacts. Smith, we were passing by and wanted to stop by and visit you. Issei, I see. At that, Issei looks behind Smith and sees that the girls from the Mon squad were smiling nervously while Zombina just looked the other way. Issei, well, come soon, we're going to have dinner. Smith, thank you, dear. After that, Ravel, Smith and the girls from the Mon squad enter the house, but Zombina is the last to enter, but Issei takes her by the hand and stops her at the door. Zombina, what's going on? At that, Issei pulls her towards him and hugs her. He approaches her to whisper to her. Issei, I miss you, Zombie-chan. At that point, Zombina turns completely red from how Issei had her at that moment and almost faints when he tells her that he missed her, and what surprised her and caused her to faint is that Issei gave her a quick kiss on the lips. This made smoke come out of her head and she fainted. After that, Issei carried her like a princess and laid her on the couch, and then went back to cooking. When everything was ready, everyone went to sit down to eat, but when Maya was going to sit next to Issei, she saw that on one side of him was Ravel, and this made her angry, but when she was going to sit on the other side she saw that she was Zombina, and this made her even angrier. Maya, it's not fair, I want to sit next to my darling too. Ravel, sorry, but if you fall asleep you'll miss it. Maya, moo. At that, Issei notices it and smiles at him. Issei, come on Maya-chan, it's just for today, I promise I'll make it up to you later. At that, Maya accepted since that way she could have a moment with her darling. That's how dinner went, and until the night. It got late, so after that Smith and the girls of the Mon squad left satisfied to know that the blonde was only their new manager, but as is zombie custom she left fainted since at the moment of saying goodbye to Issei she gave him a kiss on the cheek, and then whispered to him. Issei, you know, you could stay overnight, and we could spend the night together. Zombina too. After that she fainted because it was too much for her, and Tayanisha took her and carried her, while with Issei he went back into the house. Maya, darling, when is she leaving? At that, Issei sees that Maya was pointing at Ravel, but she wasn't worried since she knew what Issei would say now. Issei, I'm sorry Maya-chan, but from now on Ravel-chan will live with us. Maya, because? While Issei was talking to Mia about why Ravel would stay with them and Centauria was listening, Poppy and Sue approached her and took her to play, which didn't bother Ravel. After a while, they all went to bed and Issei showed Ravel his new room, although she complained because she wanted to sleep with him, but he said no. This caused her to pout, but it disappeared immediately when Issei gave her a tender kiss on the lips. Then they went to bed. Meanwhile, far from there at the Hayato residence, we can see how the Grammary girls were gathered except for Rosweiss and Irina since they had not returned yet. Kuroko was not there either, since she had not yet finished her work with Valley. But now we can see how they were all gathered talking about how their day had been until suddenly Asia asks about Issei. Asia, President, do you know if Issei is in his room? Rias, no Asia, why? Asia, it's been a while since I've seen Issei and I was a little worried. Zenobia, now that you mention it, I haven't seen Issei in a while either. Akeno, Era it seems that we have moved away a little from our issei. Rias, you're right, tomorrow we'll make it up to him and spend the whole day with him. After that they continued talking about how things had gone for them since they finished with the Chaos Brigade and managed to reseal the Trihexa. Since then they had had a lot of fame and several high-class devils were behind them, and this caused different things on the part of Zenobia and Asia. They rejected all the devils because they had human boyfriends, but they were doubting if it was the right thing to change issei since for some time her relationship with the boys was going bad. For example, Zenobia's was almost sure that her boyfriend was cheating on her, and that in fact all he wanted was to get her in bed and open her legs, but the good thing is that it never got to that. In fact, with luck she got to kiss him, but when she did this it disgusted her, so she avoided it. While Asia's relationship with her boyfriend was also worse since he was very controlling with them, he did not let her get together with other men and even wanted her not to. He would meet with the girls since according to him they were also a danger to steal from his Asia. She was already fed up, but every time she tried to break up with him he became violent, and luckily he hadn't hurt her yet. She had talked to Zenobia about this, and she told her she would help. There was also Kaneko, whose relationship was bad since whenever she went out with her boyfriend he tried to overstep and touch her wherever, and she didn't like this, and it always ended with her boyfriend beaten. In fact, Kaneko was already fed up with him, so they would break up soon, but she was worried since a few days ago she could no longer feel issei's essence, as if he had not lived in the house or entered it for a long time, and this had her worried. Meanwhile, with Rias, she was angry with her supposed suitor who loved her since she recently discovered that he only wanted her for her body and because she was a political influence, and that way he would gain power. While Akeno was sad since a few weeks ago she saw less and less of her boyfriend, and this gave her a bad feeling combined with the fact that she hadn't seen issei either. At that, Rias turns on the TV to see if they were showing something good, but they were only broadcasting a concert of a very good new artist, and in fact she liked his music, but she didn't know his name, and she didn't care either. She only listened to his songs because when she did, for some reason her heart was at peace. The other girls also listened, and they also liked it, but they all suddenly felt that they were missing something since Asia mentioned issei. Chapter 13, Confessions. We are in issei's room and we can see how he was sleeping alone in it peacefully. But he is awake because the sun's rays were hitting him right in the face, but also because he was used to getting up at this time to start preparing breakfast for the girls so that when they woke up it would already be ready. After issei showered and dressed he went down to prepare breakfast. When he went down the stairs he met Centauria, who was coming back from her morning jog, and when he saw her he approached to say hello. Issei, good morning Syria-chan. Centauria, good morning my lord. At that, issei approaches where Centauria was and gives her a kiss on the lips while squeezing her breasts, which makes her let out a moan. Centauria, I'll go bathe my lord. At that, Centauria quickly goes to the bathroom, while issei just saw how she left with a smile at how Centauria reacted. After that, issei walked to the kitchen and began to prepare breakfast. While he was cooking, Ravel had already gotten up and was now going down the stairs, and when she entered the living room she noticed a smell that she liked, and went to see what it was and saw that it was issei who was preparing breakfast for them. Ravel, good morning issei-sama. Issei. Good morning, Ravel. Ravel, yes. Issei, could you stop calling me with the sama? It's somewhat uncomfortable for me that you call me that. After all, we are a couple. Ravel, hi issei-kun. At that, issei smiles and approaches Ravel and gives her a kiss on the lips, which makes her blush, but she likes it and reciprocates it. After a few seconds they separate. Issei, breakfast will be ready soon. If you want you can watch TV in the living room while you wait. Ravel, hi. After that Ravel went to the living room, while the other girls also began to wake up from the smell of food they felt, so one by one they were arriving at the living room, but not before going to issei for the good morning kiss except for Ragnar and Sue. After a while issei finished preparing the food and everyone had breakfast. After that the day continued normally, where issei continued working on his songs while he also talked to Ravel about everything that had happened in hell since he left him and everything related to the Ape dragon. So the afternoon passed until dusk came and dinner time. Issei noticed that to prepare dinner he was missing something, so he decided to go out and buy what he was missing, and now we can see how he was walking down the street with the purchases until he hears a loud bang. Issei, what was that? Suddenly Issei detects demonic power near the place where he heard the bang, so he transported the purchases with a magic circle and went to investigate what it was. When he arrived, he saw an old house and saw something flying towards him, but he dodged it and it hit the wall, generating a cloud of smoke. However, when it cleared, Issei saw that what had been shot out was a zombie. Issei, zombie! Issei, upon seeing her, approaches her to see how she was doing. She was quite beaten up and several of her seams had been cut. Issei, zombie, what happened? Why are you like this? And the others? In response to Issei's questions, the zombie just faints, but suddenly Issei hears a scream. Manako, ha-ya-ya. Issei recognizes that the scream was Manako's and goes to the place where the scream came from, and when he arrived he saw how the girls of the Mon squad were hurt and lying on the ground, and also how there were 3 renegade demons. One was a kind of lion. The other was a werewolf. And the last one was a minotaur. The minotaur had Manako by the neck, while the other girls were on the ground hurt. Issei, seeing this, gets angry and begins to release a lot of murderous instinct, which causes the 3 demons to look at him and the Minotaur to release Manako, who falls to the ground fainted. Minotaur, who are you? Issei, I am the one who's going to kill them. At that the Minotaur starts to laugh, but from one moment to another Issei disappears and appears in front of the Minotaur, connecting a blow to his stomach which sends him flying against a wall, destroying it. Meanwhile the werewolf and the lion were surprised until the werewolf sees Issei's eyes and sees that they are green and had a slanted pupil, which allows him to immediately recognize that it was a dragon. After that he sees the appearance of the brown-haired man well and recognizes him, and upon recognizing him he gets scared. Werewolf, retreat! We have to go quickly! As the Minotaur rises from the rubble and begins to walk towards Issei, the werewolf stops him. Werewolf, we're not going! Minotaur, what? I won't let this scum hit me just like that, he'll die. Werewolf, don't you know who the idiot is? Minotaur, hey? Werewolf, it's the security. Issei, wow, I see you know me, so you know I'll kill you? Werewolf, thinking, shit. We don't stand a chance against him. The only alternative is to run away, but how? In that the werewolf sees how Smith was moving and he gets an idea. He charges a magic attack and throws it at Smith. Issei, seeing where the attack was going, did not hesitate for a second to get in front to stop it, but just at that moment the renegade demons took the opportunity to leave. Issei, seeing that they left, decides not to chase them since now he had to help the girls who were quite hurt. Issei approaches where Smith was and checks her. When he does so he sees that she was very beaten, but her life was not in danger, luckily. After that he went to check on the others, and when he finishes they begin to wake up in a lot of pain. Tyinishia, ha! My whole body hurts. Issei, I'm glad you're okay, Tyinishia-chan. Hearing Issei's voice, Tyinishia sees where Issei was and is surprised that he was there. Tyinishia, Issei-sen, why are you here? Issei, that doesn't matter, if you can help me with the others. Tyinishia, hi. So Tyinishia gets up and helps Issei carry the other girls, and after that they go to Issei's house. When he gets home, he knocks on the door and Mia opens it. When she sees that Issei came with the girls very hurt, she gets scared. Maya, darling, what happened? Issei, I'll explain later, Maya-chan, but now help me with them. Maya, hi. Issei was carrying Manako and Doppel while Tyinishia brought Smith and Zambina with her. Issei enters the house and lays the girls on the sofas as well as Tyinishia so that she could lie down too. While the other girls had arrived upon hearing Maya screaming, and when they saw the girls from the Mon squad they were surprised by the state they were in. Issei, Ravel, go get the phoenix tears I have in my studio. Ravel, hi. So Ravel went to look for the phoenix tears while Issei was arranging the girls. Maya and the others were confused since they did not know what phoenix tears were, but then they saw Ravel arrive with some jars with a dark liquid inside. Centauria and Mero had a vague idea of what they were, but that was impossible, they were only legends or stories. But then they saw Issei uncover one of the jars and give it to each of the girls to drink. What happened next surprised them all since they saw how the wounds began to disappear from all of them, so that after a few minutes they began to wake up. Doppel, what happened? Zambina, I remember we were fighting some extra species. Smith, At that point the girls saw that they were not where they remembered but were in Issei's house, and what surprised them the most was that none of them were hurt. Issei, I'm glad you're okay. Smith, dear? How did we get here? Issei, I brought them with the help of Uncle Chan. Smith, but since we're better, we got beaten up and we're like nothing happened. Dad, husband gave them a strange liquid and after that they were cured. Smith, hey? What do you mean, Daddy? Issei, well, I think it's time you know the truth. Maya, what truth are you talking about, darling? Issei, how I cured them, and what Smith and the others were fighting with. Ravel, Issei-sama is sure? Issei, yes Ravel, sooner or later I would have to tell them, and I don't want them to get hurt again if they meet rogue demons again. Smith, renegade demons? What are you talking about, dear? We're just facing off against extra species? Issei, not exactly Smith-chan, you were facing some renegade demons. Smith, how do you know they're rogue demons? And what are rogue demons? Issei, well, what happens is that. So Issei tells them about the supernatural and demons, angels and fallen angels. After that Issei also tells them who he is and what he had experienced since he joined the supernatural. The girls were surprised by what Issei was telling them at that moment. They knew that other extra species existed but not all this. And what surprised them the most was that Issei was not human but a very powerful dragon. He also told them what those things were that he gave to Smith and the others to drink. When Issei finished telling his story the girls remained silent. It was a lot to process, and several things surprised them, especially about Issei's previous harem. This angered them because of what they had done to Issei, and they would make sure that they suffered if they got close to their Issei again, but none of that changed what they felt for Issei. Issei, I'm sorry if I didn't tell you from the beginning, but I wanted to relax and forget about everything and start over after the girls thing. I understand if you're mad at me for hiding something like that from you. At this, Maya approaches and hugs Issei, so that the others who had a relationship with Issei do the same. Maya, don't worry darling, we are not angry with you, despite that we still love you the same. Centauria, my lord. Daddy, husband, Daddy won't leave you because Daddy loves husband. Mero, Issei-kun, your tragic love story. Ravel, Issei-sama, you know that I will never leave you because I love you. At the girl's response, Issei smiles and sheds a tear of joy. Issei, I love them, I really love them. After that Issei gives a kiss to each of the ones who had a relationship with Issei including Ravel, while Smith and Zambina watched with jealousy, but this was noticed by Issei, who decided that it was time to move forward with them, so he approached Smith and took her by the chin and then kissed her. She was surprised by Issei's action but did not hesitate to reciprocate the kiss. After a few minutes they separate due to lack of air. Smith, WWH, what was that? Issei, you don't like me? Smith, I didn't say that but. Issei, I love you Smith-chan. Smith, too, I love you too Issei. So Smith kisses Issei again and after that they separate again due to the lack of air. After that Issei approaches where Zambina was and also kisses her. She is surprised but reciprocates the kiss, but when they separate she faints from emotion. Issei, well, I think it's time for dinner. Maya, but darling, and shopping. Issei, true, I forgot. So Issei makes the purchases appear through a magic circle that surprises the girls. After that Issei begins to prepare food for everyone. While Maya and the others kept asking Ravel things about Issei and also about Hell, and she had no problems answering their questions. After that dinner was ready and everyone sat at the table and ate quietly, but Ravel suddenly mentions the subject of the épée dragon and the girls are curious about this, but Issei tells Ravel not to tell them, but the girls kept insisting that he tell them what the épée dragon was until finally Ravel after dinner ended up giving in and told them what the épée dragon was even though Issei didn't want it. After a while it got late and Smith along with the girls from the Mon squad stayed to sleep. After a while they were all sleeping except for Issei and Ravel, who were in Issei's room talking. Lemon skipped. So Issei continued having relations with Ravel until she couldn't take it anymore and fainted on top of Issei, who hugged her and fell asleep with her. Chapter 14, Thoru. We are in Issei's room where we can see that he was lying in his bed, but on top of him was a Ravel sleeping while using Issei's chest as a pillow, she was completely naked and with hymen dripping from her vagina and anus, but on her face you could see a big smile. While Issei was beginning to wake up but feels the extra weight on his chest and sees Ravel, but he hears what he was murmuring in his dreams and gets slightly excited. Ravel, more Issei-sama punishes this bad girl's ass more. Issei, thinking she has a noble appearance but inside she is a complete pervert. After that, Issei carefully moves Ravel and lays her down next to him without waking her up. After that, Issei goes to the shower to change his clothes since today he wanted to spend time with the girls since yesterday they had found out everything and he was sure that they would still have many questions. After bathing, Issei went down to prepare breakfast for his girls. While it was cooking, the girls began to wake up and went down to their living room. They waited for breakfast to be ready, as they would also take advantage of it since they still had some questions for Issei, especially about the Epee dragon. They were talking like that until Ravel arrived at the table, as she was the only one missing, but the girls noticed how she came with a big smile on her face. Ravel, good morning Issei-sama, girls. Issei, good morning Ravel-chan. Ravel, Issei-sama, do you know what this is? In that Ravel shows a mark on his neck which had the shape of a dragon. The girls upon seeing that mark became curious since they also had one on their body but had not paid much attention to it before. Issei, well Ravel-chan, that's my brand. Maya brand? Centauria, my lord, what do you mean when you say it is your brand? Issei, well, so you understand, when a male dragon finds a female and has relations with her, the male dragon marks her as his own. This mark appears to show the other male dragons that the female already has a mate, and to make them stay away from her. In addition, the mark brings some benefits to the dragon. Mero, what do you mean by benefits? Issei, well, according to what I remember from what Tannen explained to me, the mark allows the male dragon to know where the female is, and also if she is in danger, to go help her. In addition, the mark only appears when the male and the female have mutual feelings of love between them. The girls, upon hearing when the mark appeared, were happy and felt a warmth in their hearts, since having this mark meant that their feelings of love were mutual. So the girls approached Issei and hugged him. He reciprocated. After that, breakfast continued normally with Issei answering questions about what it was like to be a dragon and about the things he had experienced before he moved to this city. The girls still had a concern, and that was what would happen to the girls who hurt their beloved since he had simply left, and there was still the possibility that they would come looking for him, and they didn't want that since they wouldn't allow the people who hurt their beloved to get close again. Meanwhile with Issei we can see that after breakfast and washing the dishes Issei was getting ready to leave since he still had a few pending issues with some dirty demons who dared to lay a hand on his girls and would not allow anyone who hurt them to go unpunished. Before leaving he meets Ravel. Ravel, Issei-sama, where are you going? Issei, I'll go out to take care of the rogue demons. It will be a problem if the girls meet them again or if they hurt someone innocent. Ravel, it's okay, Issei-sama, be careful. Issei, don't worry Ravel-chan, I'll be fine. At that moment Issei approaches where Ravel was and gives her a kiss on the lips to say goodbye to her. Issei, I'll be back around lunchtime. After that Issei leaves the house and once outside he spreads his wings and takes flight without anyone noticing in search of the renegade demons. After flying for a while Issei had already covered more than half the city looking for the renegade demons until suddenly he felt the demonic energy near where he was, so he went to where it was. When he arrived at the place he saw that it was an abandoned factory. Issei, thinking, what do renegade demons have that always end up in places like this? Unknown, Kaya. Issei, hearing a girl scream, quickly approaches the window and sees how the three renegade demons were surrounding a girl who seemed half-dragon, but Issei felt that her power was very low. Meanwhile with the renegade demons. Minotaur, ahaha, shout whatever you want, no one will hear you here. Unknown, shut up, damn it, they only hurt me because of that strange thing. Werewolf, ha ha ha, you're right, we were lucky to have this spell for dragons. With it was very easy to defeat you even though it's not meant for you, but hey, we got something good since it has a very good body. Unknown, stay away. While the girl was arguing with the werewolf, the Minotaur took the opportunity to approach and take her in his hands, squeezing her. Minotaur, ha ha ha, you weren't that powerful now, but don't worry, we'll make sure you enjoy it in the end. At that moment, the girl gets angry at the Minotaur's comment and kicks him in the crotch, which causes him to let go of her. Minotaur, damn. Werewolf, we were just thinking of having fun with your body for a while, but you dared to attack us, so we'd better kill you. At that moment, the werewolf appears in front of the girl in a quick movement and lands a blow to her stomach with enough force to knock the wind out of her. After that, he grabs her by the neck and lifts her up with one hand while with the other he rips off the shirt she was wearing as well as her pants, leaving her only in her underwear. Unknown, let me go. Werewolf, you've caused us enough trouble, so now you'd better cooperate if you don't want it to get worse. At that moment the Minotaur had recovered and had reached the werewolf. Minotaur, I'll ask for the back, I'll make sure he feels it. Werewolf, no problem. Meanwhile with Issei, he was watching but he had had enough of this so he decided it was time to intervene. Issei, wow, it seems like they have no problem attacking the weakest, but how are they against someone stronger? At that, the renegade demons turned towards where the voice came from. They didn't see him at first, but after a few seconds they see the person who had spoken sitting in a window. The renegade demons saw the silhouette of a man with dragon wings. Werewolf, who the hell are you and what do you want here? I recommend that if you don't want to get hurt, you better leave immediately. Issei, I have a better proposal for you, leave the girl and I'll make sure your deaths are quick and painless. Werewolf, enough with the nonsense, take care of him. Then the lion runs to where Issei was to attack them. Issei, I gave them a chance and they wasted it. At that the lion jumps towards Issei but he launches himself against the lion and connects a kick in the jaws throwing him against the ground to then fall near him while releasing his dragon aura. When Issei landed on the ground the two renegade demons recognized him and tensed since they knew who he was but they were confident in the magic they had now to face him. Meanwhile with Issei he had decided to finish them off so he gathered magic power in his right hand and then compressed it to then fire a dragon shot directly at the lion finishing it off at once. The other two renegade demons were scared but would not show it so the werewolf threw the girl to the ground to prepare the spell to weaken it but he needed some time so the first to go to attack Issei was the Minotaur who tried to charge at him but Issei dodges it and then connects a kick in the back that sends him against a wall. The Minotaur gets up quickly to attack Issei again but he dodged or blocked his attacks without problems. While Issei fought with the Minotaur in another part we can see how Draco was opening his eyes and sees how someone was fighting with the demons that had attacked her. When he looks well he notices that the one who was fighting with them had dragon wings and was also releasing the aura of one. This it surprised her since she didn't expect someone to come to help her, much less another dragon. Returning to the fight with Issei, the Minotaur was already quite annoyed because he couldn't land any hits on him. Minotaur, damn you, stop moving! Issei, good? So Issei stays still but when the Minotaur was going to connect a blow Issei stops him with the hand, which was covered by red scales and had claws. After that Issei connects a blow to the stomach which causes the Minotaur to spit some blood. After that Issei quickly takes the Minotaur by the head and smashes it against the ground breaking it causing the Minotaur's head to begin to bleed and to end his miserable life. Issei charges power in his left arm while with his right he takes the Minotaur by the horns and throws it into the air, and then with the power he was gathering he launches a dragon shot disintegrating the Minotaur. Meanwhile the werewolf was nervous since his two companions were already dead, and only he remained and he still had a little time for the spell. Besides, Issei didn't have a single scratch, but in that moment he finished preparing the attack, but he didn't have many chances to hit her, so he decided to make sure and escape, so he went to where the tired girl was and grabbed her by the neck. Werewolf, stay still, if you don't want me to die. So Issei sees where the werewolf was and sees that he had the girl hostage. Issei, damn coward. Werewolf, I don't care what she thinks but what you're going to do now is give up and let me go if you don't want her to get hurt. Issei was somewhat angry at how cowardly this renegade demon was, but no matter what he tried, he would make sure that he died like the other two since he would not forgive anyone who hurt the women he loved, and now he had only managed to make him even angrier by using that girl as a hostage. In that the werewolf created a magic circle to get out of there, But Issei did not care about that, and in a quick movement goes where the werewolf is and connects a kick to the head which sends him flying and releases the girl, which Issei in a quick movement catches and carries her like a princess. After that, Issei charges the last dragon shot and shoots it where the werewolf was finishing him off. After that, Issei sees that the girl was unconscious, so he decides to take her to his house to treat her. So Issei creates a magic circle and teleports with her to his house. Meanwhile, at Issei's house, we can see how some of the girls were in the living room, since Ravel was at the music company working as Issei's manager, while Ragnara was also in her room resting. Centauria was practicing the art of swordsmanship in her room, but the ones in the living room were Poppy and Sue, who were playing video games. Mero, who was drinking tea, and Maya, who was in the kitchen practicing. In that, Issei appears in his room to put the girl to bed, while he goes down to get a phoenix tear to heal her. Maya: "Hello, darling." Issei: "Hello, Mia-chan." At that, Issei approaches Maya and gives her a kiss. Issei: "What are you cooking?" Maya: "White soup." At that, Issei sees the soup and is surprised because it does not look like the dark, bubbling mass that the other meals Mia had cooked before had. Issei: "Looks normal." Maya: "I practice every day, darling." Issei: "Can I try it?" Maya: "Of course, darling, I made it for you." At that, Issei takes a spoon and takes a little soup to taste it. When he tastes the soup, he feels as if Samuel's blood was inside him, but he still swallows it because he didn't want to hurt Maya's feelings. Maya: "How are you, darling?" Issei. Issei faints for a few seconds from the taste but then wakes up. Issei: "You have to keep practicing, Maya-chan. By the way, what did you put in it?" Maya: "Let's see, white rice, white plums, mushrooms, chicken, white heron, white fish, white chocolate, milk, cauliflower, white pepper, salt." Issei: "What recipe did you use, Maya-chan?" Maya: "None of them, did everything myself. I learned by watching you cook." Issei: "Mia, white soup doesn't only have white ingredients. Next time use a recipe." Meanwhile, the girl was beginning to wake up, but when she did, she saw that she was not in the abandoned factory, but was in a bed and did not know who it was. But then she saw the door to the room open and Issei came in, but she recognized him as the one who was fighting the demons that attacked her. Unknown: "Where am I?" Issei: "You're in my house. I brought you here after taking care of those who hurt you." Unknown: "Thank you?" Issei: "It's nothing. I couldn't let those bastards hurt such a pretty girl." At that, Thoru blushes slightly. At that, Issei gives him a glass of juice which contained a phoenix tear. When Thoru drinks the juice, he feels himself beginning to recover. Unknown: "Thank you?" Issei: "It's nothing, we'll eat soon, do you want to?" Unknown: "No thanks, that's enough." At that, her stomach growls and she blushes in embarrassment. Issei: "Let's go." Unknown: "Thoru." Issei: "Thoru, my name is Thoru, I am a dragon." Issei: "My name is Hayato Issei." At that, something in Thoru's mind reacts since she knew that she had heard that name among other dragons recently, until she remembers who he was, and is surprised since she admired him. She had heard everything he had achieved. "Thoru, you are the Sekiryutai." Issei: "I see you know me." Thoru: "How could I not know you? Your name is known throughout the supernatural, the pillar of the factions and the strongest Sekiryutai. Your exploits are well known." Issei: "Hee hee, you flatter me." After that, Thoru gets up and hugs Issei and puts him between his breasts. Thoru: "Incredible. I was saved by the Sekiryutai. But now I'm in his debt, let me repay you somehow." Issei: "No need." Thoru: "No, let me do whatever." At that, Thoru's stomach growls, which causes her to become embarrassed. Issei: "It would be best if we eat something and then we'll talk." After that, Issei and Thoru go down the stairs, but when they do, the other girls are surprised that he came with a girl they didn't know, and they didn't know when he arrived. Maya: "Who is she, darling?" Centauria: "My lord, how many women will he have?" Daddy: "Husband, I'm hungry." Issei: "Calm down, girls, I'll explain." So Issei tells them how he met Thoru and saved her from the attack of the 3 renegade demons. Maya: "I see." Issei: "Well, I think the best thing would be to eat." Maya: Hi darling, the soup is ready. Issei remembered that Maya cooked, but then Issei saw that Sue wasn't with them, so he looked for her and saw that she was coming out of the kitchen. Issei, Sue, where were you? Sue. After that they went to the kitchen to eat, but they saw that the pot with the soup was empty, which was a relief for everyone except for Mia, who was crying comically. In that, Issei turns to where Sue is. Issei, Sue, did you eat it? At that, Sue nods her head. Maya, upon finding out that she was the one who ate the soup, got angry and grabbed her by the shoulders to shake her while scolding her. Maya, Sue was supposed to be for me, darling. Sue. With that, Thoru decides to take charge. Thoru, don't worry, Issei-sama, I'll take care of it. So Thoru started cooking for everyone, while Issei was still confused about Sama's situation. After a while, Thoru finished cooking and served the table. Issei, thanks for cooking, Thoru, but it wasn't necessary, I could do it. Thoru, don't worry, Issei-sama, you saved my life, so I decided to be your servant as a form of payment. Issei, it's not necessary. At that, Maya covers Issei's mouth, preventing him from finishing speaking. Maya, it's okay, Thoru-san, Issei will accept you as his maid. At that, Thoru is happy and with magic changes her clothes into those of a maid. After that, they all sat down to eat. Meanwhile, far from there, returning to the Hayato residence, we can see how the girls were coming home from classes, and we will focus on Asia and Zenobia, who were more tired since today Asia had decided to break up with her boyfriend from the academy since she could not stand that relationship anymore. He was too obsessive with her. Asia, Zenobia, thank you for your help. Zenobia, it was nothing, Asia, it was best that you finished him off. Asia, I don't think you would react that way. Zenobia, the good thing is that I was there to help you. Flashback starts. We are at Kwa Academy, where we can see that Asia was going to break up with her boyfriend today because she couldn't stand him controlling her so much and being so jealous anymore. After classes ended, Asia had asked Zenobia to accompany her to break up with him because she didn't know how she could react to this. Now we are in the classroom where only Asia and him remained. Asia, hello Hiro-san. Hiro, hello Asia-chan, what did you want to talk about? Asia, well Hiro-san, I want to finish with you. Hiro, what? Asia, I'm sorry Hiro-san, but this won't work. You're too jealous and controlling. I'm not your property. Hiro, there's someone else, right? Asia, hey? Hiro, there's someone else, right? Who's the damn one? What does he have that I don't? So Hiro had started to get quite angry since he believed that Asia was cheating on him. Asia, it's not that. At that, Hiro approaches where Asia was and takes her by the shoulders. Hiro, listen to me, Asia, you are my girlfriend and I won't let anyone take you away from me. Hiro was increasing the strength of his grip and was hurting Asia. Asia, Hiro-san, it hurts. Hiro, listen Asia, I don't want you to see him again, you're mine, understood? At that, Asia pushes Hiro to let go of her. Asia, I'm sorry Hiro-san, but we broke up, you're too obsessive. After that, Asia turned around and was about to leave the place, while Hiro had stayed still for a few seconds. Hiro, if I can't have you, no one will. At that moment, Hiro runs to attack Asia, but Zenobia intervenes and stops him by hitting him in the face and sending him to the ground while he holds his face because of the pain of the blow. Zenobia, don't you dare hit my friend. Hiro, ugh, damn it. I'm sure it was your idea for Asia to break up with me. They want to take her away from me. At that, Hiro gets up and tries to hit Zenobia, but she goes ahead and kicks him, leaving him out of combat. After that, Zenobia and Asia left the place. Flashback ends. Asia, I just hope it doesn't cause any trouble. Zenobia, Asia, I don't know how you noticed him, he's crazy. Asia, it wasn't like this before. Zenobia, well, tomorrow I will finish with Katsuo-san to focus on Issei-kun again. Asia, yes. Zenobia, what's going on, Asia? Asia, I don't know why, but every day I feel like we're losing him more. Zenobia, don't worry, Asia, he loves us and will surely understand. Asia, yes. Chapter 15, Key. We are in Issei's residence where we can see that he was sleeping in his bed, but he was not alone since next to him in his bed we can see how Ravel, Maya Centauria, Mero and Poppy were sleeping, but what most caught our attention was that they were all naked and with a big smile on their faces, just as we could see that Heman was coming out of all of their bagginess. All this due to having to compensate them for bringing a new girl to the house in addition to Smith and Zombina. In that we can see how Issei begins to wake up, but when he tries to move in bed he can't because he feels like they are hugging him. He opens his eyes and sees that Poppy and Mero were on his legs sleeping. Then he looks to the right and Maya was sleeping while hugging his arm, then to the left, and sees how Centauria was on the floor sleeping which was hugging Issei's arm, and finally we see how Ravel was on his chest. After that Issei wakes up the girls with a kiss on the lips to each one. After that Issei got up and went to take a bath, where the girls decided to follow him in order to continue with last night. After more than an hour in the bathroom, Issei and the girls finished and went downstairs. When they arrived in the living room, they saw how breakfast was served and Thoru was cleaning the house at that time. After a few minutes, Ragnara and Sue also arrived, which was looking for Daddy to play. After breakfast, Issei, along with Poppy and Sue, had left and were now in the forest resting. We can see how Issei was cooking meat and some roasted vegetables on a grill while Poppy and Sue were playing. Issei, it's good to go out from time to time, or so I'd like to say. At that, Issei turns around and sees that behind him there was a lot of garbage and waste that had been thrown in the forest, and he sees that Poppy and Sue had sat on them. Issei, Daddy, why did you say you wanted to come here? Dad, huh? I didn't say that. Issei, you did it. Try to remember. At that, Daddy starts to think, trying to remember why he wanted to come to this place in the first place. Daddy, I feel like I'm forgetting something really important. Issei, well, while you try to remember why we don't eat and get down from there, I'll get rid of that garbage. At that, Poppy and Sue move from where they were and Issei makes a magic circle appear under the pile of garbage that was in the place, and then it disappears. This surprises Poppy and Sue and makes them have stars in their eyes. Daddy, wow. Husband, that was amazing. Do it again. Issei, after eating we will continue cleaning, so I hope you help me. Daddy/Sue, hi. At that, Issei and the girls sat down to eat, but then he felt the ground start to shake and they heard the trees breaking. At that moment they turned around and saw that there was a huge wooden monster near them. Issei, what is that? At that the monster steps on where they were, but Issei quickly takes Sue and Poppy and dodges the monster's stomp and then moves away from that place while carrying the two so that it wouldn't hurt them. But the monster, seeing this, responds by sending a blow to where they were, but Issei dodges it, but the monster with the blow destroys the ground. Issei, why the hell is it attacking us? Could it be that the contamination of the place caused it? Issei, it looks like a tree but also a non-human species. Daddy, a tree? At that moment, Daddy remembers why they were in that place. Monster, Daddy. Daddy? Daddy? Daddy, hiya? At that moment, the monster with roots that appeared sent them to where Daddy was and caught her with them, and then pulled her. Dad, I remember now. Issei, Daddy. At that point, more roots go to where Issei was and grab him by the legs and lift him up, but this causes him to let go of Sue and she falls to the ground. Sue, Master? Issei, Sue, don't worry, everything will be okay, now find a safe place. Sue, Master? At that, the roots lift Issei and pull him back to where Daddy was also trapped. Sue, Master. At that moment, the monster steps near where Sue was and generates an earthquake, which sends her flying down the hill and she ends up falling into some toxic waste containers. Meanwhile, returning with Issei and Poppy, they were being held by the roots of the monster, but then they saw how the part of the head of this one opened, revealing a woman inside it. Woman, human, enemy, who harms our species. I am a Dryad, guardian of the plants, protector of the forests. I will get my revenge against humanity. Issei, what? A Dryad? It's strange, according to what I knew about them, they weren't that big. In that the Dryad increases the strength of the grip of the roots that held Issei. Issei, ga? Daddy, don't do it. Don't do it, Ki. Don't hurt my husband. At that, Ki sees where Daddy was yelling at her. Ki daddy? Thus, the grip of the roots loosened, although it wasn't much for issei since he could break them whenever he wanted. But it seems that daddy knows her and wanted to see what would happen. Daddy, are you okay, husband? Issei, yes daddy, don't worry, it was nothing. But Ki? Do you know her, daddy? Dad, I had forgotten, but she is my friend. Daddy, I was taking a walk on my own in the sky, when I saw Smith arrest some non-human kidnappers. Ki was separated from her friends all that time. Issei, why did you call her Ki? Dad, it sounds like a tree. Issei, sad face, thinking, it must refer to tree, another simple name. Dad, Ki was weak without water or soil, so I planted her here. Issei, and now why is it so big? Dad, I forgot that I planted it here, so I don't know. Issei was just with a drop of sweat on his head because of how forgetful daddy could be. Dad, Ki, husband is not a bad person. So just let him go, okay? Ki daddy? Daddy Ki? Ki, humans brought me here, daddy is a friend, but I hate humans. At that, Ki once again increases the force on the roots that held Issei. Daddy, husband. Issei, thinking, this is out of control. Daddy, stop, Ki. In that, daddy manages to free herself from the roots that held her, but Ki hits her with another one, sending her far away. Issei, seeing that, gets angry and breaks the roots as if it were nothing and takes out his wings to go catch daddy. Issei, are you okay, daddy? Daddy, husband. Then dad sees that Issei had wings and is surprised. Daddy, can you fly? Issei, hee, daddy, I already told you. At that, Issei carefully releases Poppy, and she also begins to fly next to Issei. Issei, be more careful, daddy. I don't want him to hurt you. Daddy, but maybe it's my fault. Maybe she got mad because I forgot her here. So I have to stop her. At that, Issei approaches daddy and hugs her to calm her down a little, surprising her, but she likes it. Issei, don't worry, I'll help you, daddy. Daddy, husband. While Ki was watching, but he gets up and throws a blow with one of his roots against them, but Issei sees it and pushes Poppy to then grab the root, stopping it. But when Issei pushed Poppy, he crashed into something soft, but he didn't know what it was, and that he sees, just like Issei, he sees that it was a giant Su. Issei, is that you, Su? Why are you also a giant? At that, Su begins to gather energy in her mouth, and then fires a beam at Ki. Issei had dodged it, and Su catches it to bring it closer to her, and puts it on one of her tits while daddy was holding the other ones. Su, master, it's a guess, but I think she's giant because she absorbed contaminated nutrients. Issei, Su? Su, so extracting its nutrients might calm it down. Issei, surprising, the older you are the smarter you become, and about your idea maybe you are right, Su, but how do we extract the nutrients from it? In that, Ki throws a blow at Su, but she dodges it, and counterattacks with another, but Ki blocks it, so the two giants start to fight each other. Ki attacks Su with her roots, but she jumps back dodging it, and then gets up and catches both of Ki's fists, thus preventing her from attacking her again. But due to the movement, Poppy flies out of Su's chest as she couldn't hold on well and ends up landing on Ki in her breasts. Daddy, extract nutrients. At that moment, Daddy gets an idea and starts sucking Ki's breasts. When she feels how Daddy is sucking her breasts, she becomes weaker because of what she is feeling, while Daddy doesn't stop sucking. For his part, Issei is still attached to Su's breast and can't help but feel a little excited when he sees what Daddy is doing. Issei, despite the method, it seems to be working. At that, Ki managed to react, and with her roots she managed to catch Daddy and pull her away from her breasts. But she didn't give up and still tried to reach Ki's breasts, but she couldn't. Daddy, no! I can't reach it! Husband, I need you to extract them for me. Issei was surprised by what Daddy was asking him at that moment. Daddy, I can't move, hurry up! Su, master. At that, Su grabs Issei with one of her tentacles and takes him to Ki's breasts. Issei, Su? Daddy, please, husband. Save Ki. Su, master. Immobilize her. Now's your chance. Issei, seeing that he had no other options, slowly approaches one of Ki's breasts and carefully begins to lick it, and then begins to suck on them, Ki, feeling how Issei was sucking her breast, can't help but let out a moan at the sensation and blush. At that, Ki manages to react, and with the roots that she was forcing with Su, she wraps them around her arms to reach her breasts, and begin to extract the nutrients from her. After a few minutes, either Ki nor Su could hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Issei managed to react and grabbed Poppy and Ki to prevent them from hitting the ground. Su returned to her actual size, while Ki had shrunk to the size of a girl. After that, Issei called Smith to come help with this situation. By the afternoon, Smith had arrived and damage control had been done, while now we can see how she was talking to Issei, Ki, Su, and Daddy to find out exactly what happened. Smith, wow, this was a disaster. At least there were no injuries since the commotion was in the forest. At that, Smith approaches to look at Ki. Smith, so this is her? Issei, Smith-chan, it wasn't her fault. She was out of control because of the waste that had been illegally dumped in this place. Seeing how Issei was defending Ki, she blushed slightly since she didn't expect him to help her after she had attacked them. Smith, don't worry dear, he's not in trouble. After that, Smith crouches down to be at Ki's height. Smith, you can continue living in the forest. We'll remove the trash, so don't worry. Ki, yes. Smith, of course, if you want, we can take you home. What do you choose? Ki, if Daddy and Su came to play with me, I wouldn't mind continuing to live here. At that, Ki sees Issei and blushes slightly. Ki, why you can come back too? Then Smith starts talking to Issei while Ki starts talking to Su and Daddy. Ki, apparently they like that human, why? Daddy/Su, because he's cute. At that, Ki looks at Issei closely and blushes slightly again. Ki, wink with a frown, whispering, yes, it's cute. After that, Issei says goodbye to Ki with the girls and returns home. When he gets home, he sees that everything was normal, and in fact he could smell a nice aroma in the air. It seems that Thoru had already prepared food for everyone. They all went to the dining room to have dinner, but when Issei came in, Ravel approached him since he had to talk to him about his next concert. While they were having dinner, they talked about how their day went, and when the girls asked Issei how his day had been in the company of Su and Daddy for their walk in the forest, Issei just remained silent, since he knew that if he told them everything that had happened today he would be in trouble, so he only told them about meeting one of Daddy's friends and nothing else. After dinner, Thoru started to clean things up, but Issei wanted to help him. Thoru, Issei-sama, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Issei, I don't want to leave all the work for you, Thoru-chan. Thoru blushed at the affectionate suffix that Issei had dedicated to him. Thoru, it's no problem, Issei-sama. After all, this is the way to pay you for saving me from those demons. At that, Issei just lightly hit Thoru on the head and she pouted. Thoru, Issei-sama, why are you hitting me? Issei, Thoru-chan, you don't need to do all this. I didn't save you because I would get something by doing it. I did it because it was the right thing to do, and I wouldn't let those bastards hurt a pretty girl like you. Thoru, upon hearing that a person like Issei was calling her cute, began to let out a little steam from her head while she was completely red with embarrassment, although there was a smile on her face. Issei, one more thing, Thoru-chan, please leave the sama, makes me feel old. Thoru, it's alright, Issei-san. Issei, this is better. After that, Issei helped Thoru with the dishes and cooking while the other girls continued with their own things. After that, Issei told Thoru to rest and he went to talk to Ravel to see where his next concert would be. Issei, and Ravel-chan, what's going on? Ravel, well, Issei-kun with the agency wants you to do a tour of Japan. Issei, I see, but I don't think it's a big problem, Ravel-chan. Ravel, no, Issei-kun, that's not what worries me. Issei, what are you worried about, Ravel-chan? Ravel, what worries me is one of the places where one of his concerts will be. Issei, and what place is that? Ravel, well, the place is in Kwa. Issei, hearing that one of his presentations would be in his old home, did not change his state much. Issei, I see. Ravel, I tried to talk to the record label to change the location, but I couldn't. Apparently there is a lot of fanaticism of yours in Kwa. Issei, well, that was all, Ravel-chan. Ravel, Issei-kun, aren't you worried that they might? Issei, don't worry, Ravel, they decided to do that. I'm no one to interfere now since I also made my life, and if something happens we'll fix it, so don't worry. Ravel, but... At that, Issei approaches Ravel and hugs her while stroking her head to calm her down. Issei, calm down Ravel-chan. If something happens with them I'll take care of it. After all, one day the time will come to confront them, and it's better this way before things get worse. Ravel, hello Issei-sama. At that, Issei kisses Ravel, and after a few minutes they separate. Issei, and where is the rest of the tour? Ravel, well, the other places are. So Ravel continued telling Issei the other details of his tour. Meanwhile, in another place far from there we can see that Irina and Rossweiss were there, who recently returned from work, but when they arrived they were surprised by what had happened to Issei and the girls. When they found out they got angry with them for the stupidity they had done in their absence, but they didn't want to talk to them, so they went to Surzek to talk to him and find out something about Issei's whereabouts at that time. But Surzek told them that he was in another city but that he would come back soon, and that was when they found out about another surprise, and that was what Issei had done in his absence, and how he was now a famous singer on the rise. Surzek told them about the tour that Issei would do and that he would come to Kyoto. The girls were also surprised that none of the others knew that Issei was famous, and that they imagine how they wouldn't find out about something like that, and that they didn't notice that he hadn't been home for months. Surzek apologized to them for how his sister had acted and had offered them to stay here until Issei came, which they rejected, but they would not stay in the house with the others since they wanted to be with Issei, so they asked Surzek for his address and he gave it to them. So they would soon visit their Issei so as not to be separated from him again. Chapter 16. The Arrival of an Angel and a Valkyrie. We are at Issei's house and we can see that it was already night. All the girls were already sleeping in their respective rooms, but Issei was the only one still awake since he was still thinking about what Ravel had told him about the places where his tour would be. He knew that at some point he would have to return to Kyoto, but he didn't know it would be like this. He didn't know how to react if he met the girls again, or how they would react when they found out everything. Issei, thinking, well, they shouldn't get angry or anything. After all, they were the ones who walked away from me and changed me for others. Issei, well, it would be best not to think about it too much. Whatever has to happen, let it happen. Besides, it would be better if I went to sleep tomorrow as my date with Zombie-chan. After that, Issei went to his bed to sleep to rest for the next day since he didn't know what surprises awaited him. The next day we can see how Issei was lying in his bed and wakes up because the sun's rays begin to reach him directly in the face. After that, Issei goes to the bathroom and showers and then changes his clothes and goes down to have breakfast. When he arrives to the living room of his house, he can see that almost all the girls were in the place except for Ragnara. Issei, thinking, I think I should spend more time with Ragnara. I haven't shared much time with her since she arrived. After that, Issei sat at the table so he could have breakfast with the other girls and also Ragnara, who came down a while later. While Issei was having breakfast, he could not stop thinking that something would happen today, but he did not know what. After they finished breakfast, Issei helps Thoru with things, while the other girls went to do their own thing. After finishing helping Thoru with breakfast, she went to wash clothes while Issei went down to the basement to his study to continue working on his project, and made sure that the girls did not follow him since they should not find out for now. After a while, it was almost time for Issei to leave for his date, so he went to change his clothes. After that, Issei left in the direction of the city park where Zambina was supposed to be waiting for him for their date. When he arrived, he saw that Zambina was sitting and waiting next to the park fountain. When Issei saw her, he quickly went to where she was. When Issei arrived where she was, he stood still for a few seconds observing how beautiful the zombie looked at that moment, just as she stood watching Issei for a few moments. Issei, wow! You look beautiful, Zombie-chan. Zambina blushed more at Issei's praise and became even more nervous than she already was, since she didn't believe she would meet one of her musical idols, much less end up in a relationship with him, and now they were on a date. Zambina, thank you Issei-kun, why you also look incredible. Issei, thanks, well we're going Zambina-chan. At that, Issei offers her his arm and Zambina happily hugs him and clings to Issei. After that, Issei and Zambina went directly to the cinema since a zombie movie had recently been released and Zambina wanted to see it. When the movie ended, Zambina was very happy because she liked it. Zambina, zombie movies are the best. They're the perfect mix of pleasure and terror. Zombina, I don't mind modern zombies running, but they have too much energy. Issei, not as much as your zombie-chan. Zombina, hee, I'm not like that. At that, Zombina had raised her hand to shake it, but in doing so she realized that it was not there and that it had fallen. Issei, seeing that Zombina's hand was missing, immediately begins to look for where it could have fallen, and after a few seconds he finds it lying on the ground a little behind them. The people who were around were very scared to see a hand lying in the middle of the sidewalk, while Zombina was somewhat nervous since the last thing she wanted was for it to end up separating into parts on her date with Issei. Meanwhile, Issei went to pick up the discarded hand and then went with Zombina to a manga cafe to be able to sew her hand. Now we are inside the manga cafe, and in one of the personal spaces we can see how Zombina and Issei were, and he was sewing Zombina's hand without problems. Zombina, you're not doing badly at all. Cooking and music aren't your only virtues. Issei, I only have cotton thread, sorry. Zombina, doesn't it disgust you? Issei, why? Zombina, people don't get along very well with blood, those who can't stand it can't help but make faces. While Zombina was talking to Issei, she was checking her hand and how she responded. Zombina, it seems like blood doesn't affect you, huh? Issei, I've been through a lot in my life, a little blood isn't a problem either. Zombina, also? In that, Zombina sees how Issei approaches her, and in that, Issei kisses her. Zombina is surprised, but after a few seconds she reciprocates the kiss with Issei. After a few minutes, due to lack of air, they separate from the kiss with a red Zombina. Issei, also, Zombie-chan is one of the people I love. Upon learning that he loved her, she turned completely red, but then they heard something fall to the ground and the two, upon seeing what it was, had two reactions. On the one hand, Zombina was completely red with embarrassment, while Issei was a little blushing, because what had fallen was one of Zombina's breasts that had come unstitched. At that, Zombie quickly takes it and turns around since she was very embarrassed. Zombina, Issei. Issei, don't worry, I'll take care of it, Zombie-chan. At that, Zombina turns around and gives her breast to Issei while she takes off her shirt. Issei begins to sew Zombina's breast carefully. Issei, doesn't it hurt? Zombina, I'm a zombie, I don't know pain, but I still feel like this, please don't be too rough. Issei, hi. So Issei continued sewing Zombina's breast, but he needed to lift it, but when he did, he grabbed Zombina's nipple, which made her moan at the sensation. After that, Issei quickly finished sewing Zombina's breast, but he still had it held by the nipple. Zombina, why now you can let me go ISS. At that, Issei throws himself on Zombina and begins to kiss her. She is surprised but returns the kiss, so they continue kissing while they settled where Issei was on Zombina. He began to play with Zombina's breasts, and she let out moans that were silenced by Issei's lips. They were kissing for a while where Issei did not stop caressing Zombina's breasts, which she enjoyed, but after a while they separated. Issei. Sorry Zombie-chan, I lost control for a few seconds and I couldn't help it. Zombina, don't worry Issei-kun, I liked it. At that point, Zombina approaches Issei and gives him a soft kiss and then whispers in his ear. Zombina, but next time, let's go somewhere more private and finish it. Zombina was nervous while whispering to Issei. She was surprised when Issei suddenly kissed her and started caressing her breasts, but she loved the feeling of that, and wanted more, but they were in a public place where at any moment they could be interrupted by someone who worked there. After that, they both left and continued with their date. But now they were hugging each other. Issei hugged a happy zombie and they continued with their date. After leaving the manga cafe, they went to an ice cream parlor and ended their date with a walk through the park at sunset. Now we can see how they were watching the sunset reflect in the park's lake while Issei was hugging a zombie. Zombina, Issei-kun's date was incredible. Issei, yes, I loved hanging out with you, Zombie-chan. Zombina, call me Bina. Issei, huh? Zombina, I would like you to call me Bina-chan. At Zombina's request, Issei just smiles. Issei, of course Bina-chan. After that, Issei kisses Zombina and she reciprocates. While they were kissing, Issei surrounded Zombina's waist with his arms. while Zambina surrounded Issei's neck. After a few minutes of kissing, Issei separates from Zambina and they go to his house. Issei accompanies Zambina to her house and says goodbye to her with another kiss. After that, Issei goes to his house. When Issei arrives home, he opens the door, but when he does, Maya comes running to him with the other girls and they seem upset about something. Issei, hello girls, what's up? Centauria, my lord, how good that you arrive. Mero, Issei-kun. Maya, darling, who are they? Issei, huh? At that, Issei goes to the living room to see who Maya was talking about. Upon entering the living room, he gets a big surprise. We can see that Ravel, Rasweiss, and Irina were sitting there talking, while Thoru was serving the three of them tea. Maya and the others were behind him, watching what would happen now with Issei and those girls they didn't know. Rasweiss/Irina, Issei. At that, the two of them get up and jump to hug Issei. Issei, upon receiving them, falls to the ground while the girls kept hugging him, and then they both kiss him, surprising him. After the kiss, they both start to complain about why he hadn't told them anything. Issei, girls? Rasweiss, why did you leave? Irina, you didn't tell us anything. We were very worried when we came back and found out what they did, and we couldn't find you. Issei, I'm sorry, I just needed to get away. Irina, but why didn't you talk to us if you were sick? Don't you know how we felt when we found out you were gone and those stupid people didn't know anything? Rasweiss, they hadn't even noticed that you had left the house. Issei, did you tell him? Irina, no, they will have to realize on their own what they did. Issei, I see, I'm really sorry girls. In that, Issei hugs the two. After that, the three get up. Meanwhile, Maya and the others were watching all this with a face of shock on one hand, while the other was jealous and angry since they did not know who those girls were, and came out of nowhere, and hugged and kissed their darling. Issei, well, I think it would be best if we all introduced ourselves. Rasweiss, yes, Issei, who are they? Issei, well, you see. Then Maya arrives and separates the two from Issei. Maya, darling, who are they and why are they hugging and kissing you? Irina, because he is the man we love. So Maya and Irina start to look at each other angrily since they didn't know who the other was, but then Issei intervenes to calm things down. Issei, well, it would be best to introduce them and tell them everything that has happened so far. So Issei begins to tell Irina and Rasweiss everything that had happened since the Grammary moved away from him, how he regained his interest in music, how he had asked Surzek about changing places, how he met Maya and the others, and how they now also knew about the supernatural and had told them his story. Irina and Rasweiss were jealous that Maya and the others had already slept with Issei and already had the dragon mark on them, but they would not be left behind. Issei, and how did it go for you? Irina, well, when I got to heaven I started with what Michael had asked me and I began to instruct the new angels. There weren't many problems with that except for some admirers, but it doesn't matter since you are the only one for me, Issei. After a while other angels helped with the instruction of the new ones and they gave me permission to return to you. When I got home I didn't find you and I met Rasweiss. Issei, I see, I'm glad you didn't have any problems, Irina-chan. How did it go for you, Ros-chan? At the way Issei called Rasweiss, she blushed slightly but put it aside to tell him how it went for her. Rasweiss, well, things went well for me too. The new Valkyries seemed committed but they kept asking about you and if I knew you and what relationship we had. Issei, I see. Rasweiss, but the worst thing was that several Asgardians declared their love to me. Maya, and why is it bad? Issei, well, it's because Rasweiss, those bastards didn't care before the Triexa thing, but after knowing what I did, they all declared their love to me. I made it clear that I only love one man and that's Issei. At that Issei approaches Rasweiss and hugs her. This makes her calm down and settle on Issei's chest while a slight blush appears on her face. Issei, well, everyone already knows each other. It would be best if I started preparing dinner. Thoru, don't worry Issei-sama. I'll take care of preparing dinner for everyone. Issei, thanks Thoru-chan. After that, everyone goes to dinner. Meanwhile, in another part far from there we can see how in the Hayato residence the Grammary girls were gathered in the living room talking. until suddenly Asia turns on the television, and what they saw surprised them completely. Presenter, here is the incredible music sensation Hayato Issei with one of their latest hits. They were broadcasting at that moment a tabloid program where they were talking about the new sensation Hayato Issei. Host, and you can say it, James, this incredible song is one of his biggest hits so far. James, you're right, Jesse. Now you know, if you want to hear this incredible artist, hurry up and buy your tickets for his tour in Japan, they'll sell out soon. The Grammary girls were in complete shock. Since when was Issei a musician? Since when had he become famous? Because they didn't know anything about that, they would definitely have to talk to him about what was happening at that moment. Asia, Rias Wani-sama, you knew about this. Rias, no Asia. Akeno. Era it seems that Issei-kun doesn't owe a good explanation. After that the girls go up to Issei's room. But when they get there they see that the room was completely empty, and in fact there was a lot of dust in it, as if no one had occupied that room for a while. In addition to that they also noticed that Issei's things were nowhere to be found. The girls seeing this feared the worst, and were starting to cry. Asia, Rias Wani-sama, do you think Issei? Rias, it can't be. Kaneko, President, I can't feel Issei's presence, nothing at all. It seems like he left this place a long time ago. Rias, it can't be. He couldn't just leave. He loves us. Why wouldn't he tell us anything? Akeno, Rias, don't you think that maybe Surzek might know something? Rias, you're right, Akeno. My brother must know where Issei is. Rias creates a magic circle to be able to talk to Surzek. Surzek, what's wrong, Rias? Rias, Niese, do you know where Issei is? Surzek, what do you mean, Rias? Rias, we just entered Issei's room and we realized that his things are not there, and apparently he is now famous in the human world as a musician. Surzek, wow, Rias, I'm surprised it took you so long to realize Issei was gone. Rias, what do you mean? Surzek, Rias, Issei left that house months ago. He asked me for permission to leave that place after finding out that you traded him for other boys. Honestly, I'm disappointed in you, Rias. Issei meant so little to you that the first moment someone else notices you trade him for him. Did everything he did for you mean nothing? Every time he sacrificed himself for you and the others, really that wasn't relevant to you. Given the decision to simply trade him for someone else. At this point Rias was crying as she listened to how disappointed her brother was in her. Rias, Nisenyo. Surzek, I'm sorry, Rias, but I can't help you now. You made your decisions. Now you'll have to accept the consequences of having changed Issei for another. I hope you learn from this. After that, Surzek finishes the magic circle of communication with his sister. When he finishes talking to her, he just lets out a sigh. Surzek, I'm sorry, Rias, but the more I love you, the more it's time for you to take responsibility for your actions. You decided to do that, now you will have to assume the consequences of your actions. Meanwhile, with Rias, she was crying because her brother had scolded her and wouldn't help her. But what hurt her the most was that she lost Issei and she hadn't even realized when he left. While the other girls just watched as Rias had started to cry, and this didn't bring her anything good. Chapter 17, The Tour is Coming. We find ourselves in the former Hayato residence where we can see how all the Grammary girls were sad since they had recently found out that their beloved Issei had left that place a long time ago, and they hadn't noticed. They also began to investigate the fact that Issei was famous while also trying to find out everything he had done in that time. But still they didn't find anything that could lead them to Issei's current whereabouts. The only thing they knew about him is that he would come to Kwasun for a concert, and maybe that would be the only chance they have to talk to him and try to fix things. Now we are in Issei's room, which was clean, and in bed we can see how Rias was, while she listened to the songs that Issei had written until now. While she listened to those songs she was crying because she thought about how it would have been if Issei had written songs for them, and how she was so stupid not to notice that the person who had sacrificed so much for her, and had given everything expressing her love, was gone, and all because of her. But Rias was not the only one affected. The other girls were not in better condition than her. The others were also suffering in their own way the loss of their beloved Issei. In another part of the house, in the living room, we can see how Asia, Zenobia and Kaneko were. The three of them were watching television sad since they had tried to get tickets to go to Issei's concert, and thus somehow be able to get closer to him to be able to talk, but when they had called to be able to buy the tickets they were told that these had already been sold out all. When they told the others they had become more depressed since they believed that their chances of going to see Issei were over, and that on television the program they were watching goes to commercials. Zenobia was about to change the channel but Kaneko stops her. Zenobia, why won't you let me change? Are they commercials? Kaneko. Look. Then Zenobia watches the commercials as Kaneko tells her, and is surprised by what was being advertised. Presenter, you already know that the concert of the great star Hayato Issei will soon be, and we hope that everyone has already bought their tickets to be able to go see him live. But if not, and you still don't have them and can't find a way to get them, this is your chance. The girls were excited about what they were announcing. Presenter, the only thing you have to do to be able to get these tickets is to record a video singing one of the songs of this star and upload it to our social networks. The video that manages to get the most likes before this Saturday will be the winner. And the winners will take the tickets for the concert in addition to some VIP passes with the opportunity to be with the star, and the best of all is that you will have the opportunity to sing the song that you used in the video at the concert with Hayato Issei. The girls were happy to hear that because they would have the opportunity to go to Issei's concert and talk to him, so the girls quickly went up to where Rias and Akeno were to tell them the idea. When they arrived at Issei's room they saw that Akeno had just entered it, so they took advantage. When they entered they saw that Rias was lying in bed listening to Issei's music, and Akeno had entered with a tray with food for Rias, since she had become so depressed since she found out that Issei left that she didn't care about her own health. Akeno, Rias, I brought you something to eat. Rias, thanks Akeno, but I'm not hungry. Akeno, Rias, you have to eat. Rias, I don't want to. Akeno, Rias, I know you're sad but we can't give up. Rias, Akeno, we changed it like it was nothing, and we didn't realize when we lost it. Akeno. Rias, how much longer would we have been without knowing that Issei left if it weren't for that program? Akeno, I don't know. Akeno was about to leave, but Kaneko and the others quickly entered. Akeno, what's wrong, girls? Why are you in such a hurry? Zenobia, President, there is still a chance to go to the concert. Akeno, Zenobia, don't give false hope. We know there are no tickets left, and we can't just use magic to go like that. Zenobia, but there is still a chance. Rias, are you serious? Zenobia, yes. Rias, and what is it? So Zenobia told the two about the music contest, and what they would win as a prize. Rias and Akeno felt their hearts rejoice a little since they still had one last hope of being able to go talk to Issei, but then a problem arose. Akeno, but what are we going to do? None of us have any musical talent? Rias, it doesn't matter, we will be able to solve it. The important thing is that now we have an opportunity to talk to Issei and get things fixed. After that, the girls began to discuss how they would win the contest and the tickets. Meanwhile, in another part, far from there, we can see how a certain chestnut-haired guy was currently at the record label with Rall, since they were organizing things for their next concerts. We can see how Issei was sitting while Rall was sitting on his knees. Meanwhile, at the rest of the table, more people were discussing the tour and the contest that would take place. While they were organizing things, Rall, while sitting on Issei's legs, took the opportunity to rub her butt, making sure he felt it, and she felt like something was getting hard. Manager, well, Mr. Issei, apart from the tour we also have to tell you that some contests were organized in the places where the concerts would be held. Issei, I see, and what are the contests about? Manager, well, the contests are about fans having to record a video of themselves singing one of their songs, and the video with the most likes will be the winner, and as a prize they will get tickets to your concert, VIP passes, and the chance to sing with you the song they used in the contest. Issei, I see, it sounds fun to be able to spend more time with my fans. Managers, we are glad that you support the idea. Well, we only have to define minor details of the tour, so that would be all. Lemon skipped. When Issei finished having sex with Rall, he carried her in his arms while cleaning the place with magic so that there were no traces of what they did there. After that, Issei transported himself to his house and left the blonde in her room to go downstairs, where the other girls were. When they saw the brown-haired boy, they went to him to hug and kiss him. Issei happily reciprocated everything. After that, Thoru served the food. Rosswise, Issei-kun, where is Ravel? Issei gets a little nervous at the question about the blonde. Issei, she was tired so she stayed sleeping in her room. Rosswise, I see. Maya, and how did the tour go for you, darling? Issei, well. So Issei told the girls about everything they had discussed in the meeting regarding the tour while also telling them about the contest that the record company had made. The girls didn't like the idea very much since they knew that girls could win that contest, and they didn't know what they would do with their darling. Issei, don't worry girls, nothing will happen. Centauria, but my lord, we will not be able to be with you to protect you. Maya, also, we're going to miss you a lot when you're gone, darling. Issei, what do you mean girls? Centauria, I bet we won't be accompanying you on your tour. Daddy doesn't want to be away from her husband. Issei, I thought Ravel had told you. Irina, what Issei-kun? Issei, that you would come with me on the tour. At this the girls were surprised since Ravel had not mentioned anything about it to them. Issei, one of the conditions I asked for on the tour is that I won't go anywhere if the people I love don't go with me, and it seems that wasn't a problem for them, so you'll come with me the whole tour. The girls were quite happy since they would be accompanying their beloved Issei on his tour, and this way they could make sure that no hitch would try anything with their darling. But Thoru was a little sad since she would be left alone in the house, which is noticed by Issei. Issei, what's wrong, Thoru? Thoru, it's nothing, I'll make sure that the house remains the same as you left it in your absence. At that Issei lets out a slight laugh which is noticed by Thoru. Thoru, what is Issei-sama laughing at? Issei, Thoru-chan, you will also come with us. Thoru, huh? Issei, despite the short time you have become someone important to the girls, so it would be unfair to leave you alone in this house. At that Issei approaches Thoru and whispers in his ear. Issei, also, you have also become important to me, so I wouldn't like you to be far from me. After that Issei gently bites Thoru's ear, which causes her to blush completely and begin to release smoke from her head. After that Issei went to the basement where the recording set that he had in his house was and began to practice for the tour. While Issei was practicing, we can see how the other girls were doing their own thing. Maya had gone up to prepare things for the tour while at the same time she fantasizes about what could happen on it, how they were in a luxury hotel with Issei and spent the night together or things like that. Poppy and Sue went to play, although they were still excited to go on the tour since they could see new places. While Centauria also became happy, she went to train with the sword, but she could not get it out of her head that she would go on tour with Issei, and she began to imagine what it would be like to go on dates with him in different cities. Mero also went to her pool, and like that he also began to imagine the things that could happen on the tour. Issei had gone down to the basement, since he still had one thing to finish, since it was something important that he wanted to do on the tour, and for that he needed to have the song ready. So now he was preparing the song that he had for the girls and that he would release on the tour. So he takes his guitar and starts to play the song. After Issei finished singing the song, he put the guitar aside. Issei, I think I finally finished it, I hope you like it. After that, Issei went up to the living room since he still had things to do, like inviting the Mon Squad girls to the tour with him, and he also had to arrange what he would take since there wasn't much time left for the tour to begin. In addition, he still had to go buy some surprises for the girls since he would make the most of the tour. Meanwhile, in another part far from Issei's house, we can see how Kuroka was with Vala's group, who were already finishing off the last group of rebels who supported the Khaos Brigade, and they could now return. The happiest of all was Kuroka, since she could return to her beloved Issei to never be separated from him again, and thus both would begin to repopulate the Nikomata species, since Issei would have to give her many kittens to be satisfied. But she was not the only one who wanted to see Issei from the group again. Also in another part of Japan we can see how a certain Kitsune had just seen the commercial about Issei's tour, and she was already looking forward to him coming to her city so she could go see him and tell him what she was feeling for him. But she wasn't the only one who was in love with the brown-haired boy, since near where she was we can see how her mother also smiled knowing that the brown-haired boy would visit her city again. And in another place we can see how a certain little white-haired girl was looking for a friend but couldn't find her anywhere, so she decided to go where she frequented to see if she could find her since she missed her. Chapter 18. The tour begins. We are at Issei's house where we can see that everyone was getting ready since tomorrow Issei's tour throughout Japan would begin, and the girls were excited to be able to go out to see more parts of Japan in the company of their beloved Chestnut. Speaking of the Chestnut, we can see how he was going up to the attic of his house since he wanted to go see Ragnar, since he had not lived much with her since he arrived. When Issei went up, he could see that in Ragnar's room there were several things from a normal room like some furniture, but there was also a large amount of cobwebs. Issei searched the place but did not see any sign of Ragnar in the place. Then he feels something catch him, and after a few seconds he hears how the entrance to the attic closes and sees that Ragnar covers it with cobwebs, and then appears in front of Issei, who was hanging upside down. Ragnar, Anata, I'm glad you came to visit me. You know I've been feeling a bit lonely. Issei, I'm sorry Ragnar, I didn't want you to feel left out. Ragnar, don't worry Anata, I'm used to being alone. Issei, hearing that from Ragnar, felt a pain in his chest since he didn't like that one of the people important to him felt that way. Issei race? Ragnar, but don't worry Anata, if you really feel sorry you can make up for it. Issei, okay Ragnar-chan, ask me for whatever you want. Ragnar, are you sure Anata? Issei, yes. Ragnar, well, if that's the case I'd like you to stay with me tonight. At that Ragnar approaches Issei, and with one of her hands she takes Issei's face and slowly approaches him until finally she joins her lips with Issei's in a soft kiss which Issei reciprocates. After a few minutes of kissing they separate, and Issei breaks the web that had him trapped. Ragnar, that was... Lemon skipped. Issei, hey? That's not what I meant, really. At that Ragnar simply falls asleep on Issei's chest. The next day we can see how Issei and the girls were outside the record label with some suitcases. Today would begin Issei's tour through Japan. The tour would begin with a concert in Tokyo, then go to Yokohama, Sendai, Osaka, Hiroshima, Kobe, Kyoto, and finally Kyoto. Meanwhile we see how the girls were talking about the places they would visit. The record company had told them that they would be a maximum of 3 days in the places to prepare everything, and that where they were arrives a large bus adapted for the extra species. When the girls see it they are surprised by how big the bus was, but it did not compare to what it was like inside. The bus came equipped with everything necessary for the comfort of each of the extra species girls, from places to sit to special bathrooms so that the girls would not have problems. Issei, wow, something like that must have been expensive. Ravel, Issei-sama, don't worry, for the agency this was nothing compared to all the profits you generate. Issei, Ej or Vio. Issei, girls. At that the girls stop and turn to look at Issei to find out why he called them. Maya, what's up darling? Issei, well, before starting the tour I would like to set some rules. Centauria, it's fine my lord. Issei, well, first of all, don't go out alone to explore the city. Maya, but darling, you'll be busy with the concerts and I wanted to go out and tour the places. Ravel, don't worry my dear, one of the agreements was also that Issei-sama could spend time with us living together. At this the girls were happy because it meant that they could go out with Issei. Issei, second, Daddy and Sue can't be left without supervision, so one of you will always have to accompany them. Daddy, hey! It's not fair, Daddy is already grown up, Daddy doesn't need to be taken care of. At this, Issei approaches Daddy. Issei, I'm sorry Daddy, but it's for your own good and ours. Hearing that, Daddy gets a little depressed, but Issei notices and approaches her and whispers to her. Issei, don't be depressed, I promise we'll have a day just for us and we'll do everything you want, okay? Poppy, you have! Issei, well, continuing with the rules. Be careful with people, you don't know who you might be talking to, and if you have problems I want you to call me immediately. Girls, it's okay. Issei, well, and finally enjoyed the trip. After that Issei and the girls settled in the bus since a long trip awaited them to the first destination of the tour, which was Tokyo. They were traveling for hours until they finally arrived in Tokyo. The girls were surprised by the place. They had arrived at noon. For the girls, the surprises continued when they arrived at the hotel where they would stay. The record company did not skimp on expenses and reserved a penthouse, which also came equipped for all the needs of the extra species so the girls would not have problems while they were staying there. Maya, wow! This place is amazing. The girls entered to explore the room. Poppy and Sue, upon entering, walked around the entire room, immediately exploring the place until they reached a room, and in it they were surprised since it was a video game room. The two, upon seeing them, quickly began to play. Meanwhile, the others walked around the place to see the rooms that were there. They were in for a big surprise since the rooms were modified for each of them. The record company had contacted each of the hotels where issei would stay with the girls and made sure that they were prepared for everyone's comfort. They did not care much how much it cost, since with the tickets for the first concert of issei's tour they had already recovered almost all the money they spent on planning this tour. Maya, upon entering her room, saw that it had its own thermostat that allowed her to regulate the temperature of the place without affecting the rest, in addition to having a huge bed where she could lie down in addition to other things, and what Maya liked the most was that her room was one of the closest to where issei would sleep. The next was Centauria, which was surprised by the place since it was prepared for her needs, but not only that, but she also liked that the hotel had a gym on the floors below where she could train without problems since it had been adapted for extra species. Also, Mero was very happy since in her room everything was adapted for a mermaid. There was even a large pool for her, so she was happy. While the room that Ragnar had was also adapted to all the needs that she had, while the room that Ravel, Thoru, Irina and Roswise had was also equipped, but it was a normal room for humans. Only this one had all the comforts that they would need or want to enjoy their stay at the place. Meanwhile, issei had arrived at his room and had left his things to then go out to see how the girls were. When he arrived at the living room of the place, he met Irina and Roswise, who had already left their things in their room and were now talking to each other. Issei, hi girls, did you like your rooms? Irina, yes, they are amazing. I can't believe the record label allowed us to accompany you and also paid for a place like this for us. Issei, hee, I couldn't go on a trip if I didn't take the most important things with me. At that, the two blushed slightly and smiled since they were very happy to hear from issei that they were the most important thing to him. At that moment, Maya arrives and jumps on issei, causing him to fall to the ground, and the noise causes the others to come out to see what that was. Maya, darling, this place is amazing. It has everything. Centauria, it is surprising to see how places are so equipped to accept extra species without problems. Mero, it was to be expected that issei-sama would be given all this. After all, he is someone very important to his company. Daddy, husband, let's go out. Maya, darling, let's go out to tour Tokyo. Issei, At that, Maya feels something gently bite one of her nipples, which causes her to let out a moan and get up. This in turn frees issei from being crushed between Maya's breasts. Maya, darling! Not now, wait until we go to our room. Issei. Centauria, Maya, you must be more careful. Issei-kun will soon have to give his concert, and he won't be able to if you hurt him before. Maya, I'm sorry, darling, I just got excited. At that, Maya lowers her head but feels someone start to caress her gently. She looks up and sees that it was issei, who smiles at her and makes Maya blush slightly. Issei, don't worry, Mia, I'm fine, just be a little more careful. Maya say. Issei, well, I think we have time to go out today. Ravel, so issei-sama, the concert is in 4 days and you have to leave the day before for all the preparations. Issei, I see. So we have 2 days to get to know each other. After that we leave immediately? Ravel, we'll stay 2 more days, and then we'll head off to the next location for the next concert. Issei, so where do you want to go? Meanwhile, in another part far from where issei was, returning to Kyoto, we can see how the Grammary girls were gathered in the living room of issei's ex-residence, and because they were depressed. It turns out that the video they had recorded for the contest and published had not turned out well since they had not had many visits, and instead of likes it had almost pure dislikes since the girls did not sing well. Zenobia, what are we going to do? Are we a complete failure in music? Kaneko, I think it would be best to give up. Rias, no. We can't give up, we have to win to be able to talk to issei. Asia, Rias, wouldn't it be easier to just use magic to get in and that's it? Rias, it wouldn't work. Akeno, why? Rias, I talked to my brother, and he told me that there would be a lot of human and magical protection to make sure nothing bad happens at the concerts, so we can't just use magic to go to the place. Asia, Rias, we can't ask Surzak-sama for help to get in. Rias, I don't know if my brother helped us, he was quite disappointed with what we did. Zenobia, we don't have many options left, the only thing we could do is have someone help us win this contest, but we don't know anyone who can sing. So the girls continued talking about what they would do to go see Issei since they couldn't think of any ideas. Chapter 19. Getting to know Tokyo. We met at the exit of the hotel where Issei was staying with his girls. After they left their things in their rooms, they decided to go out and explore Tokyo to get to know it, since they didn't know when they would be able to return to that place again. The girls had a pamphlet about the most exciting places in Tokyo to see what they could visit. Issei, well, where do we go first? Maya, I want to go to Harajuku. They say they have some of the best restaurants in Tokyo as well as the best clothing stores. Centauria, I would like to visit the traditional temples of Tokyo. Daddy wants to go to the robot show that's happening this afternoon. Rossweiss, I would like to go see the Tokyo Tower. Mero, I would like to go to the Borderless Entry Art Museum. Irina/Ravel, we want to go to Disney Sea. At that, Issei notices that the only ones who had not suggested a place were Thoru and Ragnar. Issei, Thoru-chan, Ragni-chan, where do you want to go? Ragnar, I have no preference. Issei, which one do you think is better? Thoru, I'll go wherever Issei-sama goes. After that, Issei and the girls were about to leave on their trip to see Tokyo, but a black van stopped in front of them. Issei and the others were surprised by this, but they saw Smith and the Mon squad get out of the van. Issei, girls? Smith, hola, darling. At that point, Zambina also gets out of the truck and upon seeing Issei jumps into his arms. Issei catches her in the air and Zambina kisses him, and he kisses her backside with one of his hands, which makes Zambina moan while she kisses Issei. After a few minutes they separate. Zambina, Issei-kun, surprise, and it seems you're also happy to see me. Zambina says this while referring to the fact that Issei was still squeezing her, but Issei, realizing this, lets go but doesn't stop hugging her. Issei, why are you here, Smith-chan? Smith, it's part of the job, why? Didn't you want us to come? At that, Issei sees how Smith's eyes form some tears. Seeing this, Issei becomes alarmed and lets go of Zambina to go to where Smith was and hug her lovingly. Then, he lifts his face and gives her a soft kiss on the lips. Issei, of course not, I love that you came, I was just surprised. Smith, no problem, your record label hired us as an extra security measure to protect you and the girls. Issei, oh look. Smith, so we'll be accompanying you on tour. Issei, I'm glad to hear that. Smith, plus, this way I can take advantage of sleeping with you, darling. Issei, girls, don't think we'll leave you alone with him. Issei felt a little jealous because of how jealous they could be of each other, but he was also happy because it meant that he was important to them. After that, Issei, along with the girls and the Mon squad, began their outing to explore the place. They left for the place Maya had suggested, the Harajuku neighborhood. When they arrived at that part of the city, they were quite surprised. The place was incredible. It was full of the best clothing stores in the world, and incredible restaurants. They were also surprised by the number of people who were dressed up in the place. Many of the young people in the place gathered to do cosplay. They left visiting the clothing stores in the place. They were surprised by the most famous brands in the world in clothing such as Chanel, Dior or Bulgari, and several more stores had already adapted to the appearance of extra species and had launched lines of clothing for them. The girls made sure to visit all the stores they could. Every time they found something they liked, they tried it on and asked Issei like this and told them yes. The girls at the end of visiting the stores took several bags with clothes for them from the most expensive brands. What they did not like very much is that when they arrived at the stores, all the people recognized Issei and always asked him for autographs and did not let them be with him, but it was not a problem for Issei since after giving a few autographs he managed to escape to be with his girls. After they had seen all the clothing stores and bought several things, Issei and the girls decided to go eat at one of the restaurants in the place since it had gotten dark in the course of visiting all the stores, so they went to look for a place to eat and rest a bit. When they arrived at the place, the person who was at the entrance stopped them. "Manager, stop right there. Who are you?" "Maya-sama." "Manager, you are nobodies, so I would ask you to leave the place. This is one of the best restaurants in Tokyo. You can only enter with a reservation and it is for high social status and normal people, not for semi-humans like you, so please leave and come back when you are someone important and normal." The girls felt bad and were quite angry about the treatment they were receiving from her. They were about to respond, but the manager got ahead of them. "Manager, are you still here? Looks like I'll have to call security to get rid of you." "Security?" At that moment, two large men in suits approach. "Guard 1, what's going on?" "Manager, could you get these nobodies out of here?" "Guard 2, it's okay." At that moment the guards were about to chase the girls away, but Issei arrives along with the Mon squad who helped him get out of trouble with his fans who wouldn't stop following him. "Issei, what's up, girls?" "Maya, darling. That witch isn't insulting and she doesn't want to kick you out." "Dad, husband, that lady is being mean to us." So the girls tell Issei and Smith what the person in charge of the place told them and how she had treated them for being extra species. Meanwhile, both the person in charge and the guards recognized Issei and were shocked, especially when the girls called him darling or husband. And the other thing that also caused them to be in shock was seeing that the extra species protection officers were in the place. They knew they would be in big trouble, while the guards, as they did not want to lose their jobs, left without being noticed. "Issei Yavio." At that, Issei approaches where the manager was in the company of Smith. The manager was quite nervous at that moment, and was very afraid of what was about to happen. An angry superstar and a government agent were approaching her. So she goes to her side to see if the guards were there to help her, but sees that they had already run away from the place a while ago. "Manager, good morning, how can I help you?" "Issei, is what the girls said true?" "Manager, WLI. Smith, did you know that discrimination or violence against non-species is against the law? That includes verbal abuse." "Manager 2. Issei, I would like to speak with the manager of the place about the treatment of his employees towards people." "Manager, please no. And no need to call the manager. I don't want to lose my job. I'll give you a table without a reservation. I'll do whatever it takes, but please, I don't want to get arrested." She said this almost crying because of the fear she had at that moment of being arrested, and without the girls realizing it, Issei was letting out a bit of killer instinct, since no one should do something like that, especially if they were his girls. At the response from the manager, Smith smiles. "Smith, well, you could come to an arrangement so you don't have any problems." Minutes later, we can see how Issei, in the company of his girls and the Mon squad, were having dinner in one of the best restaurants in Tokyo, in the Sona VIP area. Smith, the manager, was very kind in giving us this incredible place and inviting us to eat. Issei, you're right, but I hope that teaches him some respect. Maya, it tastes amazing. This meat is delicious. Centauria, the salads are incredibly delicious. Daddy wants more. Tyanitia, the lobster is amazing. While the girls were enjoying the incredible food of the place and kept asking for more, while the manager was just crying knowing that she would be left without a salary after this for having to pay for their food, but at least she was saved from losing her job or worse from being arrested. After the girls finished dinner and didn't want anything else, Issei asked for the bill. He was surprised by how expensive the food had been. He saw the manager who was crying and felt a little sorry for her, but she was asking for it by insulting his girls like that. After they left the Issei restaurant and the girls went to continue their tour of Tokyo, they took advantage of the night scenery to continue touring and headed to the Tokyo Tower to get to know it. When they arrived, they were surprised by the tower. Upon entering, they found museums, shops, and more. In addition to going up a bit and being able to appreciate the view of the city completely illuminated, after a while and having toured the entire place of the Tokyo Tower, it was quite late, so they decided to return to their hotel to be able to rest and continue tomorrow with their tour of the city of Tokyo. since they still had 2 days left in Tokyo to get to know one before the concert and one after it before heading to their next location. When they arrived at the hotel, the girls were completely exhausted from walking so much so that they simply took a bath and said goodbye to Issei with a kiss and went to sleep. The girls of the Mon squad would also stay at that hotel but in another place. When Issei arrived at his room, he saw that it was not empty but that there was a white-haired girl in it. Rosweiss was in his bed waiting for him, while she was only wearing a bathrobe. Rosweiss, I was waiting for you, Issei-kun. Lemon skipped. Chapter 20, Concert in Tokyo. We find ourselves in a hotel room where we can see how a certain brunette was lying in his bed, but he was not alone anymore. On top of him, we see that there was an albino who was naked hugging the brunette with a smile on her face. If you look down, we can see the reason for her smile, since we see how the brunette's member was still inside the albino's vagina, which was full of the brunette's hymen. After a few minutes, the brunette begins to wake up and tries to move but feels the weight on him. When he opens his eyes, he sees the albino who is hugging him and can't help but smile. Issei, sad-faced, thinking, she looks very beautiful when she sleeps. At that, Issei sees the time on the clock that was next to the bed and sees that there was little time left for everyone to start waking up, and he knew that if they found him with the white-haired girl, the girls would start to complain that they wanted it too and that it wasn't fair. So without further ado, Issei decides that it is time to get up, so the first thing he would do would be to wake up the girl who was sleeping on him. At that, Issei approaches the albino's face and gives her a soft kiss on the lips. At the contact and the sensation of the kiss, the albino girl begins to wake up. After several minutes of kissing, they both separate at the same time that the albino rubbed her eyes to wake up. Issei, Buenos dias, Ross-chan. Rosweiss, goodbye, Kaya. Rosweiss just let out a moan because she woke up. She got up, but in doing so she caused the brunette's member that had gotten hard again to penetrate deep into her vagina and release a little hymen inside her. After that, Rosweiss got up from the brunette. He got out of bed and headed to the shower, but before entering the bathroom, the albino spoke to him. Rosweiss, Issei-kun. At that, Issei turns around. Issei, what's up, Ross-chan? So Issei sees how Rosweiss suddenly blushes, and he doesn't know the reason for this. Rosweiss, could you help me? I can't walk? This made Issei blush a little, since he knew it was his fault that the albino couldn't walk now. So without further ado, he went to where she was and carried her like a princess, but not before giving her another kiss. Then, with the albino in his arms, he went to the bathroom to clean off the night's sweat. After they were ready and Issei had helped the albino, until she took a phoenix tear, everyone was ready to go out again that day. When they left their hotel, they met the girls from the Mon squad who were waiting for them. Zombina and Smith went to greet Issei with a kiss, which he happily reciprocated while hugging them. But without them realizing, they were watched by their companions from the Mon squad who were jealous of seeing them so happy with someone, or so they thought was what caused them jealousy. After they were ready, they started a new day of getting to know Tokyo. They left heading to the Borderless Entry Art Museum. When they arrived at the museum, the girls believed it was going to be a visit to a normal museum. But they were surprised when they entered it. The museum, unlike normal museums, did not have a single exhibition in place. Instead, all the works of art in the place were digital. All the images and landscapes that were observed in the place were completely produced by computers. As they were getting to know the museum, it was changing. They started with autumn landscapes, but as they walked, these were changing just like the seasons of the year do. The girls, like Issei, were completely amazed by such works of art that they could observe in the place. They were there for 3 hours until they finally walked through it completely. After that, the girls decided that now they wanted to go have fun, so they headed towards Disney Sea. The girls and Issei left the museum to get on the van that was transporting them, so they left on their trip to Disney Sea. It was a long trip, but it wasn't that boring since they were all talking to each other. While they were talking, Issei could see how Thoru was looking out the window of the vehicle, but it seemed as if she had a sad face, so the brown-haired man decides to approach the dragon to find out what was happening to her. Issei, hello Thoru-chan, is everything okay? At that, Thoru, who was distracted because she was deep in her thoughts, reacts. Thoru, hey, if everything is okay, Issei-sama, you don't have to worry. Issei, upon hearing Thoru's answer, immediately noticed that Thoru was lying to her, so without thinking she did something that surprised Thoru. He sat next to her and hugged her from behind. This made her blush completely and made her nervous. Issei, Thoru-chan, you don't have to lie to me. If something happens to you, tell me and I'll help you in any way I can. Thoru, seriously Issei-sama, it's nothing, you have nothing to worry about. Issei knew she wasn't being honest, but it was best not to pressure her, so he decided to leave her alone on the subject. But the next thing caused Thoru to blush a lot. This was because Issei gave her a kiss on the cheek while he squeezed the hug a little more. Issei, it's okay Thoru-chan, I trust you, but if something happens please tell me, you are important to me and I would not like to see something bad happen to you. Thoru, haha Issei-sama. After that Issei let go of the hug and went to where the other girls were, who looked at that with jealousy since they also wanted Issei to hug and kiss them. Issei, when he went to them, he saw them and noticed that they were jealous. This only caused Issei to form a slight smile at the girls' attitude. So to please them he went to them and gave each of them a kiss, which made them happy and blush slightly. After that the trip continued normally towards Disney Sea. Meanwhile in the van where the girls of the Mon squad were traveling, we can see how they were talking while Smith and Zombina were planning how to be with Issei. While they were doing that we can see that in the other seats were Doppel, Monako and Tayanisha talking about their work, but inside they also felt some jealousy for the girls and how Issei dedicated so much attention to them. But they did not know if it was jealousy that they had someone like that they pray, because the person who treated them like that was Issei. So the day continued, where after they arrived at the place, Issei in the company of the girls went to all the attractions of the park. After several hours of playing, Issei with the girls were already tired and it was time to return to the hotel, since tomorrow Issei had to start preparing for the concert. He had to make sure that there were no problems so that the day of the concert would go as well as possible. When they arrived at the hotel after a long trip and a long day of fun, all the girls were tired, as was Issei. They all entered the hotel and went up to the rooms. The first to say goodbye were the girls of the Mon squad, who were one floor below where Issei was with the girls. When Issei said goodbye, he approached where Zombina and Smith were. He went to them and kissed each one of them while he hugged them. While they were kissing, Issei took the opportunity to run over the girls' bodies until he reached their butts and gave them a soft squeeze that caused them to moan and blush slightly. After that, Issei went up to his room with the others. When the girls entered, they went directly to take a bath and then went to sleep. Meanwhile, Issei went to his shower since he also wanted to cool off. While Issei was showering without him noticing, Maya enters his room, and when she hears the shower she decides to go keep him company. While Issei was bathing, he had gotten into the bathtub to rest, but suddenly he feels like something was starting to wrap him up, and without being able to react he is pulled, and when he reacts he sees that he was between some breasts. Issei was being suffocated by them, so in order to escape he bites one of the nipples and causes the girls to let go of him. So Issei sees that it was Maya who had him held. Maya, Kaya darling, you're very excited. Issei, I couldn't react any other way. After all, I have a hexylamia all to myself. Lemon skipped. The next day we can see how Maya was the first to wake up. When she did, she realized that she wasn't in the bathroom. Then she looked around and saw that she was in Issei's room. Then she tried to get up, but she felt like something was holding her. Then she saw that it was Issei who was hugging her and wouldn't let her go. This caused Maya to smile and her heart to feel good. She still remembered the first days where she would sneak into his room, sleep with him, and catch him with her tail. He would try to get out, but she wouldn't let him. But now the roles had been reversed, and he was the one who wouldn't let her go. Maya, well, it seems that we will be like this for a while. I will get comfortable. So Maya lies back down on Issei's chest, hugging him. So they spend another half hour sleeping, the two hugging. Meanwhile, outside the room we can see how a blonde girl was already ready and was waiting for Issei, since today they had to work to prepare everything for their concert that was at night. They had to prepare everything from what they would wear for the concert to receive the person who had won the contest in Tokyo. Ravel was still waiting for Issei to come out of his room. It was supposed to be ready more than 10 minutes ago. An already somewhat angry Ravel decides to enter his room to see what was taking him so long, but when she did, she got a surprise to see Maya sleeping with Issei. Ravel, Issei-sama. We're running late. At Ravel's scream, Issei and Maya wake up somewhat alarmed. Issei, what's going on? Ravel, Issei-sama, today is the concert, you have to be ready. Issei, I'm sorry Ravel-chan, I was just comfortable and fell asleep. Ravel, yes, I see it. Ravel was angry, but not because he was late but because she wasn't the one who was sleeping with Issei at that moment. Maya got up and stretched, but when she did, the sheet that covered them fell and Ravel saw that they were both naked. Maya, good morning, darling. Then Maya kisses Issei on those lips and he kisses her back. Issei, come on Mia, it's time to get up. Maya, tell me. At that Maya gets up and goes where her clothes were, and then leaves quickly when she sees an angry Ravel at the door. Meanwhile Issei got up to go to the bathroom, while Ravel, who had looked at how Maya had left, quickly turned to Issei, but when she saw him she couldn't help but blush completely. In front of her was Issei standing completely naked, but what Ravel looked at the most was Issei's hawk. While she was still looking at it, she felt like her underwear was getting wet. This is noticed by Issei, so he decides to take advantage of it to tease her. Issei, Ravel-chan, it seems that you really are a pervert. At Issei's question, Ravel reacts and closes the door quickly. Issei just lets out a light laugh and then goes to the bathroom to shower and change. When he was ready, he went to the kitchen where all the girls were having breakfast. When they saw Issei arrive, they all went to greet him with a kiss, except for Thoru. Issei, good morning girls, how are you today? Maya, excited for your concert, darling. Daddy, yes. Daddy wants to hear his husband sing again. Irina, Issei-kun, will you be busy all day? Issei, it looks like. This depressed the girls a little, which was noticed by Issei. Issei, but don't worry, I'll do everything possible to still be with you. That made the girls a little happy. Rosweiss, well, we can still enjoy the hotel until the concert. Plus I found out that there is a spa in the hotel and they accept extra species. What Rosweiss said made the girls happy, because even if they couldn't be with Issei or go out, they still had a lot of things to do at the hotel. When everyone finished breakfast, Issei and Ravel went to meet the girls from the Mon squad. Zambina and Smith would accompany Issei and Ravel, while Tainishia, Monako, and Doppel would stay at the hotel with Issei's girls until the time of the concert, where they would come to pick them up to go. So Issei, along with Ravel, Zambina, and Smith, headed towards the concert venue. When they arrived, the employees of the production company were already working, leaving everything ready for the concert that night. Meanwhile, Issei was taken to try on clothes as well as other things for the concert. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Maya and the others stayed relaxing in the hotel spa. It was already night, and there was little time left for Issei's concert to begin. Now we met up with Mia and the others who had just arrived at the place where Issei's concert would be. When they arrived, they noticed how there were already a lot of people outside the place waiting to get in. Then the girls followed the Mon squad until they reached a door that was being protected by 2 large security guards, and they weren't letting anyone in. Before entering, Monako gave the girls special passes like the ones she had been given the last time for Issei's previous concert. Then they went to the guards, and when they saw the passes they let them in. The people around were watching and complaining about why they couldn't get in now, since not even the normal VIPs had been allowed in yet, but the guards just ignored people's complaints. When they arrived inside the place, the girls met a worker who was waiting for them. Worker, good afternoon, you are Mr. Hayato's companions, this way please. So the girls follow the worker, and she guides them to a special room for them. Just like the last time, the place was incredible. It had everything they needed to be able to enjoy the concert better. Meanwhile, with the chestnut tree, he was already finished the preparations for the concert. Ravel, well, Issei-sama, we're done and it seems the girls have arrived. Issei, finally, I want to see them now. So Issei, along with Ravel, Zambina, and Smith, head to where the others were. When Issei arrived, they went to him and each one gave him a kiss, except for the Mon and Thoru squad. So Issei stayed with them resting for a moment, but after a while, Ravel spoke to him. Ravel, Issei-sama, the winner of the contest has arrived. Issei, I see you later girls. So Issei said goodbye to them for now with a kiss and went to meet the winner of the contest. The girl was waiting for Issei in a special room. For winning the contest, she would have a few minutes to meet the artist and talk to him. After that, she and Issei would start the concert singing together, so that later she would take the VIP Sona to be able to continue listening to the concert. Issei arrived at the place and opened the door and saw how the winner was sitting there somewhat nervous while looking at her cell phone. Issei, hola. At Issei's greeting, the girl reacted and looked at him, but when she did, she became more nervous. She still didn't believe she was the winner to be able to meet and sing with Issei. Girl, hello, my name is Eri Miyamoto. Issei, nice to meet you, Eri-chan. I suppose you already know who I am? Eri blushed completely at the affectionate nickname on her behalf from Issei, and after greeting her, Issei had smiled at her, which made her blush even more because of how cute she found Issei. Issei, and tell me, Eri-chan, what would you like to do in the meantime? Eri well, I'd like to get to know you better. Issei, well, if that's what you want, Eri-chan, you can ask whatever you want. So Issei and Eri spent 20 minutes talking. Eri asked Issei everything and he answered with a smile on his face. Issei also asked Eri some things. In that moment, Eri took out her cell phone. Issei-san, see, could I take a picture with you? At the girl's request, Issei laughed lightly. Issei, of course, Eri-chan. At that, Eri approaches Issei and prepares to take the photo, but something happens that leaves Eri completely stunned. Eri had gotten behind her and was hugging her waist while resting his head on the girl's shoulder. This caused Eri to turn completely red. Issei, what's wrong, Eri-chan? Why don't you take the picture? Eri, a yes to the shot. At that, Eri takes the photo with her cell phone. After Eri takes the photo, Issei takes out his cell phone and takes another photo still hugging Eri, and then he uploads it to his social networks. In addition to tagging Eri and started following her on social networks. The girl was very happy about this. But then Rall enters the place. Rall, Issei-sama, it's time for the concert. Issei, are you ready, Eri-chan? Eri, hi. So Issei and Eri go towards the stage where they would now sing. When they arrived at the place, they prepared themselves since the concert would begin in a few minutes, but in that moment Issei feels how Eri stops in place and does not want to move forward. Issei, what's up, Eri-chan? Eri, I can't. Issei, hey? What do you mean, Eri-chan? Eri, I can't do it, what if I screw it up? Issei, don't worry, Eri-chan, I know you'll do well. Eri, Papiro. Issei, trust me, Eri, when I heard you sing it was incredible, you don't have to doubt now. Eri, hi. Issei, shall we go? At that, Issei extends his hand to Eri and she takes it. After that, both arrive at the stage. The people received Issei with loud shouts of emotion and applause. Thus began the concert where Issei together with Eri sang Stars. After they finished singing, the entire audience was screaming with excitement. They loved how the girl sang in Issei's company. The girl was very happy and a little nervous but cheerful. After she finished singing, she was so excited she couldn't contain herself and jumped to hug Issei. He reciprocated. While all the girls in the audience were very jealous of Eri and how lucky she was. When Eri finished, she was taken to the VIP room so that Issei could continue the concert. The songs she sang were the following. After that, Issei finished the concert saying goodbye to everyone and thanking them for the support they had given him so far. After that, Issei went to say goodbye to Eri and then went back to the hotel with his girls. Chapter 21, Flight with the Dragon. After Issei's concert ended and he said goodbye to Eri, he went to his room, as did the girls, since it had been a long day and they wanted to rest. When Issei arrived at his room, he was surprised to find Rosweiss and Irina in their sleep clothes. Issei, what's up, girls? Rosweiss, he bueno. Irina, we wanted to sleep with you like before, but we understand if you don't want to. At this, Issei forms a slight smile and looks lovingly at the two. Issei, I would never refuse to be with the people I love. After that, Issei approached both of them and gave them a kiss on the lips which made them blush slightly. After that, Issei took off his pants and shirt, leaving him only in his underwear. All this under the watchful eye of both girls, who couldn't take their eyes off Issei. When Issei noticed that, he smiled internally. Issei, I was supposed to be the pervert. At Issei's comment, both of them reacted and looked away with a blush on their faces. Rosweiss, why, you're still the pervert? In that moment, Issei was already next to the two of them and kissed them both, while with one hand he squeezed Irina's breasts, who moaned at the sensation, and with the other he squeezed Rosweiss' ass, who also let out a moan. Issei, how could it not be if I'm next to such beauties? Only an idiot would waste it. Rosweiss / Irina, I idiot. Issei for me? After saying that, Issei lay down and the two girls followed him, settling into his arms. Rosweiss/Irina, we love you. After that, the three fell deeply asleep. The next day, Issei was the first to wake up, and when he did, he could see how the brunette and the albino were sleeping while they hugged him and used his arms as pillows. Issei, I love them too much. Rosweiss, I am not at this moment, please calm down. Irina, but that's not even. At the murmurs of the girls, Issei only let out a slight laugh and then kissed them both, waking them up. Issei, good morning. Rosweiss, good morning Issei-kun. Irina, good morning. Issei, let's go, today is our last day in Tokyo. Irina/Rosweiss, it's okay. Both were still a little sleepy, but nothing Issei couldn't solve with a few kisses to wake them up. After that, Issei left his room with the two of them and met up with the others who were already ready to leave. When the girls saw Issei, they went to him and greeted him with a kiss. Issei, well, today is our last day in Tokyo before continuing with the tour. Where do you want to go? After that, Issei, along with the girls and the Mon squad, began their last day of sightseeing in Tokyo. In the morning they went to some temples that were nearby so the girls could get to know them. After that, they visited downtown Tokyo again to visit different stores. While they were visiting the stores, the girls were a little upset because no woman let Issei go unnoticed, and if they weren't going to talk to him or ask for things, they would stare at him from afar. But Issei didn't pay attention to them. After all, he already had a group of women that he loved with all his heart. After spending a few hours shopping, they returned to the hotel to prepare things to continue with Issei's tour and to continue getting to know the other places they would visit. When they arrived back at the hotel, all the girls went to their rooms to prepare their things, while Issei stayed in the living room since he already had things ready. While he was in the living room, he started to watch television where when turning it on he found a program that was broadcasting his old concerts. After a while they had everything ready and went to dinner with the girls. He had also invited the Mon squadron to eat together. They decided to go out to dinner to a restaurant that was not too far from the hotel. When they arrived at the place, the people who worked there recognized Issei immediately and gave him one of their best tables. After dinner they returned to the hotel. The girls went directly to their rooms since tomorrow they would get up early, while Issei stayed talking with Smith on the balcony of his room. Issei, I'm glad you're with us. Smith, yes, and this job also works as a vacation. At that, Issei laughed softly, then stood behind Smith and hugged her. This surprised her a little and she blushed, but she avoided looking back so that Issei wouldn't see it. Smith, what's up, darling? Issei, does something have to happen for me to hug you? Lemon skipped. The next day we can see how Issei and Smith were sleeping together. Issei still had Smith hugged on his chest, which was waking up at that moment. When she woke up she realized that she was sleeping with someone. When she saw Issei who was hugging her she felt her heart warm up and she felt very happy. But then she tries to move her legs to get up, but she realizes that she can't move them. Apparently last night Issei was very hard on her, although she had to admit that she loved everything she did with Issei. At that Issei begins to open his eyes since he was beginning to wake up because he felt a movement on him. Issei, buenos dias Smith-chan. Smith, buenos dias darling. Then Issei kisses Smith, and she kisses him back. Issei, let's go, it will be too late for us to continue the tour. Smith, 5 more minutes like this. Issei, you know we can't, we have a schedule to keep, but I promise we'll repeat it. Smith, okay. Meanwhile, with the other girls, they were ready to continue the trip to their next destination, but then they noticed that Issei was not with them yet, so they decided to go look for him. When they got to his room, they went in but saw that there was no one there. In fact, the bed was made and it seemed like no one had slept there the night before. They started to search the whole place, but there was no trace of Issei, so they decided to go ask the girls from the Mon squad in case they had seen him. Meanwhile, with the girls from the Mon squad, these were ready. They were just waiting for Smith to go see Issei and the others. The girls thought that she had fallen asleep again, so they sent Manako to wake her up while they felt a knock on the door. Tayanisha went to open the door. Tayanisha, hello girls. Maya, hello Tayanisha-san, by any chance you haven't seen darling here? Issei, no, we haven't seen boyfriend-kun around here. At that point, Zombie approaches the door to see what was happening. Zambina, what's going on, Uncle-chan? Issei, the girls are looking for Monako, sorry. They all heard how Monako had screamed and they were worried, so they went to see what had happened, but when they got to where Monako was they saw that she was completely red and breathing heavily outside Smith's room. Zambina, what happened, Monako? Maya, why did you scream? Monako, whispering, big. Girls, eh? In that they saw how Monako couldn't take it anymore and fainted. The girls were worried since they didn't know what Monako had seen. They decided to open the door to see what happened, but when they did they all turned completely red and were in shock. What had happened and what had made Monako faint while whispering big was that she liked the girls. When entering the room they saw how issei was in it, and he was not alone, but he was with Smith in his arms being carried like a princess. That would not have been much if it weren't for the fact that they were both completely naked and issei had his erect member at that moment. Besides that, they also noticed how Smith was dripping a white liquid from between his legs. After a few seconds the girls reacted and closed the door. Meanwhile the brown-haired and the black-haired had also blushed because of what happened, so they quickly went to the shower to get out later. After a few minutes the two were ready. They had showered and changed clothes. When they left Smith's room, issei and Smith met all the girls and they were all completely red from what had happened, but when they heard them leave and saw them their attitude changed. The vast majority of the girls looked at Smith with an angry and envious look, while Monako, Issei, Dapple, and Thoru looked at them with the blush still on their faces. Issei, hi girls. Maya, darling, it's not fair. Centauria, Issei-kun could have warned us that he was going out last night, we were worried. Irina, it's not fair, I'm her childhood friend, I wanted to. After a few seconds Irina heard what she said and blushed. This caused issei to laugh slightly, and then go to his girls and kiss each one. He gave them all a kiss full of love which managed to calm them down. Meanwhile the Mon squadron still looked at their boss with a slight blush on their face for having found her like this with issei, except for Zambina, who looked at her with jealousy since she also wanted to be the same way with issei. After a few minutes they decided that it would be best to go have breakfast and continue with the trip. When the time to leave came, the girls and issei got on the bus while the girls of the Mon squad had to travel in a van apart from them as protection. Before the trip left, issei gave Zambina and Smith a kiss to say goodbye since he wouldn't be able to be with them for a while. After that he got on the bus with the others. When he got on and sat down, immediately Daddy jumped on issei's legs. Issei, what's up, Papi-chan? Daddy wants to travel with his husband, can't Daddy? At that moment, issei, seeing Daddy's look, couldn't take it anymore and hugged her. Issei, of course you can, Papi-chan. This made Daddy happy and he settled in issei's arms, while this was observed by Maya since she felt jealous since she was going to do the same, but Daddy had gotten ahead of her so she had no choice but to go with the others and travel with them. After several hours of traveling the girls were somewhat bored of being locked up all the time. This trip was longer than the first, and they wanted to stretch out a bit, since despite the fact that the bus had several amenities for all of them, the free movement space was not much. So after a while of traveling they saw a place where they could rest. It was an open field next to the road. There was nothing nearby, so they would not bother them, and if they could stop. When they stopped and got off, the girls stretched and began to walk around the place. The girls enjoyed being able to move freely. While the girls were having fun walking around the place, issei was looking at them, and that he sees how Daddy and Sue were pulling Thoru, and this surprised him. Daddy, come on. Please, Thoru-san, show me. Thoru, calm down, Dad. Daddy, come on. Come on. In that, issei approaches both of them. Issei, what's up, Papi-chan? Daddy wanted to see Thoru as a dragon. Issei, are you sure, Thoru-chan? Thoru, yes, it's no problem. Issei, well, if you want. Daddy, hey. At that the girls approached since they also wanted to see what Thoru looked like in his dragon form. Thoru had transformed into a huge green dragon with horns and black wings. They were all surprised by Thoru's dragon form, and she felt a little embarrassed seeing that everyone was watching her. Daddy, incredible. Maya, it's amazing. Thoru, it's not that bad. At that, Daddy approaches issei excitedly. Issei, what's up, Papi-chan? Dad, husband is also a dragon, right? Issei, yes, why daddy? Daddy, so husband can also transform like Thoru. The others, upon hearing Papi, were drawn to their attention since they also wanted to see what Issei looked like in his dragon form since they had never seen him transform before. At that, Issei saw how the others also wanted Issei to transform, so he had no choice but to please them. The girls were surprised to see Issei in his dragon form. He was bigger than Thoru and surprising, and what impressed them most was the powerful roar that Issei let out after transforming. Issei, sad-faced dragon, RRR. Don't criticize, don't make roars. The girls, after hearing the roar, had stars in their eyes because of how impressive it was. Maya, darling! Issei, what's up, Maya-chan? Maya, darling, see, can you take us for a ride? Issei, of course, Maya-chan. So Issei bent down and helped the girls to get on his back, and with the help of Rachna and her web he helped the girls to hold on and not fall. After all of Issei's girls and the Mon squadron were ready, he began to take flight slowly so as not to cause an accident by mistake. While he began to fly, Thoru, who was still transformed into a dragon, only saw Issei in his dragon form and felt his heart beat strongly. Issei, let's go, Thoru-chan. Thoru, yes, we go. So Thoru also began to fly with Issei. The girls were impressed by the first experience of flying in that way. After a walk that lasted a few hours, Issei and Thoru landed, and the girls got off Issei so that later Issei and Thoru de-transformed and returned to their human appearance. After that, they started the trip again towards the next destination of Issei's tour. Chapter 22, Yokohama. After Issei and the girls finished their trip on Issei's back in his dragon form, they returned to the place where the bus had stopped to rest and continued their trip to Issei's next concert venue, which was Yokohama. It was a few hours from Tokyo. Issei had started the trip from Tokyo to Yokohama in the morning to arrive early to the city of Yokohama since it was not very far from Tokyo, so the trip would not be much of a problem. When they arrived at the hotel where they would stay, they went to their rooms to drop off their things. When everyone was ready, they decided to go out and tour the city since it was still too early to have lunch. They started the tour of Yokohama in Chinatown, which was in the center of the city, and since it was not very far from their hotel, it was the perfect destination to begin their journey through the city of Yokohama. When they arrived in Chinatown, they were surprised by everything they could find in that place. The stores in the place were very varied and you could find everything. Plus, the place was full of people. The people around him didn't take long to recognize Issei and surround him to ask for an autograph. At first, a few people had recognized Issei, so it was no problem for him to give him autographs and take pictures with his fans, but after a few minutes, too many people started to arrive at the place. Apparently, the news that Issei was in Chinatown spread without problem among the young people, mainly because of the female audience that Issei had. Since when the girls recognized Issei, they ran to him to take pictures. More than once, the girls of the Mon squadron had to take care of some fans who got out of control. Flashback. We met in Chinatown in Yokohama. Issei was walking with her girls. Maya was holding Issei's right arm while Irina was holding her left arm. While they were walking around the place, the people around recognized the brunette. At that moment, a group of 4 high school girls approached the brunette to ask for an autograph. Issei, seeing that there were only a few girls, it wasn't much of a problem for him. It would be something quick. After all, it would be some autographs and some photos with the girls. Girl 1, why you're Issei? Girl 2, see, could you give us your autograph? Girl 3, please. Issei looked at them for a few seconds and then smiled at them. Issei, sure, it's no problem. While Issei was signing autographs for the girls, he didn't notice how one of them took a small pair of scissors out of her backpack. Girl 4, could you take a picture with us? Issei, good. In that, Issei stands in the middle of the group of 4 girls, with 2 on the right and 2 on her left, and Issei had asked Monako if she could take the picture. While they were about to take the picture, the girl who had taken out the scissors before without Issei noticing was carefully bringing them closer to Issei's brown hair to be able to cut a lock of her hair, and thus be able to have a part of it forever according to her. Her plan would have worked if it weren't for Maya, who was jealous that the girls were so close to Issei and was behind them waiting for Issei to finish. She saw how they were about to cut Issei's hair and quickly goes to her and grabs her hand. In doing so, this catches everyone's attention, and when they see where Maya was, they see how she was holding the hand of one of the girls who had scissors. The girl, seeing herself discovered, gets nervous, and in a quick attempt she lets go of Maya and jumps on Issei to try to cut the brown-haired boy's hair, but before she could reach issei-senyu, he catches her and lifts her up with one hand. Girl 3, come on, it'll just be a little meko. Come on, Issei-san, don't be mean. At that moment the rest of the Mon squadron arrives. Doppel, I think it would be better if you left now. Girl 3, I'm not leaving without a lock of Issei. Issei, why do you want a lock of my hair? Girl 3, because I love you. And if I can't have you, at least I'll have a part of you. Come on, it'll be a little one. At that moment the girl tries to free herself from Tainishia's grip, but she can't. Meanwhile, the other girls who were accompanying her watched everything with great shame because of the behavior their friend was having in front of her idol. They wanted at that moment to be swallowed up by the earth. So before she continued making more fools of herself, the girls decided to act and take their friend who was being held by Tainisha. Girls, we're sorry. Girl 2, we're really sorry. Girl 4, she talked about getting a lock of her hair, but we didn't take her seriously. Girl 1, please don't let it get any worse. After that, the girls took their friend and quickly left before she made them even more embarrassed in front of Issei, since they had had enough of the ridicule he had already made them go through at that moment. After that, Issei and the girls continued their walk through Yokohama's Chinatown. End flashback. After that, Issei's stay in Yokohama was normal. He went out with the girls to walk around and get to know the place until the day of the concert arrived. But on the second night in Yokohama, Issei decided to go to the hotel pool since it was still early, so he would take advantage of cooling off in the pool. When Issei arrived at the place where the pool was, there were no people, so he took advantage of the fact that he would have the pool to himself, or so he thought. Issei, after leaving his things on a seat, gets ready and jumps into the pool. After a few minutes of swimming, he stops for a few moments because he thought he had seen something moving underwater. After a few minutes he saw something that was swimming underwater again, so he became alert, but suddenly he feels someone hugging him from behind, and at the same time some breasts are placed on his back. Issei turns around to see who it was, but when he does so the person kisses him on the lips. While the person was kissing, Issei recognizes the taste of the lips and confirms that it was Mero who was kissing him at that moment, while hugging him. So Issei, seeing that it was Mero, reciprocates the kiss while hugging her. As it was not in a deep part for Issei, it was not a problem to lean on the floor of the pool and concentrate on the kiss with Mero. After a few minutes they separate due to lack of air. Issei, what are you doing here, Mero-chan? I thought you were in your room resting? Mero, I was, but the pool in my room isn't as big as this one, so I took advantage of the fact that it was late and the pool was empty to come and swim for a while. Issei, I see, but Mero-chan, you should have told me you were coming. Mero, I forgot. Is Issei-sama angry? At that moment, Mero looks away because she thought Issei was angry with her for leaving without telling him, but at that moment, Issei gently takes Mero's face with one of his hands and turns it towards him to look at her. Issei, I could never get angry with one of you, Mero-chan. Lemon skipped. After that, the time that Issei spent in the city of Yokohama stood out a lot for us. He went out with the girls for the time he had left, and on the day of the concert he dedicated himself to preparing everything. In the morning he had breakfast with his girls, and then in the afternoon he went to the place where he would perform the concert in the city of Yokohama. While the girls waited to be able to go with Issei, they dedicated themselves to interrogating Mero about what had happened in the pool and how the two had woken up sleeping together. With Issei he had gone with Ravel, Zombina and Smith, the two for protection, accompanied him. Already at night, when everything was ready, Issei left with the girls to go see the others and be able to spend time with them, but Ravel informs him that he could not since they had fallen behind with the preparations and the winners of the Yokohama contest were already waiting for him. When Issei arrived at the place where the winners were, Issei simply entered without more, and when that he found that the winners were 4 girls, a brunette, 2 purple-haired and a silver-haired. The girls, when they saw Issei enter the room, were excited since they still did not believe that they would really be in front of Issei. Issei, hello, I suppose you already know me, but I'll introduce myself anyway. I'm Hayato Issei, a pleasure. The girls blushed completely when they saw that Issei was smiling at her, The first to react was one of the purple-haired girls. Girl 1, hello, my name is Kyu Fujibayashi. Issei, nice to meet you Kyu-chan, and the others? Kyu blushed slightly at the affectionate way Issei called her, but then she gave the others a slight push, and they reacted. Girl 2, hi my name is Raya Fujibayashi. Girl 3, and my no name is Tomoyo Sakagami. The only one missing to introduce herself was the brown-haired girl who still hadn't reacted. Issei was surprised by this, so she approached the girl who wasn't reacting and began to move her hand in front of her, but nothing happened. But then the brown-haired girl reacts only to faint upon seeing Issei so close to her. Issei quickly catches her in his arms to prevent her from crashing to the ground, and after that he took her to the sofa in the place while the other worried girls went to see her. Ryu, are you okay? Issei, he just fainted, that's all. Kyu, per Nagisa, she was the most excited to come. Issei, what do you mean? Kyu, well, Nagisa is your biggest fan. It was her idea to enter the contest, and she was the one who chose the song and prepared everything. Issei, I see, is it normal for her to faint? Raya, since we met Nagisa, she has always been a very shy girl with people she doesn't know, and that has limited her in the things she wants to do. She always strives for what she wants, and even if it costs her, she doesn't give up. Issei, I see, it's a shame he fainted. At that point Nagisa begins to wake up, and everyone sees her. Issei, how are you feeling? Nagisa, as seriously you're Issei. Issei, of course Nagisa-chan, I am Hayato Issei. Nagisa almost fainted again but managed to stay awake. After that Issei sits next to Nagisa while Raya sits on the other side, while Tomoyo sits in front next to Kyu. The two were jealous of Nagisa and Raya's luck to sit next to Issei. After that Issei was talking to the girls for a while until it was time for the concert. In addition to taking pictures with all the girls, after that Ravel arrived to the place to tell them that it was time to go to the concert. Everyone followed Ravel, and when they were about to leave the girls were very excited except for Nagisa, who was very scared, and Issei notices this, so he goes to her. Issei, how are you? Nagisa, I don't think I can do it. Issei, why do you say that? Nagisa, there are so many people, I can't. Issei, Nagisa-chan, are you going to give up now? Nagisa, huh? Issei, the girls told me about your shyness. Nagisa, too, I don't know if I can. I've always been shy. It's hard for me to make friends and talk to people. I don't know if I can do it. At that Issei sees how she was shaking from nerves. Then Issei decides to act, and does something that surprises her, and that is that Issei hugs her. Nagisa is surprised, but for some reason she begins to calm down. Issei, Nagisa-chan, don't worry, don't be afraid, I'll support you. After all, that's what friends do, right? Nagisa, friends? Issei, don't you want to be my friend Nagisa-chan? Nagisa doesn't hesitate for a second and reciprocates Issei's hug. Nagisa, yes, I want to be your friend, Issei-san. Issei, then don't be afraid because I will support you from now on, okay Nagisa-chan? Nagisa, hi. After that, Issei separated from Nagisa's hug and was about to go to the others. But Nagisa stops him and he turns around and Nagisa hugs him again. Issei just smiles at this and hugs her. Issei, shall we go? Nagisa, yes. After that they went to where the others were to go out and sing at the concert with Issei. This was the song that Issei sang with the girls at the concert. After that the concert continued normally, where the winning girls of the contest were taken to the VIP while Issei continued with the concert. After Issei's concert ended, he went to where the contest winners were waiting for him to say goodbye. When Issei arrived they were happy. Issei, you girls were amazing. Raya, thank you. Kyu, it was so much fun. Tomoyo, yes, but I was nervous in front of so many people. Kyu, you weren't the only one. Tomoyo, you're right. At that, both of them look at Nagisa, who was talking to Issei without her noticing. It turns out that the two of them were spying on Issei while he was talking to Nagisa before the concert. Meanwhile, with a pair of chestnuts, we can see how Nagisa was outside with his cell phone writing something down. Issei, this is a secret Nagisa-chan. I hope you don't tell anyone else. Nagisa, I promise Issei-san, I won't give your number to anyone else. Issei, Talk to me whenever you want, Nagisa-chan, and if you need help you can call me. After that, Issei said goodbye to the girls and went to where his girls were waiting for him to share with him, since during the day they only saw him at breakfast. Chapter 23, Sendai. After the concert in Yokohama ended and Issei said goodbye to the winners, he decided to go with his girls since he hadn't been able to spend much time with them all day. When he got to where they were, they all went to hug him and congratulate him for his incredible concert. The first to arrive to Issei was Maya. Maya, darling! It was amazing! Issei happily received Maya's hug and gave her a kiss. Issei, thank you, Mia-chan. Centauria, surprising as always, my lord. Issei, thanks, Serial-chan. After that, Issei approaches Centauria and kisses her. Centauria happily reciprocates Issei's kiss. After that, the other girls also arrived to congratulate Issei for his concert, and he greeted them all with a kiss except for those he wasn't in a relationship with. After that, they all went to the hotel together to rest since tomorrow would be their last day in Yokohama, and then they would have to leave for their next destination, which was Sendai. When they arrived at the hotel, the girls went up to their rooms while Issei accompanied the girls from the Mon squad to theirs. When they arrived at these, Monako Tayanisha and Doppel said goodbye to Issei and entered, while Smith and Zambina stayed with the brown-haired man at the entrance for a few more moments. Smith, your concert was incredible, Issei. Issei, thanks, Smith-chan. In that, Issei kisses Smith and she reciprocates by placing her arms around the brunette's neck while he surrounds the black-haired girl's waist at the same time that he brings her closer to him to deepen the kiss. This was observed by a jealous zombie, but she contained herself because she knew she was next. After several minutes, Issei and Smith separate from their kiss, so that after that Smith enters, leaving Issei and the zombie alone. Zambina, well? In that, Issei takes Zambina and pulls her towards him and gives her a deep kiss on the lips. Zambina is surprised by this, but after a few seconds she happily reciprocates Issei's action. While they were both kissing, Issei with one of his hands surrounds Zambina's waist to bring her closer to him, while the other carefully slid it under Zambina's pants and underwear to squeeze her, but when Zambina felt Issei squeeze her ass, she couldn't help but let out a moan. But Issei didn't stop with that. He continued kneading the redheads but causing her to not stop moaning because of that. After several minutes they separate, but Issei didn't take her hand off Zambina's butt. Issei, I'm sorry Zombie-chan, but I can't stand it anymore, I want you now. Zambina, Issei, I want it too. Lemon skipped. The next day we can see how Issei was sleeping in his room with a happy zombie in his arms hugging his chest. Meanwhile, with the rest of the girls, we can see how they were waking up to start their last morning in Yokohama, since in the afternoon they would leave for Sendai, which was the next destination of Issei's tour. Meanwhile, in another part of Issei's apartment, we can see how Thoru was preparing breakfast for everyone. When everything was ready, he called all the girls and Issei to eat. Thoru saw how little by little they all arrived, but there was no sign of Issei. Thoru, Maya-san, do you know if Issei-san woke up? Maya, darling? I think he's still sleeping? Thoru, I see. I think I'll wake him up. Thoru was about to wake Issei up, but Maya stops her. Maya, no! Thoru, is something wrong, Maya-san? Maya, hey, don't worry, I'll wake him up. Maya, thinking, and so I could have my good morning kiss, and who knows, maybe something else? Jej. Thoru stared at Maya for a few seconds as he noticed how she suddenly started to laugh as if she had planned something. After that, Maya quickly went to Issei's room while the other girls went to have breakfast. Meanwhile, with Maya, she had already arrived at the brown-haired boy's room and was slowly opening the door to prevent him from waking up. When it was open enough, Maya entered and began to move towards Issei's bed slowly so as not to make noise. When she got to where Issei was, she was about to wake him up with a kiss, but then she noticed a lock of red hair on Issei's chest, and that it came out from under the sheets that covered him. Maya, sad-faced, thinking, what the hell? Maya angrily lifts the blanket that was covering Issei and in doing so sees how Zambina was hugging him, and that she notices that both were naked, and also saw how Issei's hymen was dripping from Zambina's vagina, and that Maya was about to speak, but Issei begins to wake up. And in doing so he feels an extra weight on his body, and sees Zambina and remembers what happened last night, but in that he looks to the side and sees Maya, but since he was still somewhat asleep he did not notice that she is angry because of jealousy. Issei, Hello, Mia-chan. Maya was going to answer him, but she was silenced by a kiss from Issei. But while he was kissing her, she let out a moan because Issei was squeezing her breasts. When she felt it, Maya's anger went away due to jealousy. Issei, how did you sleep, Maya-chan? Maya, well, darling, and it seems you had a good night too. Maya answered while looking at Zambina, who was still sleeping, while hugging Issei. Issei looks where Maya was looking and immediately understands what was happening, and with a slight smile looks at Maya. Issei, you know that I love them all equally, Maya-chan. Besides, Zambina was the only one with whom I hadn't done it, and I didn't want her to feel bad. Issei replied while with one hand he was caressing the zombie's head, which smiled because she liked the sensation. Maya, I know, but it's not fair. I want to do it with you too, darling Kaya. While Maya was trying to complain, Issei put his hands under Maya's clothes and began to play with Maya's breasts, and squeezed her nipples, which caused her to moan. After that, Zambina woke up because of the moan Maya let out. Zambina, what's going on? Why all the fuss? Issei, good morning, Bina-chan. Zambina, good morning, Issei-kun. After greeting Zambina, Issei kisses her, and she happily reciprocates. Issei, come on, Zombie. I think it's time to get up. Also, I think the girls from the Mon squad will worry if they don't know where you are. Zambina, okay, but there's no problem. Smith must know I'm with you. After that, Issei and Zambina entered the shower while Maya went to the dining room where the others were to let them know that Issei was coming. Issei and Zambina did it again in the shower, but quickly, since she did not want to take too long to go with the others. When they were ready, they went to where the others were. The girls, when they saw Issei arrive, they went to him to greet him with a kiss, and he reciprocated. After that, the girls were a little surprised to see Zambina with Issei, but they already imagined what happened and they felt a little jealous. After that, they all sat down to breakfast while they talked. After breakfast, the girls and Issei went to their rooms to prepare their things, while Zambina returned to her room where the other girls from the Mon squadron should be waiting for her since she had not slept in her room. The day was calm for everyone. There weren't many problems getting everything ready to continue their trip in the afternoon towards the next place where their next concert would be held, which is Sendai. After several hours of traveling, they arrived at their destination, a 5-star hotel located in the center of Sendai, not far from where Issei would have to give his next concert. When Issei arrived at the hotel, he thought it would be like all the others, but he didn't expect that outside the hotel he would find a large group of his fans all at the entrance waiting for his arrival to the place. Issei, seeing this, gets a little nervous, but his nerves increase when he sees how the teenagers, euphoric to see their star arrive, approach the bus where he was. Issei, I think this will be a big problem. Maya, darling, what will we do? Centuria, don't worry, Issei-kun, I'll protect you. At that, Thoru approaches where Issei was with the two. Thoru, Issei-sama, Smith-san just reported about the hotel's underground, so it won't be a problem to enter it since they, along with the hotel's security staff, take care of the fans. Issei, I see, that's a relief. Maya, yes, after all, darling is only ours. I would never let one of those crazy women lay her hands on him. At that, Issei only felt a drop of sweat appear on his head because of how possessive she could become of me. At that moment, the bus began to move towards the subway, but some fans did not give up and began to run behind the bus to try to catch it. However, when the bus entered the subway, the security personnel who worked at the hotel, along with the girls from the Mon squad, who had gone ahead, after a few minutes had already parked the bus, and Issei, along with the girls, were getting off it. When they did, they met the hotel manager. Manager, we are truly sorry for the inconvenience when you arrived. We don't know how the information about you staying here and your travel schedule was leaked. Issei, don't worry, there's no problem. Manager, thank you. I hope you have a pleasant stay at the hotel during your stay in Sendai. After that, Issei and the girls headed to their rooms. As usual on the tour in this hotel, their room was also one of the best suites in the hotel and was at the highest part of it. When they arrived at the suite, the girls ran out to see which of them would have the opportunity to sleep with Issei that night, since after all the beds were not so big that they could all sleep with him like in their bed at home. After the things were already in their rooms, Issei and the girls decided to go eat at the restaurant part of the hotel. In the end, the winner who would sleep with Issei that night would be Ragnara. They had decided this by luck. While they were heading to eat, Issei met the girls from the Mon squad and a happy zombie jumped into Issei's arms, who greeted her with a hug and a kiss, just like he did with Smith. It had been hard work keeping all those fans at bay so they wouldn't try anything against Issei, and after a couple of hours, the fans were slowly giving up, until finally, there were enough hotel staff to take care of them. Now at the hotel restaurant we can see how Issei and the girls were in a reserved area of the hotel. While they were eating, Issei was approached by a group of girls who asked him for autographs from time to time. The brown-haired boy did not mind this, so with a smile he agreed to fulfill their requests in addition to a few photos. Meanwhile, the girls had no problems with Issei hanging out with her fans, but Maya and Zombina were angry with the distance the girls were from Issei, since in several photos he asked her to hug him and even one of them almost stole a kiss from the brown-haired boy, but thanks to Maya he did not succeed since she separated them just in time. After that the girls left the place happy. After dinner Issei and his girls returned to their rooms and said goodbye to the girls of the Mon squadron on the way. But when they arrived and Issei was about to open the door, he felt the presence of someone inside his rooms, and what made him feel the most concern is that the person inside the place was not human. The girls were surprised that the brown-haired boy didn't come in. Centauria Issei, is something wrong? Issei was still silent as he was thinking about what to do at that moment. He could feel that the power of the person who was inside the place was not very strong. Issei, girls behind me. The girls were surprised by what Issei was asking of them. Mero, is something wrong, Issei-sama? Issei, yes, I feel like there's someone inside and it's no one I know, and he's not human. Girls, huh? Maya, what do we do, darling? Issei, Thoru-chan, take care of protecting the girls, I'll take care of the person. Thoru, it's okay, Issei-sama. After that Issei slowly opened the door and entered, followed by the girls and finally Thoru, who was protecting the group from behind. They were moving forward when they heard a sound coming from Thoru's room. Issei headed towards her, and when he got to the door, he transformed his arms into dragon claws and opened the door. But when he did, he was surprised by what he found inside Thoru's room. Right in the middle, he could see a white-haired girl who turned around and looked at Issei. Chapter 24, Concert in Sendai and the Family Grows. We find ourselves in Thoru's room where Issei has just opened the door to confront the intruder who had entered his room. When Issei had opened the door, he was surprised by what he found inside Thoru's room. In the middle of the room we can see how there was a little white-haired girl who, when she felt that the door had opened, she stood still watching the people who had entered. In that, Issei was about to speak to the girl, but Thoru had gone ahead since she had recognized who the presence belonged to. Thoru, Kanna-san? Heal, Thoru-sama. After that, Kanna goes to Thoru. Issei, Thoru-chan, do you know her? Thoru, I am. After that, Issei and the girls went to the living room to be more comfortable and for Thoru to explain who the girl was and why she had entered the room that way. Now we can see how Issei was sitting in the middle of the large sofa in the living room, since this allowed Mia to sit next to Issei as well as Irina, while the others were sitting in the others, while Thoru was in front of Issei next to the white-haired girl. Thoru, she is Kanna Kamiri, she is an acquaintance. Issei Yavio. Kanna, Thoru-sama disappeared, so I came to look for her. Issei, Thoru, you should have told your friends. Thoru, I'm sorry. Thoru, but I'm surprised you found me here. Kanna, I followed Thoru-sama's presence. Kanna, Thoru-sama, why are you dressed like that? Go back home, I need you, Thoru-sama. Thoru thinks a little what to answer Kanna, and while he was thinking he sees Issei and notices how he smiled at him. This made him blush slightly, but also made him decide. Thoru, I won't come back. At Thoru's response, Kanna is surprised and worries about why he doesn't want to return. Kanna, why not? Thoru, because. At that point, everyone is waiting for Thoru's answer, while she is breathing and gathering enough courage, and when she was ready she answered. Thoru, I'm in love with Issei-san. At Thoru's response, everyone was surprised. The girls were a little angry since they had another girl to share their Issei with, while the brown-haired boy was surprised by Thoru's response. But he had to admit that during the time he had shared with the blonde, he had also begun to feel something for her. Kanna, I knew it. You're a pervert. One woman isn't enough for you, and now you're going after Thoru-sama. Issei? Kana, I could feel your mark on them. Thoru-sama is the only one who doesn't have it. Issei? I think you. At that, everyone sees how Kana had lowered her head. Kana, in that case, I'll kill you if necessary. All, huh? Kana, die. At that point, everyone sees how Kana suddenly launches herself at Issei to attack him. The girls were ready to intervene if necessary, just as Issei was on guard for anything. But everyone was surprised when Kana arrived where Issei was and saw that the only thing she could do was lightly hit the brown-haired boy. Kana, why? After that, everyone started to sweat, especially after seeing how after a few seconds of Kana attacking the brown-haired boy, she got tired and started to breathe to catch her breath, and when it was better, she could return to the attack with soft blows. Kana, why? While everyone continued watching how she continued attacking the chestnut, and every certain amount of seconds she stopped to recover energy. Thoru, Kana, you got really weak, didn't you? Kana, you are the rare Thoru-sama. I spent a lot of energy trying to follow your presence. Issei, Kana-chan. At that, Kana looks at Issei, who spoke to her. Issei, does that mean you can't go home? Seeing herself discovered, Kana simply looks away. Kana, it's not that. Issei, no? But you don't have anywhere to stay, right? At that, Kana feels a blow to her pride at seeing herself completely exposed, while the brunette crouches down to the height of the white-haired girl. Issei, come on, look me in the eyes and answer me. Kana continued looking away as she didn't want to look him in the face and admit that he was right. Thoru, Kana, tell us what you're really planning. If you're going after Issei-san, give up. At that, Issei puts his arm in front of Thoru to keep him quiet. Issei, Thoru-chan détente. At that point, everyone sees how Kana's eyes begin to shed tears. Kana, actually. So Kana tells everyone the real reason why she was there. It turns out that she had gotten into trouble with the other dragons because of a joke she had played on them. The others didn't like this at all and got angry with her, exiling her until she learned to behave. Issei, were you exiled for a joke? Thoru, Kana loves jokes. It seems that now she won't be able to return until she reflects. It would be useless to send her back. Issei, now she's alone. To Thor, you? Issei stays for a few seconds watching Kana, who still had tears in her eyes. Doing so, Issei feels sure of what he would do now. Issei, Kana-chan. Kana, Issei, would you like to stay with us? Girls, huh? At that, the girls were surprised by what he was proposing to the white-haired intruder, so Maya and Centauria approached Issei. Centauria, is my lord sure of this? Maya, Syria is right, darling. Are you sure she will stay? Issei, yes, I can't leave her alone now knowing that she has nowhere to go back to. Kana, I don't trust humans. You're planning something. You're planning to use me. Given the attitude that Kana Issei was taking, he approaches her and places his hand on the white-haired girl's head and carefully caresses her. Issei, don't you trust anyone in an unknown world? It's normal. No one trusts someone unknown. Trust is for friends and precious people. Issei, Kana, I'm not asking you to be my friend. Let's live together, that's all. I promise that none of us will hurt you. Kana, good. Issei continued gently caressing the girl's head while she cried, while the girls watched this and all felt happy with how Issei acted, and they fell in love with the brown-haired girl even more after this, after that, and when things were calm. The first to approach Kana were Poppy and Sue, who took the albino to get to know the place and play with her before sleeping, while the others went to rest since it was late, not without first saying goodbye to the brown-haired girl with a kiss. When they all left, only Issei and Thoru remained in the living room. Thoru, may Issei-sama rest. Thoru was about to head to her room, but Issei stopped her. Issei, Thoru, can we talk? To Thor, you? Issei, are you sure you want to be with me? You know I have them. Thoru, I don't care. I know I won't have Issei-sama's heart completely, but you have my heart completely, and I don't care if you don't accept my feelings. Before Thoru could continue speaking, Issei draws her towards him and silences her with a tender kiss on the lips. Thoru is surprised, but after a few seconds he reciprocates the brown-haired boy's kiss. Several minutes later, they both separate, while a thread of saliva unites them. They were both looking into each other's eyes, and Issei carefully placed his hand on Thoru's cheek. Issei, even though the others are here, I promise that I will always love you, Thoru. Thoru, Issei-sama. So they both kiss again for several more minutes. After that they both separate. After several minutes of kissing, Thoru went to see Kana and then went to sleep in his room. Meanwhile, with Issei, he went to his room to rest, but when he enters his room, some cobwebs wrap around his arms and legs and he ends up hanging upside down. In that, Issei looks forward and sees Ragnar, who is waiting for him. Issei, Ragnar-chan, do you think you could take me down? Ragnar, Anada, it seems that we are never enough girls for you. Look how now the maid has also joined your harem. Issei, don't say that, you know I love them all and I would never leave anyone aside. Ragnar, you're right, Anada, but you'll have to compensate us for this. Lemon skipped. Thoru, is this good, Issei-kun? Issei, what's up, Thoru-chan? Thoru, I know how we can get out of here. Maya, how? Thoru, well, I can use my perception block. Girls, perception block? Thoru, well, it's a spell that allows me to cover the presence of a person completely. This allows me to not be noticed despite passing in front of them. Centauria, would it be like becoming invisible? Thoru, correct. Issei, well then what are we waiting for, could you, Thoru-chan? Thoru, haha. Before Thoru used the spell, Issei went to look for the girls from the Mon squad to come with them. When he got to them, Smith and Zombina greeted him with a hug and a long kiss from both of them. The others saw that with some jealousy, and then simply greeted the brown-haired girl. After that, Issei told them about leaving the hotel and how they would do it so that they would come with him and the others. They were surprised by Thoru's magic capacity, and accepted so they wouldn't be locked up in the hotel all day. When Issei returned with the others in the company of the Mon squad girls, the others gathered so that Thoru could use the perception blocking magic. When it was ready, they were not very sure that it had worked since they could see each other, but when they went down to the entrance of the hotel, they saw that despite passing in front of the people, they did not see them. They took advantage and left the hotel and moved far enough away so that Issei's fans would not realize that they had left the hotel. In this way, Issei and the girls were able to go out and see the city of Sendai and its attractions without the group of fans stopping them at the entrance. Once they were in the city, it was easier to escape from them. Thanks to this technique, Issei and the girls were able to get to know several parts of Sendai, such as walking along Jozenji-dori Avenue, which was quite popular because it perfectly symbolized the meaning of Sendai, which was known as the City of Trees. This is because the city of Sendai is very abundant in nature. Taking advantage of the tour, Issei and the girls stopped to rest for a few moments in one of the local cafes. That was until a rumor spread that Issei was there, and they had to escape from the place, but they had managed to enjoy their stay there. After that, they continued through Sendai exploring the various temples and ancient monuments that were around the city to then finish the day in Kokubuncho. This was the main district for adults, since there were many restaurants and bars in addition to various things for entertainment, but what the girls did not like was that in the place there were also entertainment places for men, where several of the women who work in those places made insinuations to Issei. But the brown-haired man rejected them all, since for him he was already with the most beautiful women in the world, in addition to the fact that he could do the same with them without charging them, and also feeling a mutual love between them that made it much better than the simple hex that those women would offer him. That was the first day of rest in Sendai for the brown-haired man with his girls. The next day they used the same strategy to be able to leave the hotel without being discovered, but this time they took advantage of going to Ichibanko, which was a huge commercial area, and there were many stores, from large ones with an incredible variety of products to smaller stalls where you could find more artisanal things. The girls were fascinated by this. They spent the whole morning and some of the afternoon in the place buying and seeing things, in addition to trying different foods and attractions that could be found around the place. Already in the afternoon they went to take a tour of the city to continue getting to know it, since tomorrow was Issei's concert, and they knew that they would not be able to be with the chestnut tree for almost the whole day, so they took advantage of it to be with him all day. The next day, the girls stayed at the hotel to rest and take advantage of the benefits that the hotel offered to its guests, while Issei, as usual, went to prepare things for his concert at night in the company of Ravel, Smith, and Zombina as the brown-haired boy's bodyguard. Although mainly the two went to take advantage and spend some time kissing and doing things with the brown-haired boy in his free time, already in the afternoon, as usual, Issei went to receive his girls before meeting the winners of the contest in Sendai. After spending half an hour with his girls, Issei was now heading towards the place where the winner of the contest was waiting for him. When he arrived, he found her looking out the window while she waited for the brunette to arrive. The girl, upon hearing the door open, turned around to see who the person who entered the room was. When she saw that it was the brown-haired boy, she just smiled at him, and Issei smiled back. Issei, hi, sorry if it took a while. Girl, it's no problem. Issei, what's your name? Girl, my name is Kurumi Tokisaki. Issei, I like Kurumi-chan. In front of the chan next to her name, Kurumi blushes slightly, so Issei and Kurumi begin to talk to each other to get to know each other better. After half an hour where Issei and Kurumi did not stop talking, the time came when they would have to go out to sing to start the concert. Issei list? Kurumi, how? So Issei and Kurumi went on stage. The moment Issei came out, all the fans started to scream with excitement. This was the song that Issei sang with Kurumi. When they finished, the audience burst into applause at the incredible way they sang. Kurumi was very excited because it went well, so much so that when they finished, and she heard how excited the people got, she hugged Issei, and he reciprocated. After that, Kurumi went to the place where the other VIPs were, while Issei continued the concert. After Issei finished singing, the concert ended. He went to where the girls were while dodging the fans on the way to where the girls were. When he got to where they were, they all greeted him with a kiss. Kanna was surprised by how Issei sang, since she had never heard his music before and had to admit that she loved the way he sings. Chapter 25, Road to Osaka. After Issei met up with the girls after his concert, they greeted him with hugs and kisses as was customary after each concert for the brown-haired boy. This made the brown-haired boy very happy, since during the day he couldn't spend much time with them because he has to prepare everything for the concert. After Issei and the girls finished giving each other affection, they headed towards the hotel to rest after a long day for the brown-haired boy. When they arrived at their rooms at the hotel, they said goodbye to Issei and then went to sleep. The girls went to their respective rooms except for Thoru, who went with Kanna since they shared a room for the comfort of the younger albino. Meanwhile, our brown-haired boy went to his room only to find that Centauria was waiting for him in it, and was wearing a transparent black sleep suit which allowed the brown-haired boy to see the centaur's breasts. Lemon skipped. After an hour in the bathroom, Issei and Centauria were ready and went to the kitchen so one could prepare breakfast while Centauria set the table as the other girls arrived so they could have breakfast together. During all that time, Centauria had not lost the smile on her face. A smile that was recognized by the girls as the same one they had after having sex with Issei and fainting from pleasure, so the girls looked at Centauria with anger and jealousy while they blushed slightly at being discovered so easily. The only one who did not understand what was happening was Kanna, but she did not give it much importance. Issei, good morning. Maya, good morning darling. Ragnara, good morning Anata. Mero, good morning Issei-sama. Dad, good morning husband, is food ready? Issei, yes Papi-chan, sit down to eat. Thoru, let me help you Issei-san. Issei, good. After that, Issei served breakfast to all the girls with the help of Thoru Maintress, who, while serving them, greeted them with a kiss on the lips to each one. When he arrived at Kanna's place, he simply greeted her and stroked her head affectionately. The little white-haired girl liked this. After breakfast, Issei and the others prepared their things to continue the trip to their next destination, Osaka. This was the penultimate destination before returning to their hometown, Kwa. Issei was somewhat worried about what might happen when they returned to Kwa, but he wouldn't let that get in the way of what was happening now. They made their decision, just like him, and it's time to continue with them. Issei went out with the girls to buy some clothes for Kanna since she didn't have any and couldn't use the same one all the time, and they took the opportunity to buy some more clothes for themselves. When leaving the hotel, they all used Thoru's perception block to be able to leave without the fans bothering them, since despite the fact that the concert was last night, Issei's fans did not give up trying to get something of him as a souvenir. Already in the center of Sendai, Issei and the girls visited several stores and ate in the center. They were a little more relaxed since they would travel at night after dinner, so they had all day to be able to walk around without problems. While they could enjoy walking, Kana always went near Thoru or holding his hand. But from time to time Kana also approached Issei, and he shook his hand without letting go of Thoru. The people who saw him around thought they were a young family, while the other girls were jealous of this since they also wanted to be that way with Issei and imagined themselves with a little daughter of theirs. After several hours they already had enough clothes for Kana and some more for the girls, so they returned to the hotel to store their things and begin the trip to Osaka. This trip would last around 10 hours. So it was better to travel at night to be able to get to the hotel the next morning. In addition, Issei and the girls could sleep without problems on the bus to rest and not be uncomfortable because of the long trip, since they would not be able to make many stops along the way to stretch and rest. When they got on the bus and began the trip, Kana was a little surprised by the big bus they used to travel. Once inside, as usual, Poppy and Sue started playing video games to pass the time, but this time they started playing in the company of Kana, who had really liked the video games. While the brown-haired boy was talking to the girls, while Rossweiss was by his side being hugged by him, which made him very happy, while the others were jealous. The girls asked Issei mainly things about what his city was like and what his family was like, since they would soon be in his hometown, and they would meet Issei's parents, in addition to the fact that the brown-haired boy had planned a surprise for them as well as for all his fans for when his concert in Kyoto was. So they spent the rest of the trip until they fell asleep. Meanwhile, far from where the brown-haired boy was at that moment, returning to the city of Kyoto, we can see how all the Grammary girls were gathered in the brown-haired boy's house. They were all discouraged since despite having tried everything it seemed as if the universe conspired against them, since they could not find a way to enter and get close enough to Issei during the concert. They had not managed to win the contest of Kyoto and none of the others that remained, so they would not have the time to get close to Issei and sing with him, so they looked for other methods to get closer. Rias had managed to get some of the last tickets for the concert, but they had cost almost 4 times more than they originally cost, and it was in the last rows for the concert, so they would be very far from the brown-haired boy, but at least they had already gotten tickets somehow. Now they were all gathered in the brown-haired boy's ex-room, planning how to get close to him and also trying to discover more things like where he would stay for that time and so on, but there was no information about that. They were becoming more and more disillusioned about the idea of being able to talk to the brunette at his concert as they increasingly found out that there were more obstacles between them and her brunette. Her brother had informed her that throughout Issei's tour at the concerts everything was protected against the supernatural, since even though they had already finished with the Chaos Brigade there were still demons that hated the brunette, but none were a big problem, but they would not underestimate them for anything. Meanwhile the Grammary girls were planning to somehow meet with Issei. They weren't the only ones who wanted to see him. Elsewhere we can see how Kuroko was anxiously waiting for the return of her brown-haired boy so she could be with him again. She hadn't gone to meet the brown-haired boy since it would be difficult to find him now that he was on tour, plus he would end up reaching Kyoto anyway. The advantage Kuroko had over the Grammary girls was that she hadn't cheated on the brown-haired boy with others like them, so he wouldn't push her away if she found him, plus she was happy to have been able to get tickets for Issei's concert in addition to having gotten a VIP pass for herself by collecting some favors from people who owed it to her. So she could get closer without problems to be able to be with Issei again. Meanwhile, far from Kyoto, we can see that Kuroko was not the only one who wanted to meet with the brown-haired boy and express her feelings to him. We can see how Kunu and Isaka were in Kyoto, happy to be able to meet with the brown-haired boy. Kunu was very happy since she had been the winner of the contest in Kyoto, so she would have no problems meeting with Issei and telling him about her feelings, but she was not the only one. For some time, Isaka had also been feeling something for the brown-haired boy and regretted not having acted before he left Kyoto. Isaka and Kunu had become quite angry when they found out why the brown-haired boy had left, so much so that even Kunu wanted to attack the Grammary, but her mother managed to calm her down. Later, Kunu also found out that her mother also had feelings for the brown-haired boy, which angered her a little, but they reached an agreement that they would share it so that neither of them would suffer. In addition to Kunu and Yasaka and the Grammary girls, they were not the only ones looking for the brown-haired boy. Elsewhere, returning to the brown-haired boy's home in Tokyo, we can see how 2 people were near his home. Unknown 1, are you sure it's here? Unknown 2, yes, but the house is protected by a barrier. Unknown 1, I see, where could she have gone? Unknown 2, I don't know, but it seems like she's next to him. Then she takes out a photo of Issei. Unknown 1, I see, if it's true where he is she will be, so we just have to find him. Unknown 2, yes, and it won't be very difficult. After that we can see how the 2 strangers left the chestnut tree's home. Chapter 26, Date in Osaka and Surprise. We can see how the bus in which Issei was traveling to Osaka had already arrived at the hotel. It had arrived at dawn to avoid problems with the fans again, and it seemed to work because outside the hotel where they would stay, no one could be seen. Meanwhile, inside the bus we can see how a certain brunette was waking up, feeling how the speed of the bus was decreasing considerably until it finally stopped. When waking up, the brunette tried to move, but he couldn't. When he saw what was preventing his movement, he could see that it was Maya and Irina. The 2 were hugging the brunette while they slept, leaning on him. Issei with a soft movement began to wake the girls up. Issei, girls, we're here. Irina, zzzzzzz. Issei, come on, it's time to get up. Maya, zzzzzzz. Seeing that the girls weren't responding, Issei carefully got up from the seat he was in while freeing himself from the girls' grip without waking them up. When Issei got up, he went to where the others were to wake them up. While with Maya and Irina, they showed no sign of waking up soon, so the brown-haired boy woke up the others and they went to see the rooms where they would stay during their stay in Osaka, leaving Maya and Irina sleeping on the bus. Meanwhile, at the hotel, we can see how the chestnut tree was welcomed by the hotel's employees upon entering, just as the manager was there to welcome him, as in other hotels. Manager, welcome Mr. Hayato, we hope you enjoy your stay at our hotel. If you need anything to make your stay more comfortable, do not hesitate to say so. Issei, thank you, don't worry. Then, angry Irina and Maya quickly arrived at Issei's location. They had woken up and noticed that they had been left alone on the bus. After checking and seeing that they had indeed been left alone on the bus, they got off angrily to look for Issei and complained to him for forgetting them. Maya, darling. Irina, Issei. Issei, oh hey girls, what's up? Maya, darling. Why did they leave us on the bus? Issei, well, I tried to wake them up several times but it didn't work, so we came to the hotel to register the arrival, and after that I would look for them again. The 2 of them kept looking at Issei in an angry manner for leaving them, but Issei promised them that he would compensate them for that, which made them both very happy, but they both hit Issei anyway. After things calmed down, they all went to their rooms to leave their things. When things were ready, they decided to go down to the hotel restaurant for breakfast, since they hadn't eaten anything since they arrived at the hotel. After Issei went to have breakfast with the girls at the hotel, he suggested going out to explore the city of Osaka so they could get to know it. The first person to decide where to go would be Daddy, his wife, and Kana, who chose Universal Studios Amusement Park. Upon arriving at the Universal Studios Amusement Park, the girls had become true fans of movies, especially fantasy and animated ones, so they were very happy to know that while in Osaka they could visit one of Universal's theme parks. Upon arriving at the park in the morning, everyone was surprised by how big it was. They started their tour of the magical world of Harry Potter, where they were able to visit the incredible Hogwarts Castle, where there were several attractions, especially one with 4D animation and an incredible roller coaster. Then they went to the Hogsmeade area where they bought several souvenirs. They also visited Amity Village Waterworld, where they were able to see a huge frozen shark that they had there. Then they went to Jurassic Park to see the animatronic dinosaurs. They also went to San Francisco and New York, where they had more exhibitions of their films like Back to the Future and Terminator. They also have the Amazing Spider-Man. In addition to the Hollywood area, they ended at Universal City Walk Osaka. When they finished their tour of the entire theme park, almost the entire day had passed since they had been through many attractions, so when they left they decided to return to the hotel to have dinner and rest. Issei said goodbye to the girls of the Mon Squadron who had accompanied them for their safety, although Smith and Zombina spent a large part of the day with Issei as well as the others as couples instead of working. The other girls of the Mon Squadron did not bother them, but they were somewhat jealous of them and their relationship with Issei, although they did not know why. After Issei said goodbye to the girls of the Mon Squadron, he went to his room where the others were. Each one was in her own thing, but when they saw Issei they would kiss him. Issei was happy about that, but he was looking for a girl in particular until he finally found her in his room. Issei, hello Thoru-chan, I was looking for you. Thoru, can you help me? Issei, I wanted to know if you wanted to go out with me tomorrow? Thoru blushed and became a little nervous at Issei's unexpected proposal. Thoru, I would love to. After Thoru accepted Issei's proposal, he became happy and went to kiss him before saying goodbye and going to sleep. The next day we can see how the brown-haired boy was resting in his room sleeping while hugging Irina and Maya, since this was part of the compensation for leaving them on the bus. After a few minutes our brown-haired boy begins to wake up. When he does, he smiles at how beautiful the two look sleeping, but it was time to get up, so to wake them up without having problems he gave them a soft kiss on the lips to both of them, full of love. Both girls, feeling how their beloved was kissing them, woke up slowly. Issei, good morning girls. Maya, good morning darling. Irina, good morning Issei-kun. After waking up, Issei went to take a bath, but when he entered, the girls followed him. Seeing their unholy intentions, he decided to go ahead and close the bathroom door so they wouldn't come in. It's not that he didn't want to be with them, but today he wanted to spend it with Thoru and he was dying having sex with both of them. He would spend the whole morning trying to be satisfied. When the girls saw how Issei left them outside, they pouted, but they had no choice but to wait. When the three were ready, they went to have breakfast with the others who were waiting for them. As usual, for all, Issei began his day greeting them with a kiss, except for Kanna, to whom he caressed the head with affection. The Brown had noticed that Kanna liked to spend time with him, and for him it was not a problem since he also enjoyed playing with her in addition to Daddy and Sue. While they were having breakfast, Issei told them that he would go out with Thoru alone. The girls pouted and looked at Thoru with envy for being able to be all day alone with Issei. After breakfast and Issei and Thoru were ready, they left, but not before the girls said goodbye to the Brown with a kiss, after they could finally leave the hotel to begin their date alone. The date for both began with Issei and Thoru walking through the city of Osaka to get to know it. They walked until they reached the Kaiyuken, which was the largest aquarium in Japan. Upon entering, they were surprised because to enter the aquarium they had to go through a huge tunnel which was submerged in the water, and you could see how the fish swam above them. This was incredible. Then they continued with the tour of the rest of the aquarium. After a few hours they finally finished the tour of the aquarium. After the aquarium they headed towards the Amerikamura. This place was famous in Osaka since a great variety of American products arrived there, in addition to also being very famous for the delicious takoyaki that are prepared in the place. Both went to eat the delicious takoyakis while they saw what they sold in the place. Thoru took the opportunity to see clothes for her. After a while they continued with their date. They went to a restaurant for lunch. When they arrived at the restaurant, Issei, he was immediately recognized, and the people there didn't hesitate to give him one of the best tables in the place without him even asking for it. Issei had made sure to try to go unnoticed so that they wouldn't bother him on his date with Thoru, but he didn't expect the people at the restaurant where they would eat to recognize him. He just hoped that afterwards he wouldn't have any problems so he could continue with his date with Thoru. During their meal they didn't have many problems except for one or another waitress who was hitting on Issei, but he didn't even pay attention to them. He only focused on Thoru, who was very happy to see that the brown-haired boy didn't even look at the waitresses and only looked at her. After they finished their meal, Thoru was happy and they continued with their date, but Thoru was hugging the brown-haired boy's arm, placing it between her breasts. They continued their date, walking through Osaka until they arrived at the Kuchutayan Observatory. This was located on the 40th floor of the Umeda Sky building. What most caught their attention was the unique shape it had, which was similar to that of the Arch of Triumph. Upon arriving at this observatory, Issei and Thoru approached and were amazed by the incredible view that was obtained from the place. They could observe the entire city of Osaka, and it was very surprising. While they were observing the landscape, Thoru rested his head on Issei's shoulder, while the brown-haired man smiled at this. He liked being able to spend time with the women he loved, and Thoru was one of them, and he didn't spend much time alone with her, so he would make it up to her since he didn't want her to feel less than the others. After a while it was already getting dark, but the date wasn't over yet since Issei still had one more stop before returning to his hotel, and that was the Osaka Templeton Ferris wheel, so they set off towards it. When they got there, Issei was thankful that there wasn't much of a wait to get in, so after a few minutes they were finally able to get on, and inside they started talking. Thoru, thank you Issei-kun. Issei, Thoru, today has been an incredible day. Issei, yes, I love being able to spend time alone with you Thoru-chan. Thoru, I also like spending time with you Issei-kun. At that moment, they both look into each other's eyes and get lost in each other's gaze as they slowly approach. Thoru, Issei-kun, since the day he saved me he began to earn a place in my heart. As I got to know you my feelings only grew. Issei, Thoru-chan, since you started living in my home with the others you also started to earn a place in my heart. At first I thought it would just be a friendship, but as time went by those feelings transformed. You always help around the house and you're always with a smile. At that moment, the two were very close and could feel each other's breathing. Issei, what I mean, Thoru-chan. To Thor, you? Issei, you're welcome. Upon hearing those words, Thoru's heart was filled with joy, even though he had already confessed his feelings to the brown-haired boy and he had reciprocated at that moment. Now he was very happy to hear those words. Thoru, I love you too, I see. In that both of them come together and begin to give each other a tender kiss. While they were kissing, Issei hugs Thoru and she also hugs the brunette. After several minutes they separate from the kiss. Both were blushing while still looking into each other's eyes with love. After that they both look out the window hugging and see how the sun sets and gives way to the moon at night. The sunset was incredible since you could see the entire city of Osaka and you could also see how the sun was reflected in the sea in the distance, which lasted the rest of the walk. Issei and Thoru were hugging until it was time to get off. After getting off the Ferris wheel there were still some rays of sun that hadn't gone away yet. Both were heading towards the hotel, but Issei was hugging Thoru just as she hugged the brown-haired boy. While they were walking, Issei and Thoru began to feel some presences that followed them. Issei didn't know them, but Thoru upon feeling the presences recognized them and got a little upset. After walking for a few minutes, Issei and Thoru arrived at a place where there was no one, and there they stopped to wait for the people who were following them to catch up with them. After a few minutes, two people land in front of them. Unknown, we finally found you, Thoru. Issei, Thoru, do you know them? Thoru, yes, Issei-kun, these are Elma and Lukoa. Lukoa, hola Thoru. Thoru, what are you doing here? Lukoa, well, what happens is that Elma misses you. Then Elma covers Lukoa's mouth. Elma, sure. We came looking for you to prevent you from causing trouble in this world. Thoru, hey? What are you talking about? I haven't done anything. Elma, it doesn't matter. I know you'll end up causing trouble. Thoru, I don't know what you're talking about, and you're interrupting my date. Lukoa, quote? At that moment, Lukoa sees Issei, who was standing next to Thoru, and she stares at him for a few seconds. He seemed familiar to her, but she doesn't remember where he came from. Meanwhile, Elma sees Issei and thinks he was a human. Elma, you're getting involved with humans? Thoru, leave us alone. Elma, no, I won't leave without you even if I have to take you by force. This time I will win. Meanwhile, Issei was just watching what was happening until Elma mentioned fighting. Issei, don't you think it's a little dangerous? We're in the middle of a city? Elma, don't get involved, human, this matter is none of your concern. Thoru, you're already running out of patience with me, Elma. Elma, I'm sorry Thoru, but knowing you, you'll end up causing problems in this world and it's best to avoid it now. At that, Elma gets into a fighting stance ready to attack Thoru while she also gets into a fighting stance, while Lukoa and Issei watched. But at that the brown-haired boy decides to intervene to avoid problems, so he gets between them both. Issei, enough you two, you say you don't want Thoru to cause problems, but you want to fight in the middle of a human city. Elma, don't get involved, human. At that Elma pushes Issei aside. He was about to answer but he sees Thoru and sees how she was covered by a black aura because of how angry she was at that moment. At that Thoru creates a portal which led to a huge green field where nothing could be seen but plants. Thoru, come on, let's get this over with. At that, Elma and Thoru enter through the portal and Issei and Lukoa follow them to make sure things don't get out of control in their battle. Upon reaching the green meadow, Issei and Lukoa kept their distance from the two who were about to fight. Issei didn't want to intervene immediately since they still had things to fix between them, but if things get out of control, he would intervene to stop the destruction they cause. Meanwhile, Thoru and Elma were staring at each other. While Elma was somewhat nervous about the impending fight, Thoru was furious with Elma for having pushed Issei. From one moment to another, Thoru launches a magic attack towards Elma, who dodges it and counterattacks with her trident, covering it with magic and throwing it at Thoru. Thus, the combat between Thoru and Elma had begun. While they began their combat, Issei had approached the other girl, Lukoa, to try to find out more information about what was happening. Issei, hola. Lukoa, yes, grow up. Issei, you're Lukoa, right? Lukoa, yes, a pleasure. Issei, Hayato Issei. When Lukoa hears the chestnut tree's name, it sounds familiar, but he can't remember where it's from, so he thinks it shouldn't be very important and lets it go. Issei, why are you looking for Thoru? Lukoa, well, the truth is that we were here because we were worried about her. Issei, Lukoa, what happens is that Thoru usually got into trouble, and one day she told us that she was going to the human world. We didn't take it too seriously, but after a while we got worried because she didn't come back and we thought that something could have happened to her here, so we came to look for her. Issei, thinking that fool, I told her to tell her friends that I was okay. Issei, I see, but why are you fighting? Lukoa, well, those two have always had problems, but despite everything, they are friends. And Elma was angry with Thoru for disappearing just like that because she missed her. In that, Lukoa protects both of them from an attack from Elma that had failed. Issei had already gotten bored of their fight, and they had to return to the others, so he decided to stop them once and for all. Issei, well, I think this has gone too far. Lukoa, are you going to stop them? Issei, yes. At that point, the brown-haired boy heads towards where Elma and Thoru were fighting and shouts at Thoru. Issei, Thoru! Thoru, hearing Issei yelling at him, stops fighting with Elma and goes to him to see what's happening. Thoru, is that you? Issei, it's time to go back to the others, it's already late. Thoru, it's okay. Then Elma arrives where they were. Elma, where are you going? Thoru, it's late, we have to go. Elma, we're not done yet. He is interrupted by the sound of Elma's stomach. Issei, it seems that you are also married and hungry. Elma, it's nothing. Lukoa, well, we've been following Thoru for a while. Issei thought for a few seconds about what to do. Issei, do you want to come with us? Elma, I don't think so. Lukoa, we would love to. Lukoa interrupts Elma and accepts Issei's proposal. After that, the four returned to the hotel. While they were returning to the hotel, Thoru was talking to Lukoa about everything that had happened since she left and had not spoken to them again. Thoru was embarrassed because she forgot to talk to them and also got scolded by Issei because she forgot that. Chapter 27, Concert in Osaka. Issei and the three dragonesses who were accompanying him were arriving at the hotel where he and his girls were staying. When they arrived at the entrance of the hotel, Lukoa and Elma were surprised since the hotel was very large and looked very luxurious. Elma, is it really here? Lukoa, it's surprising. Issei, thanks, but it's only temporary, until we have to continue our journey. Lukoa, why do they travel? Issei, well then we're heading towards Kyoto. When Lukoa heard the name of the chestnut tree's next destination and her friend Thoru, she tensed a little because a not very pleasant memory of something that had happened came to mind. Lukoa, why are you going to Kyoto? Issei, well, that's because that's where my next presentation is. Elma, presentation? Lukoa, are you some kind of artist? Issei, yes, I am. At that, Thoru interrupts what Issei was about to say. Thoru, yes. Issei-sama is a very famous person and also very strong. Elma, strong? To me, he looks like a simple human. Thoru, Issei-sama is not a simple human. He is a dragon and he is very powerful. The desire to show off Issei to the two of them had already overcome Thoru, and he couldn't control himself. Both, are you a dragon? At the question of both, Issei only scratched his head with a little nerves. He did not expect that the blonde maid would tell them in that way to which race the brunette belonged, also without taking into account that they were still in public and anyone could have heard how she screamed and would have recognized them. But luckily for the brunette, there was no one around. Meanwhile, the green-haired dragon had finally been able to remember where she had heard the chestnut's name from. Lukoa, I remember now, you're the security, right? Issei, correct, I am Hayato Issei, the current security. Meanwhile, Elma was in shock. That lasted a few seconds before her skin lost color completely. She just remembered that a few moments ago she was insulting the brown-haired boy. But now everything changed when she found out who he really was. He had insulted the Sekiryurai, one of the strongest dragons, along with the Hakuryuku. Both together with the factions had faced the beast of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the brown-haired man, after introducing himself, observed how Elma's behavior changed. Upon observing her, he noticed how she was trembling a lot and her skin had lost several shades of color. This worried him because he thought something must have happened to her, so he took a few steps closer to talk. Issei, are you okay? The black-haired girl, seeing how the brown-haired man was approaching her, took a few steps back out of fear, but after a few seconds she reacted immediately and got on her knees while looking at the ground. All this to apologize to the brown-haired man for having insulted him before. Elma, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to insult you. I just confused you and… At that, Elma, while she was begging for the brown-haired boy's forgiveness, feels a hand placed on her. When she looks up from the ground, she can see how the brown-haired boy is crouching in front of her, and it was he who was touching her head while he gave her a smile. Seeing the brown-haired boy's smile, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks turn red. Issei, you don't have to apologize, nothing happened, come on, get up. Elma continued looking at the brunette with her slight blush, but after a few seconds she reacted when she saw how the brunette extended his hand to help her stand up. She was already a little calmer knowing that the brunette was not angry with her for having insulted him, but the blush was still on her cheeks. Elma, I'm sorry, my behavior was very inappropriate. Issei, don't worry, it was just the heat of the moment. After that, Issei went to Thoru's side, who was waiting for him, and took her by the waist and pulled her towards him in a hug. The blonde was quite happy with the brown-haired boy's action and hugged him back. Issei, come on, we better go inside, it's already quite late. After that, Issei enters the hotel with Thoru and the other two dragons following him. Lukoa and Elma were quite impressed by all the luxuries the hotel had. They were also surprised that when they entered the hotel they saw how all the employees who saw the brown-haired boy greeted him with respect. They had also noticed how more than one of the hotel workers had approached the brown-haired boy to try to take a picture with him, or something else in their free time, but they were all pushed away by an angry Thoru since they did not want them to bother their Issei. After that, the four entered the elevator and went directly to the top floor. After a few minutes they arrived. Upon entering the place, everything seemed quite normal, so they continued until they reached the living room. When they got there, the brown-haired boy saw all the girls except for Poppy, Kana, and Sue, who he assumed were sleeping in their rooms. Smith and Zombina were also there. Issei, we're here. They all turned around and saw the brown-haired man in the company of Thoru. The first to greet was Maya, who moved up to where the brown-haired man was to greet him with a kiss. After her, the others also went to greet him. Meanwhile, Elma and Lukoa were in shock seeing how all those women were kissing their blonde friend's partner, and she was quite calm about the situation. For them it was normal after all. Male dragons almost always had a harem of women. What did impress them was that Thoru was calm about this. After all, they knew she was somewhat jealous. After all her girls greeted her, they noticed that they were not alone, but that behind them were two women. Smith, Anata, who are they? Mero, could it be that we are not enough for Issei-kun, and he is not cheating? Issei sweated a drop of sweat at the fact that he cheated on them and that it was a tragic love, but it would still be better to clarify things with everyone before the others continued with the idea of Mero. Issei, they are Lukoa and Elma, they are Thoru-chan's friends. Lukoa, hello? Elma, hello? Issei, have you girls had dinner yet? Smith, we went to dinner, Anata. Maya, I still don't know what the problem was with me cooking. At the mention of the Lamia's kitchen, most of their stomachs turned as memories of the last time Maya had been in charge of the food came back to their minds. The girls still didn't understand how, despite Maya not being good at cooking, Issei somehow always finished the dishes she served him. Centauria, and no need Mia, we have to take advantage of enjoying the hotel. Ravel, Sirius-san is right. They were going to continue talking, but suddenly they heard a strange sound. Everyone started looking for where it came from, while Lukoa and Elma were slightly blushing from embarrassment, since the sound was coming from their stomachs, because they hadn't eaten anything for a while. They were about to say something, but their stomachs started growling again, and this time Issei knew where the noise was coming from. Issei, Lukoa-chan, Elma-chan, do you want something to eat? Lukoa, yes please. Elma, tea thank you very much. After that Issei went to the kitchen to prepare something to eat for the two hungry dragons. While Issei was cooking, the girls began to talk with Thoru's two friends. After a while Issei served the food to the two, when they smelled the delicious aroma that came from the food prepared by the brown-haired boy. They did not hesitate for a second and began to eat. The brown-haired boy had prepared some curry with rice for them. Lukoa, this is incredible. Elma, this is delicious. After a few minutes they had already eaten 4 plates each. Both of them blushed slightly when they saw how much they had eaten. Lukoa, thanks for the food, Issei-san. Elma, thank you very much. Issei, don't worry, I'm glad you liked it. After the two of them had eaten, they continued talking for a while, but after that, they all went to sleep. Issei gave them Thoru's room so the two of them could sleep. They would also have 2 beds since Kana was sleeping in Daddy's room. After everything was ready, Issei went to his room where Thoru was, since she would sleep with him today. Upon entering his room, he found Thoru waiting for him. Issei, I thought you were sleeping, Thoru. Thoru, I'm sorry, Issei-kun. Issei, what do you feel, Thoru-chan? Thoru, if I hadn't forgotten to tell them where I was, they wouldn't have interrupted our date. Issei, don't worry, Thoru-chan. After that, Issei approaches Thoru and hugs him and gives him a tender kiss. After several minutes of kissing, they separate due to lack of air. Issei, also Thoru-chan, we can continue with the date now. Thoru, Kia. Thoru had felt Issei move his hand from her back to her butt and squeeze it, causing her to let out a slight moan and blush. Thoru, Issei-kun could hear us? Issei, don't worry, Thoru, I already took care of that. Lemon skipped. The next day, the first to wake up was the brown-haired boy, who found the blonde dragon hugging him while using his chest as a pillow. Issei sees her and notices how Thoru had a smile on his face. Issei carefully with his free hand took her to the blonde girl's head and began to caress her, being careful not to wake her up. After a few minutes, Thoru began to wake up. When Thoru woke up, she could see Issei looking at her with a smile on his face while he caressed her. This made her blush slightly. Issei, good morning, Thoru-chan, how did you sleep? Thoru, good morning, Issei-kun, I slept very well. Issei, I'm glad to hear that, but I think it's time to get up, we have a lot of things to do today. Thoru, it's okay. After that, the two got ready to start their day, but not before Issei had a kissing session with Thoru for a few minutes. After that, they both went to the bathroom where Thoru helped the brown-haired boy wash his back. Although while he was bathing, he increased the intensity of the bath a little, going into several risque caresses. But they didn't do more than that because they had to continue with their day, since today was the brown-haired boy's concert, and he couldn't be late much longer. After they were both ready, the two left the room and went to the living room where the other girls were to start their day. When they arrived, the girls went to greet Issei with a good morning kiss, except for Kana, who was talking to Elma and Lukoa, since they did not know that the little albino was also traveling with the brown-haired boy. But while they were talking, Kana noticed Issei and went to greet him with a hug. This surprised the two, since they did not know that Kana was attached to Issei. Issei, hello Kana-chan. Kana, hello? After that, the girls noticed that Thoru was coming behind the brunette, but when they saw her they noticed how she had a smile on her face and a slight limp. The brunette girls recognized those symptoms immediately, and knew that the blonde had had a night of passion with the brunette. They were envious of her since they also wanted a night with the brunette, since she loved being able to spend time with him. Meanwhile, Elma didn't understand what was happening to her friend, while Lukua already had an idea of what had happened to the blonde. After all, she could feel how Thoru now had the essence of the brunette in her. Issei, girls, remember that today is the concert, so you know what to do. Elma, concert? Maya, yes, today is my darling's concert. Centauria, you will accompany us. Elma, well, we just wanted to know about Thoru. Lukua, why not? We don't have much to do. Elma, it's okay. Thoru, yes. Come on, you have to listen to Issei-kun's music. After that, Issei, as usual, went with Ravel to the place where he would have to perform for the concert. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Issei's girls stayed and enjoyed themselves while they got to know Thoru's friends better. Thoru's friends got to know more about Thoru's new friends and the relationship they had with the brown-haired boy. Elma also took the opportunity to talk with Irina and Rosweiss about some of Issei's stories, since she admired the Sekiryudai. Meanwhile, Issei was at the concert site talking to Ravel while trying on clothes for the evening, since the next places he would visit for his concert Issei had already been and had history in those places. For him, visiting Kyoto again was not a problem. In fact, it made him happy since he could meet again people he cares about. The real problem for them would come when they returned to their hometown and met again with Rias and the others. Ravel, Issei-kun, do you think everything will be okay? Issei, why do you ask, Ravel-chan? Ravel, well, we'll be back to Kwa soon and they're there. Issei, don't worry, Ravel-chan. Ravel, are you sure, Issei-kun? Issei, why are you so worried about Ravel-chan? Ravel, well, it's that. At that, Issei finishes changing and asks the attendants who were there to please leave them alone. Issei, what's happening, Ravel-chan? Ravel, well, I don't want you to get hurt again because of them or have problems. At that moment, Issei approaches Ravel and hugs her with love. Issei, don't worry, Ravel, nothing will happen, I assure you. After that, Issei kisses Ravel with love, but then Ravel lets out a moan while blushing. This is because the brown-haired man had grabbed his butt. Ravel, Issei-kun, idiot. Issei, but I'm your idiot. Ravel kissed Issei again after that, and when they finally separated after several minutes kissing, they decided to continue with the rest of things to prepare the concert. When night came, Issei was waiting for the girls to arrive so he could spend time with them before having to go with the person who had won the contest in the city of Osaka. After a few minutes, the girls finally arrived in the company of the Mon Squadron. Those who had a relationship with Issei as usual went to kiss him to greet him, and he reciprocated with pleasure since he loved to kiss the women he loved, while the others just watched this. On the part of the other girls of the Mon Squadron, when they saw how their leader and her red-haired friend kissed the brown-haired girl, they felt a little jealous. After they arrived, Issei spent an hour with them all talking while Kana was on his legs. The brown-haired boy was caressing her head while they had an expression of pleasure, since she loved how the brown-haired boy pampered her. While that was happening, Lukua and Elma were surprised because Kana had become really attached to the brown-haired boy. In addition to how the brown-haired boy treated the albino loli, they almost seemed as if they were a father and his daughter. After a while, Ravel informed them that the winner of the contest had already arrived, so Issei said goodbye to them to go to where the winner of the Osaka contest was waiting for his arrival. When the brown-haired boy arrived at the waiting area, he found a blonde girl sitting distracted, looking elsewhere. When the door opened, the girl turned around and saw the brown-haired boy who was entering the place. When she saw Issei, the girl got excited because she could finally meet him. Issei, hello? Girl, hello, I'm Lillian Weinberg. Issei, it's a pleasure, Lillian-chan. So they were talking for a while. While they were talking, Issei noticed that the girl had a notebook with her, but he didn't know what it was. He thought that maybe she just wanted an autograph. Lillian, Issei-san? Issei, what's wrong, Lillian-chan? Lillian couldn't help but blush every time the brunette added the affectionate nickname to her name, and she was also very nervous about what she was about to ask the brunette, but she gathered all her courage and decided to do it. Lillian, too, wanted to ask why your opinion on something. Issei, what do you want my opinion on? Lillian, well, I wanted why you to read this, At that, Lillian hands him the notebook she had with her, open on a specific page. The brown-haired boy took it and began to read it, and realized that it was a song. The brown-haired boy had really liked the song he was reading at that moment. After the brown-haired boy finished reading Lillian's song, he remained silent for a few seconds. Issei was surprised by the girl's writing talent. Issei, Lillian, you. Lillian was very nervous about the answer the brunette would give her. She was very embarrassed. Even though she loved music, it was hard for her, and now she had just shown something she had made to a music star. Issei, Lillian is amazing. Lillian still hadn't processed what she had just heard from the brown-haired man. She had loved that song. Lillian, thank you. Issei, you really have talent, Lillian-chan. At that moment, Ravel arrives to tell them both that the concert was about to begin, so Issei gives the notebook with the songs to Lillian. Issei, come on, it's time to leave. Lillian, that's okay. After that, Issei and Lillian went to where they would have to sing. They went on stage and started with the song that had caused Lillian to win the contest, which was On My Own. After they finished singing, Lillian went to the VIP area to listen to the rest of Chestnut's concert. Meanwhile, Chestnut continued with the other songs he had prepared for that night. After the concert ended, Issei went to say goodbye to Lillian as he had done with the other contest winners in the other cities. Issei, Lillian-chan, I hope you enjoyed all this. Lillian, why yes, it was incredible. Issei, I'm glad to hear that. After that, Issei took some photos with the girl and signed her notebook. Lillian was about to leave, but Issei stopped her because he wanted to tell her something. Issei, Lillian. Lillian, why yes, Issei-san. Issei, Lillian, you are an incredible singer. Your voice is amazing and the songs you wrote also impress me a lot. You know you would be an incredible singer. If you decide to dare to enter the world of music, let me know. At the words of the blonde, the girl was very happy. She did not believe what was happening at that moment. Issei Hayato was telling her that she was very good at music. Without realizing it, she shed a few tears, which worried the brown-haired boy. Issei, are you okay? The blonde girl didn't respond. She just hugged the brunette from one moment to the next, which surprised him, but he hugged the girl back. Lillian, thank you. After that, they both separated and Issei said goodbye to her. After Lillian left, Issei went to meet up with his girls who were waiting for him so he could return to the hotel to rest. As usual, when he arrived where they were, they all congratulated him for the incredible concert he had given that night. Even Elma and Lukoa were impressed by the brown-haired boy's talent. Chapter 28. We arrived in Kyoto. After Issei's concert in Osaka City ended and he said goodbye to Lillian, he went to where the other girls were waiting for him. When he arrived where they were, the girls greeted the brown-haired boy with a kiss on the lips which each of them happily reciprocated. After they finished everything they had to do at the concert site, Issei and the girls returned to the hotel, and it was already very late. Kanna had fallen asleep and the brown-haired boy was carrying her on his back while Poppy and Sue were also falling asleep while they walked next to the brown-haired boy who had given each of them his hand to help them. Meanwhile, the others were a little jealous of the two since they also wanted to go hand in hand with Issei. After they arrived at the hotel, everyone went up to their rooms. Issei said goodbye to Smith, Zambina, and the other girls from the Mon squad. After that, Issei and the others went to their rooms. Issei went to put Kanna to bed while the girls each went to their rooms. After they were all asleep, Issei went to her room. When she opened the door, she blushed slightly. Inside the room was Mia in a translucent pink lingerie that allowed the brown-haired boy to see her breasts, as well as her intimate area. Meanwhile, Mia was happy that she was supposed to be alone with the brunette that night, and she wouldn't waste this night alone with the brunette. She had bought this lingerie when they arrived in Osaka and went to tour the city, and she would take advantage of this opportunity to wear it for the first time with her beloved. Maya, darling, I was waiting for you. Meanwhile, the brown-haired man entered the room and closed the door while at the same time activating some magic circles to prevent the sound from leaving the room. When he finished doing so, he walked towards the Lamia who was anxiously waiting for him. Lemon skipped. The next day we can see how the other girls from the chestnut tree, like Elma and Lukoa, were having breakfast in the dining room of their room since they had gotten bored of waiting for Issei and Maya. The girls, seeing how long they were taking, already had an idea of what had happened the night before. Elma, we shouldn't go wake up Issei-san and Maya-san. Thoru, don't worry, I'm sure they'll come soon. Elma, but... At that Elma was about to ask something again, but Lukoa approaches her and whispers something to her. When Lukoa finished talking to her about why she hadn't woken up yet, the brown-haired boy had blushed completely. While a moment before with our protagonist he was sleeping happily while lovingly hugging a smiling Maya who was sleeping on his chest, after a few minutes Issei began to wake up. When he did so he smiled at the smile of Maya who was sleeping on his chest, but he knew he had to wake her up, so what better way to wake her up than with a kiss? Maya, feeling the kiss from the brown-haired boy, began to wake up. After a few minutes they separated. Issei, good morning Maya-chan. Maya, good morning darling. Issei, Maya-chan, we have to prepare today, we continue with our trip. Maya, hi. At that point the brown-haired boy had gotten up and was about to go to the shower, but he saw how Maya tried to get up but she lacked strength and was about to fall, but he managed to catch her and carried her like a princess, to then go with her to the bathroom. Once inside they both began to clean their bodies so that later when they were ready they could get into the bathtub. The first to enter the bathtub was Issei, and he sat down to relax, but moments later he felt Maya sitting on him, while she hugged him and rested her head on his chest, the brunette, while he surrounded her with his arms. Maya, darling. Issei, what's wrong Maya-chan? Maya, you know at this rate I'll end up pregnant, you said so much. Issei, Maya-chan, if that happened I would be the happiest person in the world. Maya, darling. Issei, after all, I love you and I would love to have a family with you. Maya, I love you too, darling. After saying that, Maya kissed Issei and he happily reciprocated. When they were ready, they left the bathroom and went to where the others were waiting for them. When the other girls arrived, they saw a smiling Maya coming, hugging Issei. Seeing her like that confirmed their suspicions about what had happened last night. After breakfast, Issei and the girls prepared things to continue their trip to Kyoto. Meanwhile, Issei had spoken with Elma and Lukoa and they had decided to accompany them to spend some time with their friend Thoru and continue enjoying the luxuries. Although Lukoa was a little nervous about the idea of going to Kyoto because of what had happened a while ago, what were the chances of meeting that person again? After everything was ready, Issei and the girls got on the bus to continue the tour. The trip wouldn't last long, it was only 2 hours or so from Osaka to Kyoto. During the trip, Issei took the opportunity to get to know Lukoa and Elma better, while the others were doing their own thing. After a while they had arrived at the new hotel where they would stay, and like the others this was a luxury hotel with all the needs for the extra species. When they arrived at the place they saw how there was a group of fans waiting for their arrival. It was not as big as the previous time, but it would still be a problem, so like before they used the same strategy and entered the underground to enter the hotel through there. Except this time no one stayed sleeping upstairs on the bus. They all went to settle in their rooms and then go eat at the hotel restaurant. After eating they were all eager to go out to a new place and get to know each other. Also in Kyoto, unlike several places, the people were much better with the extra species. Issei and the girls walked around the city without problems. After a while it was getting dark and the girls were a little tired. They were currently walking back to their hotel, but then the brown-haired boy felt a familiar presence. Issei only managed to turn around before being tackled by a blonde blur. The girls suddenly saw someone crash into their Issei and they got worried and went to see that. When they got to where the brown-haired boy was they saw a young blonde girl hugging him. The brown-haired boy, after seeing who the person who tackled him was, immediately recognized her as Kunu, Yasaka's daughter. She had changed a little since the last time he saw her. She had developed more. Issei, hello Kunu-chan. Kunu, Issei-kun. You don't know how happy I am that you came. After that Issei got up, but with Kunu still hugging him, while Issei's girls wondered who she was and why she was hugging him. Maya, darling. You owe us an explanation. Zambena, Maya is right. Who is she? And more importantly, why is she hugging you? Issei, faced with the jealous behavior of the two, couldn't help but sweat a drop, although he was also glad that they acted that way with him. Issei was about to talk about that, but he heard someone else talking. Yasaka, Kunu, You should have waited for me. Kunu, I'm sorry, Oka-san. Yasaka, don't worry, but I see that at least you found Issei-kun. Issei, yes, hello Yasaka-chan. At the affectionate suffix that the brown-haired boy had used with her name, Yasaka had a slight blush on her cheeks. Meanwhile, Maya and Zambina looked at this in a bad way, while the others were with a drop of sweat because of the attitude of the two, since despite the fact that it bothered them that the girls still hugged him, they knew that Issei would not cheat on them, well, almost all of them, since he was merely fantasizing about his tragic love, where Issei left them for the newcomer, while he also told Yasaka and Kuna how he met their girls and what had happened with Rias and the others. It was little to say that both were angry about what the girls did. After they calmed down a bit, Issei introduced the girls to Kunu and Yasaka and also told them how he had met them both. While all this was happening, we can see how Lukoa turned a little pale when she saw Yasaka, since she was the last person she wanted to see at that moment. When she got to the part about how she knew Alma and Lukoa, Issei could notice how Yasaka's face changed to one of anger at Lukoa's name. Yasaka, I see, by chance she's here too. Issei who? Yasaka, Lukoa-san? Issei, yes, I should be. At that, Issei saw where Lukoa should be, but he noticed that she wasn't there, so he started looking for her for a few moments until he finally found her behind the girls trying to hide. Yasaka, upon seeing her, only got angrier. Yasaka, you're really brave to dare to come back here. Lukoa, upon hearing Yasaka speak to him, could only tremble in fear. Lukoa, hi Yasaka-chan. Issei and the others saw how both interacted with each other, but then they saw how Yasaka hit Lukoa hard on the head, leaving her with her head buried in the ground, and with a huge bump. Everyone was wondering why the hit. Issei, Yasaka-chan. At that, Yasaka turns to Issei and they see how her personality changed completely. Since she was angry, now she was calm and happy. Yasaka, yes, Issei-kun. Issei, why did you hit Lukoa-chan? Yasaka, well, that's because of something that happened a long time ago. While Lukoa, who was recovering from the blow, tried to get up. Lukoa, but Yasaka-chan, I already asked for forgiveness. Then they saw how Yasaka hit Lukoa again, burying her in the ground again. Yasaka, and you think you can fix it with an apology? You know how long it takes my hair to get back to normal. Issei, Yasaka-chan, what are you talking about? Lukoa, it was just a little joke. And with that they saw how Yasaka gave Lukoa a third blow to the head. Yasaka, dyeing my hair and shaving parts of my head is no small joke. At that, Issei decides to intervene before Yasaka beat Lukoa to death. Issei didn't know what to do to calm her down, so he tried something he did with his girls when they got angry. He approached carefully and hugged her with one arm while with the other he carefully caressed her face. Issei, Yasaka-chan, I know that Lukoa could have done something wrong, but don't you think it's enough? Besides, your hair is very beautiful now, just like you. Yasaka, seeing how Issei was treating her with so much affection and was so close to her, blushed completely. With that, she had forgotten all the anger she had a few moments ago against Lukoa, who was finally able to stand up and was rubbing the place where Yasaka had hit her. After everything happened, Issei decided it was time to return to the hotel, but not before Yasaka made him promise that they would meet again tomorrow. Issei happily accepted, while this time the others all stared angrily at the busted blonde. Chapter 29, Love in Kyoto. We meet at the hotel in Kyoto where we can see how the brown-haired boy and his girls were. They had just arrived from their short walk around the city, and where they met Yasaka and Kunu. The meeting had gone well. Issei was happy to find the two again and be able to greet them again, but then everyone was surprised by how Yasaka hit Lukoa in the head several times. Issei worried about Lukoa and that he had not seen Yasaka like that before. But then the brown-haired boy managed to calm the blonde by promising her that they would meet again the next day. Something that the girls did not like very much, since they thought that he wanted to steal their affection. But Smith managed to calm them down before they did something at that moment against Yasaka, since after all she was not just any woman. She was the most important woman in Kyoto. After that, Issei had to calm all his women down with kisses and caresses, in addition to telling her how they knew each other and what their relationship was. After everyone had calmed down, the brown-haired man ordered room service for dinner since he was a bit tired of preparing food for his girls. They didn't like the idea very much since they loved the brown-haired man's cooking, but they knew he was tired, so they accepted. After everyone had dinner, Issei said goodbye to the girls of the Mon squad as usual. After all, as had been the case in all the other hotels, they were in other rooms. Smith and Zombina hated being separated from their darling, but Issei accompanied them to their rooms and said goodbye to both of them with a deep kiss full of love, while behind them, the other members of the Mon squad watched this with discomfort and some jealousy, but they did not know why he did it. After Issei said goodbye to his two wives and the other girls, he returned to his room. When he arrived, he found that the girls were already in their rooms resting. After all, today had been an exhausting day. The brown-haired boy decided to do the same as his loved ones and went to his room to rest, since he felt that the next day would be even more tiring than this one. The next day we can see how the chestnut-haired boy got up calmly and as usual took a shower and then went to prepare breakfast for his girls. While the chestnut-haired boy was cooking, the delicious aroma that his breakfast gave off was in charge of waking up all the girls who were still sleeping. The girls, almost hypnotized by the aroma of the food, arrived at the kitchen to receive their plate of food. Issei, good morning girls. Centauria, good morning Issei-kun. Dad, good morning husband. Mero, good morning Issei-sama. Irina/Rosweiss, good morning Issei-kun. Ragnara, good morning Anata. Maya, good morning darling. Lukoa/Elma, good morning Issei-san. Issei, I hope you're hungry. The brown-haired boy was talking until he was interrupted by the knocking of the door. Issei, Maya, could you open it please? Maya, hey darling. While Maya went to open the door, Issei began to serve breakfast to each of the girls, since the brown-haired boy was always in charge of preparing something special for each one. Maya, and what are you doing here? Issei was alarmed when he heard Maya screaming and went to see what was happening. When he got to the door, he found Yasaka and Kuna there. Issei, Yasaka-chan, Kuna-chan? What are you doing here? Kunu, hello Issei-kun. Yasaka, hello Issei-kun, we came because you said we would spend the whole day together. At the blonde's response to the brown-haired boy's question, Maya was bursting with rage since according to her, who did she think she was, saying something like that about her darling? Only she and the girls could act like that with him. Issei, it's a surprise Yasaka-chan, I thought we would meet up later, not that you would come looking for me. Yasaka, don't you like that we came to see you, Issei-kun? Issei, no, I'm very happy that you came, it always makes me happy to spend time with the people I love. At the mention that Issei loved them both, Yasaka and Kuna had a slight blush on their cheeks, something that went unnoticed by the brown-haired boy. However, it was noticed by Maya and this only caused the fury she was feeling at that moment to grow even more. Issei, come on, come in, we were about to have breakfast, join us. Kunu, thank you Issei-kun. After that, the four of them went to where the others were having breakfast. When the girls saw Issei arrive with Yasaka and Kunu, they were a little surprised since they hadn't expected to see them now, but they didn't take it very seriously since yesterday they had seemed nice to the girls except for the part where Yasaka hit Lukoa. When she saw how Yasaka had just arrived with Issei, she couldn't help but shiver for fear of being hit again by a furious blonde. When Yasaka and Kunu arrived where the others greeted them without problems until everyone saw how Yasaka arrived where Lukoa was, scared of being hit again, the girls thought that what happened yesterday would happen again. Yasaka, hello Lukoa-san. Lukoa, hi Yasaka-chan. Everyone was tense about what would happen now if what happened yesterday was going to be repeated at that moment, but everyone was surprised to see that Yasaka, after simply greeting Lukoa, went to sit next to Kunu and waited for Issei to serve them breakfast. The two were surprised to try the brown-haired boy's food since they did not expect him to cook that way. After that, the rest of breakfast passed relatively calmly. After everyone finished eating, Issei decided to go out for a walk with Yasaka and Kunu. Before they left, the brown-haired boy had put Centauria in charge of the others mainly so that they wouldn't do anything dangerous while he was out. After Centauria said goodbye to Issei with a kiss, which bothered Yasaka a bit since she also wanted the brown-haired boy to kiss her, but if things went as she wanted today, maybe she would achieve it. Meanwhile, Don Centauria returned. She went to where the others were. Upon arriving, I could see that most of the girls were doing their things normally. Centauria was looking for Maya since she was the most likely to try to follow issei to keep an eye on the blonde. When she looked for her in the living room, she noticed that she was not there. This already gave the centaur a bad feeling, so she decided to look for them in the rest of the place. Meanwhile, with Maya, we can see how she was hidden in her room, but she was not alone. We can see how Smith and Zambina were also in that place. The three of them were around a table which had a detailed map of the city of Kyoto courtesy of Smith. We can see how the three girls were dressed in military clothing. Maya was in command of the others. Maya, well, as you know, darling just went out with that hitch. Our mission will be to watch and prevent her from trying something with our darling. Zambina, yes, we can't let her take issei-kun away. Smith, they are right, but we will have to be extremely careful. After all, she is not just any woman. We are talking about Yasaka, the leader of the yokai. Most likely she has someone protecting her. Given Smith's concern, Mia was completely sure that nothing would happen to them. Maya, I think you're exaggerating. There should only be a few bodyguards. Nothing we can't take care of. Besides, Zombie and I are extra species, so they can't hurt us. Smith, I'm sorry Mia, but you're wrong. Maya, huh? Smith, both Yasaka and Kuno are yokai, just as their bodyguards will be, which means they will have no problem using force if necessary. With what Smith had just said, Mia was getting very nervous. She was quite confident since she believed she could take advantage of the Extra Species Act. Smith, also according to reports, even if we use firearms, I think we wouldn't have much luck. They are strong warriors capable of using magic. With every word Smith said, Mia became more nervous, but no matter what the obstacle, she wouldn't let anyone steal her darling. Maya, I see. Zambina, that just means we won't be able to act head-on, but we can still prevent that hitch from stealing it. Maya, you're right Zombie, we'll just have to. Centauria, will they have to what? Mia. At that, the three of them turned around in the direction where the voice came from and saw that it was Centauria. When they saw her, the girls were afraid because they could see that she had her sword in her hands. Centauria, issei-kun was quite specific that they not do anything stupid while he was away. Maya, see, it's not what you think. Centauria, really? Zambina, why yes, she's right, this is just a misunderstanding. Centauria, really? So you weren't planning something to interfere with Darling's day? Maya, and no. While Zambina and Maya were talking to Centauria Smith, she was trying to leave without being seen, but when she was about to reach the door of the room and her freedom, she saw how the door was closed with a kick by Centauria. Centauria, were you going somewhere, Smith-san? Smith, too, was just going to the bathroom. Smith could see how Centauria didn't believe a single word of it. Smith, come on, Centauria, you can't hurt me. Smith believed that since she always followed the rules, at least she could avoid the punishment he was about to give the three of them for planning something. Centauria, you're right, Smith-san. I would never break the rules, just as you always do everything correctly. Hearing that, Smith knew his fate was sealed. Meanwhile, with the other girls, we can see how they were doing their thing. We can see how Poppy, Sue, Kana, Tyanishia and Doppel were playing video games. Meanwhile, in another part of the room, Rasweiss, Irina, Mero, Ravel, Lukoa and Manako were talking, while Thoru was cleaning up the breakfast things. And Ragnar had gone to her room to sleep a little more. But then they all stop what they were doing when they hear a loud scream of pain coming from Maya's room, the same place they had just seen Centauria heading to. Because of their sense of self-preservation, no one wanted to go investigate what was happening. After a while, Centauria was seen arriving in the room with the others. The rest of the girls were a little afraid to ask about the screams they had heard a few moments ago. Meanwhile, in Maya's room, we could see how Maya, Smith, and Zambina were completely beaten on the floor. Zambina didn't even know how she could still feel pain. She was supposed to be a zombie. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see how the brunette was starting his full-day date with Yasaka and Konu. The two were holding the brunette's arms since, despite the fact that they had both agreed to share the brunette between them, they didn't want the other to get ahead of him. The two of them already had the whole day planned out for their brown-haired man, and if everything went as they wanted, at the end of the day they would end up as the brown-haired man's official partners. Thus, the brown-haired man's date with the two kitsunes began. Meanwhile, in another place far from Kyoto, more specifically in the old home of our favorite chestnut in the city of Kwe, we can see how all the Grammary girls are gathered in the living room. But if we look, we can see that none of them were happy. In fact, at this moment they were fighting among themselves. It turns out that time was running out for them to win the opportunity to win the contest and be able to talk to Issei alone, so they could fix things with the brown-haired boy and he would return to their side. Not to mention that for some time there were rumors circulating that the brown-haired boy was seen with a group of unknown extra-species girls. The rumor that was strongest and that most worried the group of girls was that Issei had signed up for the Species Exchange Act and that in fact they had some kind of romantic relationship with him. The girls begged that this was not true, but as time passed it seemed that this rumor gained more strength since he was seen with them on more occasions. There was also the fact that the fights between them had been increasing as they blamed each other, since the video they had used for the contest did not have many possibilities, since even though it had many visits it was not enough to win. And if they did not manage to win with the video, the options they had left to get closer to Issei decreased drastically. But because the video was not going well, because as none of the girls had a great experience in the subject of music, it was quite difficult for them to be able to make a video of decent quality. In addition, they did not expect that so many people really had so much talent in Kwe. People could see the videos of the other contestants in the city on the official Chestnut page. The girls, when investigating the competition they had, were quite surprised to see several familiar faces participate, mainly schoolmates. But what had surprised them the most was seeing that some of Sona's pieces were also participating, as well as the duo of Murayama and Kates. These had a lot more support than them. In fact, what surprised them the most is that they were in the first places, but the biggest surprise of all was seeing that the only one that surpassed them all but by very little was a video sent by Sarah Fall Leviathan herself. What worried the girls the most about those who could win was the fact that they not only wanted to win to sing with Issei and enjoy with him, but that these were with hidden intentions like them and tried to take their brown-haired girl away from him. Meanwhile, not far from there we can see a black cat watching the Grammary arguing among themselves about who was to blame for everything. She could only laugh at this. After all, they were getting what they deserved for hurting her cute brown-haired girl. Returning to everyone's favorite brown-haired girl, we can see how he was in a park watching the sunset in the company of the two blonde kitsunes. The date between them had gone quite well. They started as a normal date, taking a walk through Kyoto with Issei and then going to eat and buy some things and ending up in a nearby park with the brown-haired girl. Everything was going according to the plan that both women had, and if everything continued like this they could declare their love to the brown-haired girl soon, although now they knew that they had to share him with the other girls. But before it was the same with the Grammary group, but that would not make them back down. They loved him and nothing would stop them from being with him. While the brown-haired boy was still watching the sunset, he felt someone touch his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw the two of them, but they had a slight blush on them. Yasaka Issei. Issei, what's happening, Yasaka-chan? Kanu, we have something important to tell you. Issei, what thing, Kanu? Kanu, Issei. Kanu was getting nervous. Despite having practiced this before alone, it was hard for her to say it. Yasaka, Issei, we love you. Issei was surprised by their recent revelation and blushed slightly, while the two of them were getting more nervous after not seeing a response from the brown-haired man. Issei, since when? Yasaka, it was after you saved me. Seeing you as you were, even though you were a big pervert, you didn't mind sacrificing yourself for others. Also, when you came to see Kanu, I felt more and more attracted to you, and I don't know when, but I had fallen in love with you. Kanu, since you helped me save Khaos, I started to feel something, and every time you came to see me and we spent time together, I got closer to you and got to know you better. After listening to what they both said, they saw how the brown-haired man smiled. Issei, I'm happy that we feel the same. Upon hearing what Issei had just told them, the two were very happy. The person they loved was reciprocating their love, while the brown-haired boy approached both of them. First he went to Yasaka and carefully took her pretty face and approached and kissed her. After a few seconds Yasaka reciprocated the kiss. This kiss was loaded with the feelings of both of them. It was sweet but somewhat lustful. After several minutes they separate, but a thread of saliva united them. While that happened, Kanu watched with jealousy as her love kissed her mother. Issei, noticing it, quickly goes to her, and in the same way kisses her. Unlike the kiss he had with Yasaka, this one also had the feelings of both, but instead of being lustful like before, this one was a little clumsy. After all, Kunu didn't have much experience on the subject. After a few they separate due to lack of air. After his new relationship with both blondes became official, Issei and the two went to dinner at a restaurant, and then went to drop them both off at their home, and then returned with a magic circle to the hotel. When he arrived at his room, he was surprised to see the girls having dinner, but what had surprised him was seeing Maya, Smith and Zambina completely beaten and the others watching Centauria with some fear. Issei, I'm back. When Maya, Smith and Zambina saw Issei, they quickly went to him. They began to ask about everything that had happened on the date with the two blondes. Issei, seeing how quickly they mentioned the subject, got a little nervous. After all, he didn't know how they would react to the revelation of his two new relationships. He knew that they wouldn't get too angry with him since he would never leave them aside or abandon them, but he would have to compensate them. This didn't bother him. In fact, he loved it, since everything that was related to being with the people he loved he liked. But it did mean that a fight would come to see who would be the first. After telling everyone what happened today, as expected, the girls took it well, almost all of them. Maya, along with Smith and Zambina, wanted to kill the two blondes since now they had to share their brown-haired girl with them. Meanwhile, Lukoa on the outside looked happy for Issei, but inside she was scared, since that meant that now she would see Yasaka more frequently while they were still accompanying Issei and Thoru on the tour trip, while with Ravel, Irina and Rosweiss were already expecting it. After all, they had known Yasaka and Kunu before, and they knew that they had feelings for the brown-haired boy and were happy that they confessed and Issei reciprocated. In addition, they all knew that no one would be left out. After all, Issei's resistance is extremely enormous. Chapter 30, Lust in Kyoto. After Issei told the girls about her new relationship with Yasaka and Kunu, things were relatively normal. Everyone went to dinner, and then went to rest, each to their room, but Issei had noticed, even though they seemed to have taken it well, Smith, Maya and Zambina were still a little upset, so he decided that he would pamper them tonight. Issei, after eating and having spent some time when everyone went to sleep, Issei had asked the three if he could talk to them. The girls were a little nervous since they thought that Centauria had betrayed them, and now Issei was going to scold them for what they wanted to do in the afternoon. When Issei called them, the rest of the girls from the Mon squad left, since they knew what would happen more or less, so it would not make sense to wait for them. After a few minutes, Issei went to his room after saying goodbye to the girls of the Mon squad and having given the goodnight kiss to the others, which had become a custom before going to sleep. After having finished everything, he went to his room where the three girls were waiting for him. Upon entering, he could notice how they were all somewhat nervous. He knew the reason for this. Issei, girls? Zambina, I'm sorry, darling, it was all my idea. Smith, yes, it was all his idea. Maya, HHE? At the sudden accusation of the two, Mia was in complete shock. She didn't believe that they would be capable of betraying her in this way to avoid Darling scolding them, but deep down she knew that she would be capable of doing the same as long as her darling didn't scold her, and she was going to do it. Maya, lie, darling, they were the ones who dragged me into their plan even though I refused. Zambina, she was the one who came up with the idea of us planning to intervene in your date with Yasaka-san and Kunu-san. Smith, even though we warned him that it is very dangerous to mess with the leader of Kyoto, he didn't want to listen to us. So the girls started blaming each other for a few minutes in order to get rid of their darling scolding them. Meanwhile, with the brown-haired boy, he analyzed the situation, and after all, it didn't surprise him that the girls did something like that. But deep down he knew that the girls really didn't have any bad intentions. They were only worried about him, so he decided to intervene so that things wouldn't get any worse. Issei decides to approach the three who were arguing and lightly hits them on the head to stop them from arguing among themselves. The girls immediately stopped arguing and began to rub the area where the brown-haired man had hit them. Maya, darling? Smith, I see? Zambina, Anada? Issei, that was the punishment for what they tried to do today while I was on the date with Yasaka-chan and Kunu-chan. The three were sorry. Then they see that the brown-haired man gives them a small smile. Issei, but I would be lying to myself if I said that I didn't expect them to do something like that. After all, they were worried about me, and they really didn't have bad intentions when they were planning that. Issei, well, it's late and I'm a little tired. Smith, okay, I'm sure the girls are waiting for us. Zambina, yes. Maya, I'm also going to sleep in my room. At that point, the three of them start heading towards the door. Issei, I thought you'd like to sleep with me tonight? After what the brown-haired girl just said, the three of them stand still in their place and look at each other. After that, the first to react is Maya, who turns around and quickly goes to Issei and throws herself at him to hug him. Maya, darling! Issei receives Maya, but both fall on the bed. Meanwhile, Smith and Zambina react and go to claim some space with the brunette. They were arguing for a few minutes about how they would sleep, but in the end they ended up with the brunette in the middle, Maya to his right, Smith to his left, and the happiest of the three was Zambina, who sleeps on Chestnut's chest. After they had finally settled down, Issei gave them a goodnight kiss to the three of them, and they fell asleep. The next day the brown-haired boy woke up the girls to start the day. Everything started normally. The brown-haired boy got up and went to the bathroom. The three of them didn't waste a single second and followed him into the bathroom. Apart from some caresses and kisses, nothing major happened since they had to go with the others, not to mention that the brown-haired boy had to prepare breakfast for them, since even though they were in a hotel where they could have breakfast in the restaurant, the girls said that they preferred the brown-haired boy's food since it was incomparable. Issei and the three of them went to the living room. Centauria was already awake, as was Thoru. Issei greeted them both with a tender kiss full of love, and then, in Thoru's company, began to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, the brown-haired boy asked Centauria if she could please go wake up the other girls. After a few minutes, Centauria returned with the others. They were all wearing their pajamas. They all arrived at the kitchen a little sleepy, but the moment they could smell the delicious aroma of the breakfast that the brown-haired man was preparing, at that moment they began to wake up. After a few minutes, Issei and Thoru began to serve the food to everyone. The girls also took the opportunity to give the brown-haired man their good morning kiss. So everything continued normally during the day. They had breakfast and then they all went to get ready to go out, since Yasaka had offered to give him and the girls a tour to see the best places in Kyoto. Already at 10 in the morning they were all ready, and just at that moment they heard a knock on the door. Thoru went to open it and found the duo of blondes from Kyoto. The girls greeted them, as did the brown-haired man, except that he kissed them both. After that they all left as a group to tour the city. What stood out most in Kyoto were the amazing temples that were in the place. The girls were excited to be able to see new places and also the stories that the blondes told them. They had even gone to the place where Issei had met Kunu for the first time. And she had told them the story about that moment, and also told them how the brown-haired boy had saved her mother from the hero faction. The girls were surprised to hear the brown-haired boy's story, and surprised. The most attentive of all was Elma, since she secretly admired the brown-haired boy. She had heard all the stories about the brown-haired boy, despite the fact that he was very perverted and the way in which he managed to gain more power was unpleasant to her. She had to admit that it was admirable to see how he was always willing to sacrifice himself for others to protect them. After they finished touring some temples, they all went to eat at a restaurant recommended by Yasaka. According to her, the place was very good. When they arrived, they were received well and they had no problem with the girls being extra species. Apparently, it was very common for them to receive yokai. When all the food they had ordered finally arrived, it looked incredible and the flavor was surprising, but according to the girls, it didn't compare to what the brown-haired man had prepared for them. After lunch they continued with the tour of the city, but this time instead of going to the temples they went to walk around the city center. They went to several clothing stores, both traditional and designer. Issei had to thank the magic circles with which he was able to transport the things, because if he had to carry all the bags of things that the girls bought, it would be impossible for him to walk. After having seen several clothing stores, they went to a game place. This happened because Poppy, Sue and Kana had seen it, and had asked Issei if they could go, and the others thought it was a good idea to go to a place to have fun. After a while everything seemed normal in the arcade, but Issei noticed how more and more people arrived at the place, and it didn't take long for people to start approaching him to ask for an autograph or a photo with him. At first it didn't bother the brown-haired boy since there were few people, but then he started to get out of control. Without mention that the girls did not like this very much, since most of them were women, from students to older women who came with their daughters. What angered them the most was that in the photos they hugged the brunette, and there were some more daring ones who even kissed him on the cheek and very close to the mouth. When the girls saw that it was enough, Smith and the Mon squad acted immediately, separating the brunette from the crowd and taking him away from there while the girls followed him. After a while they had managed to lose Issei's fans. They had ended up in a park not far from the hotel and it was already getting dark. Despite everything, Issei and the girls had had a lot of fun today and were getting along better with the blondes. Despite the fact that everything was going well, the brunette couldn't help but feel that he was forgetting something, but he didn't give it much importance since if he forgot it shouldn't be very important. After Issei and the girls returned to the hotel to rest, after all, escaping from the Chestnut's fans is tiring since they are very persistent in trying to get something from him. Issei went to cook in the company of Thoru, while the girls were talking in the living room. Yasaka and Kunu took this opportunity to approach all the girls they did not know before. Kunu approached Poppy, Sue and Kana, while Yasaka took the opportunity to talk to Mero, Centauri Arachnara, while the others talked from time to time. After a while, Issei and Thoru call everyone to the table for dinner. When Yasaka and Kunu tried the Chestnut's food, they confirmed what the girls had said at lunch. Although the restaurant's food was very good, it has no comparison to that of the Chestnut. After dinner, everything was happening normally. Issei had gone to play with Daddy, Sukunu, and Kana while the others were talking. While they were playing, Daddy had sat on the brown-haired boy's lap. This seemed normal to him since it wasn't the first time she had done it. But suddenly he feels Daddy start to move his butt against the brown-haired boy. Issei sees the blue-haired girl and sees that she had a small blush on her cheeks. Daddy, husband. Issei, Daddy, what's happening? Issei couldn't finish speaking since Daddy had kissed him. Issei was a little surprised but reciprocated the kiss of the harpy. While Kunu watched this annoyed, so she approached where the brown-haired man, and when he separated after a few minutes kissing, the Kunu took advantage and captured the brown-haired man's lips with a kiss. Issei, as with Daddy, he reciprocated her kiss. After a few minutes they separated with a small thread of saliva joining them. While the brown-haired man kissed Kunu, Daddy hadn't stopped in the movement of his butt on the brown-haired man, and he had obtained a good result since he had begun to feel something hard against his butt. While Issei looks around to see Kana and Sue, when he does so he sees how Kana was asleep and Sue was taking care of her. So the brown-haired man lifts Daddy from his lap and goes to Kana and carries her. Issei, Daddy, Kunu, I'm going to put Kana-chan to bed. Kunu, it's okay, I see. After that, Issei goes to the room where Kana was sleeping. When he got to the bed, he wanted to put her down, but she was holding him very tight, but in the end carefully he managed to separate her and lay her down. When he left her alone in bed, he noticed how she began to complain, so to calm her down, Issei began to carefully caress Kana's head, and apparently it worked because she calmed down and continued sleeping without problem. After leaving Kana, Issei looks out the window for a few seconds, but when he does, he is in shock. In front of him at that moment was the full moon. When Issei saw it, he immediately understood Daddy's behavior from a few moments ago. Issei went to the living room. Upon arriving, he was surprised that none of the girls were there, so he went to his room. When he entered it, he was completely in shock and had a huge nosebleed. In front of him were all the girls with whom he had a completely naked. Issei, seeing paradise before his eyes, could not contain himself. He locked the door and placed magic circles to prevent the sound from escaping. Lemon Warnenelman skipped. Chapter 31, Concert in Kyoto. We are in the room of our favorite brown-haired boy, and we can see how he was lying down surrounded by all the girls he loved. While they were naked hugging Issei in one way or another, they all had a big smile on their face for everything that had happened the night before. While our brown-haired boy was waking up trying to move his body, but this was almost impossible because he was well held by his girls who did not want to let him go. When he saw that there was no option to get out of there, he decided to sleep a little longer with them. Some time later, everyone woke up and the girls greeted their brown-haired boy with a big good morning kiss. Then Issei helped Yasaka and Kunu to heal the girls since they all had trouble or could not move the lower part of their bodies. Yasaka and Kunu used senjutsu for this task, and Issei also used his power to enhance it and make it more efficient. When everyone was feeling better, the first to shower was Issei and then Thoru, since they went to prepare breakfast for everyone else. After eating, Yasaka said goodbye to Issei since she still had tasks to perform as the leader of Kyoto. Kunu also went with her mother since she was teaching her the responsibilities that one day she would have to assume when she became the new leader of Kyoto. Smith, and Zombina also left since they had to return with the rest of the Mon squad. While the rest decided to stay in the hotel today to be able to rest since tomorrow would be issei's concert, and they were still a little tired from last night. While our chestnut also took advantage of the day to rest and share with the women he loved in addition to preparing his concert for tomorrow, he spent the whole day with them and also answered all the girls' questions regarding their next destination and the last of the tour, which was the hometown of Chestnut Qua. The girls asked him all kinds of questions from how his life had been there, how his family was, and they had also asked him to tell the adventures he had lived as the pillar of the factions at that time. Issei answered all their questions, but every time he came to a moment where he mentioned the Grammary girls, Issei remembered them and felt bad, since it was still hard for him to believe that despite having lived so much together, and that their relationship had reached a certain level, they were capable of changing him for other boys. But he knew that he could not stay in the past. They had made their decisions just like him and now they had to move on. But he also looked on the bright side of what had happened with they, because thanks to everything that happened, Issei was able to meet the girls who were now the owners of his heart, and he loved them completely. Speaking of the Grammary girls, now we move to the city of Qua, where we can see how all the Grammary girls were gathered in the occult club. They were all in a bad mood and sad since they had not been able to find any way to get into their cute Issei's concert, since all the tickets were sold and no one would sell them to them. Plus, they could not use magic on people to get in, nor could they enter directly to the concert venue, since they had discovered that in all the places where the brown-haired boy was performing they apparently had a fairly high level of security, including different magic barriers to prevent the entry of unwanted people, so they were somewhat desperate about the situation since the opportunity to see Issei and apologize for their little mistake according to them and be able to be together again, as it should always be seen further away. Asia, come on girls, we can't give up. Akeno, we have to face it. Asia, we have fewer and fewer options. Zenobia, Akeno is right, we've run out of options, we have no way to get into Issei-kun's concert. Rias, maybe we don't have to go to the concert to see it. Akeno, what do you mean, Rias? Rias, when Issei returns he will surely want to visit his parents, we just have to wait, and we will find him. Asia, the president is right, and in all the cities the fans have published that they have met him while touring the cities he visits. Zenobia, maybe we still have a chance. Rias, come on girls, we shouldn't give up yet. Akeno, maybe it can work, but we have to make sure that everything goes well and that no one interferes. While the girls continued planning different plans for when the brown-haired man arrived in the city, since if they didn't have the opportunity to meet him at his concert, they would create the opportunity at another time. They would just have to make sure that they could be in the sun so that no one could interfere with their plans. Meanwhile, in another room of the club we can see how Akaniko was alone, and if we look in more detail we can see how she had very irritated eyes, a sign of having been crying for a while. She was lamenting having lost her senpai, and not only that but also losing her sister again, this time because of a mistake that she herself made. The next day, and returning with our favorite chestnut, we can see how he was leaving early with Ravel to the place where the concert would be today in order to prepare the last details, in addition to the fact that they would also inform him of the winner of Kyoto. That day he had not seen signs of Isaka or Kuna, but he thought that they must be busy with their work, so he did not give it much importance, besides that they had already told him that they would attend his concert that night so they could see them there. Meanwhile, the girls were still in the hotel relaxing during the morning, so after they ate they would prepare to attend the concert of their cute chestnut. During the rest of the day everything went normally for everyone. Issei and Ravel had no problems at the concert venue. The girls were ready, and now only the members of the Mon squadron were missing to pick them up to leave for the chestnut concert, and that the girls hear a knock on the door. Centauria stops to open the door, and when she does she meets Doppel and the other girls from the Mon squadron. Maya told the others, and shortly after they all left towards the concert venue. Meanwhile, our favorite brown-haired boy was in the place where he would receive his girls and the members of the Mon squadron, in that he looks out the window that overlooked the concert venue and could see how the whole place was almost full. Every time the brown-haired boy saw so many people gathered just to hear him sing he was surprised. It seemed incredible to him that so many people liked the way he sang, and that also made him think about everything that had caused him to get here, both the good things that have happened to him and the bad things. He also thought about what would come next. Soon he would return to his hometown. On the one hand, he was happy because he would be able to see his parents again and have the opportunity to introduce them to the women he loves. But he also knew that returning to Kwa meant that there would be the possibility of meeting them again. He still found it hard to believe that they were capable of changing him for simple human children. He always wondered what went wrong. Hadn't everything he had done already been enough? But he couldn't do anything now. They had made their decision, and so had he. Now everyone would have to move forward and face all the consequences that the decisions they made would bring. But at least he was happy that not everyone would leave him aside, and now he knew who truly loved him. Issei would have continued thinking about everything that would come from now on if it weren't for the fact that he heard the door of the room he was in being opened. When he turned around, he saw that it was Ravel who was entering, and she wasn't alone. With her came all the girls who now had an important place in his heart, and when he saw them he couldn't help but smile. He knew that maybe he had made mistakes in the past, but thanks to that he could now be surrounded by people who loved him. Seconds later, each of the girls approached the brown-haired boy and greeted him with a kiss on the lips. They spent a while hanging out with everyone until it was time for him and Ravel to go to where the people who had bought the VIP passes. As usual, when they arrived, the VIP room was almost entirely made up of women who were complete fans of the brunette, and some boys who must have been the boyfriends of some of them, and were just accompanying them. When he entered, he just smiled at everyone, which caused the girls to let out a loud scream of excitement. After that, Issei proceeded to talk to everyone as well as sign everything that was put in front of him, which were normal things like notebooks, posters, and some of his merchandise. They also asked him to take pictures with them, which he accepted and posed with them, but he always tried not to touch the girls in the photos since he didn't want any controversy to be generated about him. After all, there would always be people looking for and wanting to take advantage of things like that. After a while, Issei had to leave. After all, there was still a little while left for his concert to start, and they still had to meet the winners of the contest. Despite the protests of the fantastic, Issei went to the place where he would meet the winner. When he opened the door of the room where the winner would be, he was surprised to see the person inside since he did not expect it to be Kanu, who when she saw the brown-haired boy arrive went directly to where he was and greeted him with a kiss, which after a few seconds the brown-haired boy happily reciprocated. After a few minutes they separate due to lack of air. Kanu, surprise. Issei, I didn't expect you to participate. Kanu. Kanu, Ijej, I wanted to be sure that I could find you and that I would have a chance to talk to you. Issei, what do you mean? Kanu, well, after we found out what had happened to you with the girls, we didn't know how you would react, so I wanted to at least have the chance to be with you. Issei, I see, but it wasn't necessary. You didn't know anything about what happened. After that, the brown-haired boy kisses Kanu, who is a little surprised but reciprocates the happy kiss. After that, they talked for a while about what they had done during the day. Issei also took the opportunity to watch with her the video that had won the contest. Kanu had chosen the song Phoenix. After that, Issei and Kanu were called by Ravel since it was time for them to go out and for the concert to begin. Both arrive at the place, but before going on stage, Issei notices how Kanu was a little nervous, so without anyone noticing he approaches and gives her a kiss on the lips to calm her down. Issei, don't worry, everything will be fine. After that, Issei and Kanu went on stage. When the people saw the brunette come out, they started to scream loudly because of the excitement that the concert was about to start. They both reached the center of the stage and took the microphones to start singing the song with which Kanu won the contest. After they finished singing, the entire audience screamed with excitement. Issei gave Kanu a smile, and she reciprocated. After that, as always, Kanu was taken to another place to watch the concert, except this time she was taken to where the other girls from the chestnut tree were, and where her mother was also waiting. After that, Issei continued with the concert, and the songs he sang were. After the concert was over, Issei, the whole audience was screaming with excitement. He went to where the VIP people were and said goodbye to all of them to then go to where his girls were waiting for him. They were all very excited to have heard him sing, especially Kanu and Yasaka, since it was the first time they were at a concert of the chestnut, and that had excited them both quite a bit. After sharing a while with the women he loved, they went to their hotel to rest. After all, soon they would have to travel to the city of Kwa. The girls were excited. After all, this would be the opportunity where they would meet their in-laws, in addition to the fact that they could also know the place where their beloved chestnut grew up. But they also knew that that place, despite having so many good memories, also had a few bad ones for the chestnut, so they would be in charge of supporting him in everything that could happen in that place. Chapter 32, Returning to Kwa. We met in Kyoto, more specifically in the hotel room where the chestnut and his girls were staying. Everyone was just arriving from Issei's concert. All the girls were very excited because they loved when Issei sang, and they were very excited to go to his concerts. The first to say goodbye were Yasaka and Kunu, which when the concert ended and congratulated the chestnut, they said goodbye to him with a kiss since they still had some important things to do. After that they returned to the hotel where they were staying, and the next to say goodbye were the girls from the squadron Mon Smith and Zombina. They said goodbye with a kiss on the lips of the chestnut, while the others said goodbye to the girls. After that Issei and the others went to their hotel rooms since it was late, and they still had things to do. After all, they would soon travel to the city of Kwa, and they still had to pack their things since tomorrow afternoon they would leave for the last destination of the tour. Issei. The girls were very excited about this. After all, they would go to the place where their beloved chestnut tree grew up and where their in-laws were. Meanwhile, with Issei, he was somewhat nervous. After all, he would return to the place where those people who hurt his heart were, but he knows that sooner or later he would have to return and confront the girls for what happened. After all, he can't always escape from problems. But in that he was interrupted by the girls, who approached him to wish him good night as usual between those who had a relationship with him, with a kiss on the lips. This was done by the girls who would not sleep with him tonight, which was the case of all except for Mero and Irina, who were happy since tonight it was their turn to share the bed with their brown-haired. After everyone said goodbye to Issei, and he went to put Kanna to bed in his bed. He went to his room, in which Irina and Mero were already waiting for Issei lying in his bed. When he arrived, he took off his clothes, remaining in his underwear, which blushed the girls, and then he lay down between them both so that later the two took his arms and used them as pillows to sleep. The next day, after everyone woke up and had breakfast together, they began to pack all their things since in the afternoon it would be the trip to Kwa. The girls were somewhat complicated since the tour began they bought many things in each city in which Issei appeared, and now they had too many things and it was difficult for them to pack everything they bought. Issei, seeing this, decides that all the things that were not going to use in Kwa would be teleported to his house so that it would not be too much of a problem, since seeing how the number of suitcases they carried had almost tripled was too much. After and having everything ready, Issei and the girls went to the hotel restaurant for lunch before leaving for Kwa. After everything was ready and things were loaded on the bus, Issei and the girls were ready to board and begin the trip, but before they left they were stopped by a voice. "Wait!" Issei, upon hearing the scream, recognized it immediately, and when he turned around he saw Kunu and Yasaka coming with some suitcases. When they arrived where the chestnut tree is, they both gave him a kiss. "Issei, Yasaka? Kunu? What are you doing here?" "Kunu, aren't you glad we came?" "Issei, of course it makes me happy to be with you. I was just surprised that you came." "Yasaka, that was the idea." "Issei, and what are the suitcases for?" "Yasaka, here we carry our things. After all, we decided that we want to accompany you." "Issei, really? But who will take charge of Kyoto?" "Yasaka, don't worry, we left early last night so we could finish arranging things in our absence, and also pack our bags." Kunu, yes, after all, Khaos decided that it was a good time for a vacation and also to be able to spend more time with you after finally being able to confess our feelings to you. "Issei, it's great that you're coming with us." After that, they both put their things on the bus and got on with the girls and the brown-haired boy. The trip to Kwa was normal. Some girls went to sleep so the trip would be faster while the rest were watching a movie or talking to each other. Meanwhile, our brown-haired boy at that moment was hugging Yasaka, who was smiling while sleeping, leaning on him. After a few hours of travel they were arriving at the city. Issei, seeing through the window how they were approaching his hometown, was looking at it with nostalgia since it had been a long time since he left and started his new life in Tokyo. When they were approaching the city, Issei made sure at that moment to hide his presence completely so that they would not feel him. Rosweiss, Irina and Ravel did the same. When they arrived at the hotel where they would stay, Issei saw how there was a crowd waiting for him to arrive. Many fans were outside with signs screaming with excitement, especially when they saw how his bus was approaching the place. The good thing is that the place was prepared for this, so the security guards cleared the way for the bus, allowing it to enter directly into the basement of the place, which after the bus entered was closed. After that, normally Issei and the girls went to the place that had been prepared for them. The room was on the top floor of the place, and the entire floor was their room. When they arrived at the hotel, it was somewhat late, so they decided that they would have dinner there and tomorrow they would show the girls the city. The next day we can see how all the girls were ready to go out and excited because they could finally get to know the place where their beloved grew up, while those who already knew the place were happy to return but were still somewhat worried because being back would mean that sooner or later they would meet them again. They spent the day touring the city, where the brown-haired boy acted as a tour guide, showing them different places in the city center. They had spent the whole morning getting to know different places and seeing different stores, but the girls asked him if they could go see his house and visit his parents. Issei had no problem, so he told them that after lunch they would head to the place. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, to be more specific in the occult research building at school, we can see how all the Grammary girls were gathered. We can see how they were somewhat excited since they knew that their brown-haired boy had finally returned to the city, and now it was just a matter of finding him and explaining to him everything that had happened, and things could finally be as they were before, according to them. Rias, alright girls, we already know that Issei returned to the city. This is our chance to fix things with him so that he returns to our arms. Akeno, but Rias, even though we know he's back, we haven't been able to sense his aura, which means he doesn't want us to find him. At this, the others became a little depressed since thanks to Issei's fans they knew that he had already arrived at Kwa, but not being able to sense his aura meant that he was hiding it, and that meant that he didn't want them to find him. Rias, you're right, but Issei must be hurt. That's why we must make an effort to find him so we can explain it to him, and then we'll dedicate ourselves to compensating him for everything that happened. Also, regarding that, I'll ask my relative to keep an eye out near Issei's house so he can let us know if he's going to visit his parents. After that, the girls continued planning how to find the brown-haired boy. While near them we can see how Akeno was feeling quite bad. She had dark circles and her eyes were quite irritated, a sign that she had been crying a lot. All this because she felt horrible for what she had done to the brown-haired boy. Kaneko only thought about finding the brown-haired boy and fixing things. Meanwhile, at the same time near the building we can see how a black cat was watching how the Grammary girls were gathered, but mainly she was watching Kaneko. This was Kuroka, who would soon go looking for the brown-haired boy. She was near that place for two reasons: one, to see how her sister was at that moment, after all, despite the fact that she made a serious mistake regarding her beloved Issei, and now she would have to face the consequences of this. And the other was to see what the Grammary girls were planning. After all, she wanted to make sure she could find Issei before them so that they do not interfere with her reunion. After that, he transformed into his cat form and left the place. After all, it was time to see his cute Issei. Returning with Issei, you and the girls went to eat at a restaurant. Everyone enjoyed the food and the treatment they received since the place was new and it was one of the few where the extra species were completely welcome. The girls were happy since the place had adaptations for the vast majority of the extra species. After eating, they continued their way towards the chestnut's house. After a while they all arrived outside the house. All the girls, seeing how huge the chestnut's house was, were surprised. While the girls questioned about the size of their house, Issei told them that he would explain everything inside more calmly. Meanwhile, from afar there was a black cat watching as her cute chestnut was surrounded by extra species women, but also noticed how in the group were Ravel, Ross Weiss, and Irina. Returning with the chestnut, he knocked on the door of the house so that a woman's voice could be heard from inside saying that she was coming. After a few seconds, the door opened and the woman, upon seeing who was in front of her, could only smile and then hug him. Issei responded to his mother's hug. Issei's mother: Issei, I'm glad you came back for so long. In that, Issei's mother sees that he was not alone, but behind him were several extra species women. In addition to that, there were also 3 girls that she recognized. After that, the chestnut's mother invites them to come in while she called her husband with joy. After that, they all went to the living room and settled down while the mother asked the girls if they wanted something to drink. They accepted and Issei's mother went to prepare tea for everyone. After a few minutes she returned with the tea. While that was happening, Issei's father arrived, and when he saw his son he went directly to greet him and hug him. While that was happening, the girls continued exploring the chestnut's house with their eyes since it was also quite large inside. After that, everyone sat in the living room and began to talk. Issei's parents did not miss the opportunity and immediately asked what had happened to the Grammary girls. Issei told them everything that had happened to them, how he had found them with other boys and how he decided to take up music again. Issei's parents knew that he had talent for music before, but they were surprised to learn that the brown-haired boy was becoming famous worldwide thanks to that. In addition to that, it also reassured them a little to know that now he was dedicated to something calmer since the problems had been solved. After Issei told them everything about what happened with Rias and the others, there was only one question left. Who were the girls who were accompanying him? To which, when they saw that they were now looking at them, they proceeded to introduce themselves. Maya, a pleasure, gentlemen, Hayato. My name is Maya, I am Elamia. Centauria, nice to meet you, my name is Centauria Shianis, I am a centaur. Daddy, hi, I'm Daddy the Harpy. Mero, good afternoon, my name is Maroun Lorelei, and I am a mermaid. Ragnara, a pleasure, my name is Ragnara, and I am an arachne. Yasaka, nice to meet you, Hayato, I'm Yasaka. Kanu, nice to meet you, I'm Kanu. Smith, a pleasure, gentlemen, Hayato. I'm Kuriko Smith. Zombina, nice to meet you, I'm a Zombina and I'm a zombie. Tyanishia, hello, I'm Tyanishia and I'm an Oni. Manako, Yui pleasure, I'm Manako and I'm a Cyclops. Doppel, hello, I'm Doppel. Thoru, nice to meet you, gentlemen, Hayato. I'm Thoru and I'm a dragon. Kana, hello, I'm Kana. Lukoa, hello, I'm Lukoa and I'm a dragon. Elma, hello, I'm Elma and I'm a dragon. After the girls introduced themselves, the Hayato parents saw the remaining three. Since they already knew them, they just greeted them and apologized for not being there earlier to support the brunette. The parents told them that it was okay and that they didn't have to blame themselves for the things the others did. Issei's mother, and well, I see, which one of them is your girlfriend? At the direct question from the chestnut-haired boy's mother, all the girls who had a relationship with Issei couldn't help but blush, which was noticed by his parents. Seeing them like that, Issei's father couldn't help but laugh. Issei's father, it seems you still have your dream of having a harem. After that, the girls and the chestnut's parents continued talking. Issei's mother took the opportunity to interrogate all the girls about their relationship with Issei and asked them several questions about them to get to know them better. The girls thought that the chestnut's parents would have problems with them because of being extra species or because of what had happened before with the chestnut's previous harem. They were surprised to accept it. Maya couldn't help it and asked her if she didn't mind that they were different. The oldest chestnut understood her question and answered that she didn't care, that if Issei was happy with them then they would be too. After that, the girls felt calmer knowing that their parents supported their relationship with the chestnut. Issei's parents, please take care of our son. Issei's mother, Issei, make sure you make them all happy and take good care of them. Issei, yes, Mom, I won't let anything happen to them. Issei's mother, they also have to give us many grandchildren. At the brunette's statement, the girls couldn't help but blush and began to fantasize about having children with Issei and how their life would be as a family. All the girls who had a relationship with Issei had a smile of love on their faces. The strange thing is that these were not the only ones, but that Manako, Tyanishia, Elma and Lukoa also briefly crossed their minds about what it would be like to have a child with the brunette, and then quickly discarded the idea at the same time that they couldn't help but blush. After that, they see the brunette, and their gazes crossed since he also looked at her at that moment, and gave them a genuine smile when he realized that, which only caused the girls' blush to grow. While the girls had been talking with the chestnut's parents, Kanna decided that she wanted to explore Issei's house until she reached the patio. When she left, she saw a butterfly and followed it for a few moments until she finally caught up with it. It stayed flying in front of her, and after that, from one moment to another, Kanna ate the butterfly. After Kanna ate the butterfly, she set out to explore the rest of the garden of the house. When she looked around, she found a black cat that was watching her. She decided to approach the cat. While he saw how the little white-haired girl was approaching, he tried to run away since he had seen what had happened a few moments ago to the butterfly. Before she could escape, the cat feels how some hands grab her, and lift her off the ground, and then they begin to pet her. After a while, Issei's mother got up and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. She invited them to stay and eat, which they happily accepted, especially the girls who wanted to continue living with their in-laws. Not to mention that they were very happy at that moment, because before the chestnuts' mother got up to prepare dinner, she left in their hands a priceless treasure, which was a photo album full of photos of the chestnut as a child. All the girls were looking at the photos of the chestnut as a child with a blush on their faces and a smile. The chestnut, being somewhat embarrassed, decided that it would be better to go see what Kanna was doing at that moment, since the last time he saw her she was heading to the backyard. When the brown-haired boy came out, he was surprised because he found the albino, but she wasn't alone because she was petting a black cat. Everything would be normal if it weren't for the fact that he noticed that this cat had 2 tails, and he knew immediately who it was. Issei, hello Kanna-chan, where did you get that cat? Kanna, I found it in the garden. Issei, I see, Kanna-chan, we're going to have dinner. You'd better leave your little friend and go wash your hands. Kanna, hi. After that, Kanna carefully left the cat and went to where the others were, leaving Issei alone with the cat. Not even a second passed since Kanna left before the black cat got up and jumped directly towards the brown-haired boy, who received him with open arms. While Kuroka jumped, she returned to her human form and at the same time hugged the brown-haired boy, and he reciprocated. She hid her face in the brown-haired boy's chest while she spoke. Kuroka, Naya, I'm glad to see you again. I see. I'm really sorry about what happened with Kaneko and the girls. I never thought something like that would happen. I'm really sorry for not having been by your side in those moments. When I found out, I came back as quickly as possible to find you, but you had already left, and I didn't know where you were. I was losing hope of finding you, but then I found out that you debuted as a singer, and I came back to look for you until I found out about your tour, and I decided to wait for you. Issei, upon hearing Kuroka apologize for not being with him and feeling how his shirt was getting a little wet with her tears, simply brought one of his hands to the girl's head and began to caress it lovingly. Issei, don't worry, it wasn't your fault. They decided what to do and they will have to assume all the consequences of their actions. You didn't do anything, Kuroka-chan. At this, Kuroka looks up and looks directly into the eyes of the brunette, while he also looks at her. Both looked directly at each other for a few seconds while they approached each other, so that in the end the distance that separated them disappeared to be replaced by a kiss between them. Meanwhile, with Mia, she is like the other girls were called by the brunette's mother since dinner was ready. She, noticing that the brunette was not there but Kanna was there, decided to go out to look for him to see what was happening. When she got to the door and looked for the brunette, she found him quickly, but when she saw him, she was in shock to see how he was kissing a black-haired girl, only to then begin to release an aura of pure anger. Meanwhile, with the brown-haired boy and the black-haired girl, after a few seconds they separate from the tender kiss but without stopping seeing each other. But from one moment to the next, Issei begins to feel fear and danger behind him, and when he turns around, he finds a furious Mia. Issei, me Maya, I can explain it. Maya, darling, you are an unfaithful girl. All of us are not enough for you. You are already with someone else. At Maya's screams, the other Issei girls quickly went to where she was, only to find the brunette being hugged by a black-haired girl, while a furious Maya was in front of them. After a few minutes, Issei and all the girls entered and he began to explain who the black-haired girl was, while those who already knew Kuroka told him who the new girls were. After the explanation and a promise to compensate them all, they finally all went to dinner. While everyone was having dinner and talking among themselves, they heard a knock on the door. Issei's mother was going to get up to see who it was, but the brunette went ahead. He went directly to open the door, but when he did, he got a big surprise when he saw who was in front of him at that moment. Rias, hello Issei-kun. Chapter 33, The Family Grows. We are at the Hayato residence, where a few moments ago Issei, his girls and his parents sat down to dinner, but when they were about to start they heard someone knocking on the door. The brunette decided to be the one who would open the door, but when he did he found a not at all pleasant surprise. In front of him at that moment were the last people he would want to meet at that moment. At this moment, in front of the brown-haired boy were the Grammary girls. When he saw them, he noticed that they were smiling, but at the same time, he could see that they were also nervous. Issei was also nervous. After all, it had been a while since the last time he had interacted with them, and honestly, he didn't feel like having a problem right now. After all, if he knew Rias well, he knew that the moment she found out that Issei had moved on after finding them with other boys, she wouldn't stay calm. After a few seconds of silence, Issei decides that it would be best to try to finish everything for now since he didn't feel up to a situation like that. Or that's what he would have wanted if it weren't for the fact that he could hear them calling him. Maya, darling, dinner is ready. The Grammary girls, upon hearing the voice of a woman they didn't recognize inside Issei's house, were in shock, especially when she was calling him darling. Meanwhile, the brown-haired boy wanted to solve everything quickly and knew that now he would be bothering them even more, so he decided to end everything now. Issei. I'm sorry, Rias. As you heard, I'm busy, I have to go. After that, Issei went back into the house and closed the door to the Grammary girls before they could react, and to make sure that no inconvenience would happen he decided to raise a small barrier. After that, Issei went to the dining room where everyone was already sitting waiting to have dinner. The brown-haired boy went and sat next to Maya and her mother and started to eat dinner. Meanwhile, the Grammary girls were still in shock. They were like that for a few minutes until they finally began to react. But when they did, they saw how the brown-haired boy was no longer in front of them and that the door had also been closed in their faces. The girls were very affected after all. One of their biggest fears was coming true right in front of them, which was that the brown-haired boy had gotten someone else in all this time. This was a strong blow to their confidence, in addition to seeing how their chances of getting back with the brown-haired boy were increasingly further away from them. Akeno, Rias, we'd better go. Asia, Issei-kun. Kaneko, Issei-senpai. Zenobia, no. The girls were about to leave, but they noticed that Kono Rias hadn't reacted yet, so Akeno approached Rias and placed her hand on her shoulder to make her react. Akeno, Rias. Rias. Akeno, it would be best if we left. At that, Rias reacts, but not in the way the girls expected. They see how Rias goes to the door of the brown-haired man's house and starts knocking on it, calling him. Rias, issei. Issei, come out please. Issei. Rias continued like this for a few minutes, but there was no response from the brown-haired man inside the house, this in part due to the barrier previously placed by him, who would also make sure that the noise did not enter the house since he did not want to continue dealing with that. Meanwhile, the redhead, seeing that there was no type of response, became depressed and began to cry while continuing to hit. Rias, issei. Please open for me. Issei. Akeno, Rias. Rias, issei. Please. Rias, seeing that there was no response, falls to her knees and begins to cry harder. Akeno, seeing this, approaches to help her friend. Akeno, there's no need to open a fight, so we'd better go. Rias, Issei, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. At that, Rias turns around and hugs Akeno while crying hard in her chest. The other girls, seeing Rias in that situation, feel worse than they already were. They decide that the best thing would be to leave the place, so Akeno creates a magic circle and teleports them all back to the occult club. Upon arriving, each of the girls goes to her room sad while tears form upon being rejected by her beloved brown-haired boy. While in the room, only Akeno remained comforting Rias, although she was also crying. After all, it hurt her a lot to see how due to a bad decision she lost her cute brown-haired boy and he was already with someone else. Meanwhile, returning with Issei, he was having dinner with all his girls and his parents. The girls had asked him who had knocked on the door, but the brunette simply said it was nobody and continued eating. The girls didn't believe him. After all, when he returned from opening the door, they saw that he was different, but they decided not to insist any more for now. However, Ravel, Rosweiss, and Irina already had an idea of who the people he met were. This was confirmed by Kuroka when she told them that she smelled her sister's scent. After they finished dinner, some of the girls went to help the chestnut's mother so they could continue talking to her, while the others went up to see the rooms where they would stay that night. After all, their parents wanted to continue living with their son's new partners. Meanwhile, with our chestnut, he went out to the patio of his house to be able to observe the stars and clear his mind a little. After a while, he hears someone open the door to access where he was. Kuroka, so here you were, Issei-kun. Issei, hello Kuroka. While greeting her, Kuroka went to where the brown-haired man was sitting looking at the sky. She sits on the brown-haired man's legs while hugging him and placing her head on the brown-haired man's chest, while Issei reciprocates the hug. Kuroka, how are you feeling, Issei-kun? Issei, I'm fine, Kuroka. At the chestnut's response, Kuroka moves her head from the chestnut's chest and looks into his eyes. Kuroka, you can't fool me, Issei-kun. I know that the ones who knocked on the doors were Rias and the others. Seeing himself discovered, Issei just sighed and decided to speak. Issei, you're right, I thought that after all the time that had passed it wouldn't affect me so much, but seeing them again. Kuroka, you felt that again? Issei, yes. At this, Kuroka just hugs Issei even tighter. Kuroka, Issei, you don't have to deal with this alone, you have us now and we will never leave you. After finishing speaking, Kuroka gives the brown-haired boy a sweet kiss on the mouth, and he reciprocates while also increasing the strength of their hug. After a few minutes of kissing, they separate and Kuroka snuggles up with Issei again. After a while, they were called by Ravel, who went to look for them. After all, it was late. When the brown-haired boy was going to get up, he noticed that Kuroka had fallen asleep while hugging him, so he carefully picked her up and went inside. After that, they all went to sleep. The next day the chestnut got up in the morning, he went to the kitchen and prepared breakfast for all of Issei's parents. They were surprised by the delicious food that their son prepared. While the girls, upon smelling the delicious aroma, all of them were arriving. After eating and everyone was ready, Issei and the girls were already leaving and they were saying goodbye. Issei's mother, are you leaving already? Issei, yes, I promised you that I would finish showing the city to the girls. Issei's mother, it's okay, but you have to come visit us more often. We enjoyed meeting the girls, especially our beautiful granddaughter. At the mention that Kana was Issei's daughter, he and the girls became upset. It is true that since he met the little white-haired girl he has not been able to avoid becoming fond of her, and that she is becoming more and more attached to him, but he had never seen it that way. Before Issei could say anything, he feels someone tugging at his pants, and when he sees who it is, he sees that it was Kana, who was looking at him longingly. Kana, will Issei-sen be my otosan? At that, Issei is surprised again, but he knows what he has to do, so he bends down and hugs Kana. Issei, if you allow me, Kana-chan, I would like to be your otosan. Kana, yes. Before so Kana returns the hug happily. Everyone seeing this was very happy, especially the brown-haired boy's mother. After all, she had heard the story of the little white-haired girl from the other girls and was very happy with how her son had been taking care of her since then, so she decided to give him a little push in their relationship, and was very happy with this result even though she knew that she was not Issei's biological daughter. After that, Issei separates from Kana's hug and stands up and shakes her hand as they left, but when he calls the girls he sees that they were standing looking at nothing. What the brown-haired boy didn't know was that at the mention of grandchildren by the brown-haired boy's parents, they had all started to fantasize about having children with Issei, and since Kana was the children's older sister. After a few attempts he finally managed to get the girls' attention. When they recovered they were finally able to leave and continue getting to know the brown-haired boy's hometown. They spent a large part of the day touring what they had missed yesterday, but now Issei found himself in front of his old school since the girls had insisted that they wanted to meet her. Issei wasn't very sure since it was very likely that he would meet them again in that place, but Yasaka helped him with a spell to cover them and not detect them, but they could still see them while they toured the school. He felt nostalgic for all the moments he had spent in that place, both good and bad for the most part. In addition to that, he also began to analyze everything that had changed since then, to the people he had met, and the things he had achieved, and despite what happened with the Grammary he was still able to get something new out of it, which was meeting Maya and the others. After they finished their tour of the academy it was getting late, so they decided to go back to the hotel to rest. When they arrived they all went to their rooms. Issei said goodbye to Zambina and Smith with a kiss on the lips, while Tainishia, Doppel and Monako were watching. The three of them felt jealous of them, and would like to be the ones to kiss the brunette. The three of them, when they realized what they were thinking, blushed, and decided to quickly say goodbye to the brunette, and go back inside. After Issei said goodbye to the girls of the Mon squad, he went to his room, where the others were also preparing to sleep. When he entered, he gave them all a goodnight kiss as each one went to sleep. After that, he went to where Kana, Poppy, and Issei were still playing. Issei, Kana-chan, it's time to sleep. Daddy, husband, 5 more minutes, please? Issei, sorry daddy, it's late. Daddy, ma? At that, Issei approaches daddy and kisses him on the lips. He is surprised but happily reciprocates. Issei, tomorrow you will be able to continue playing. Dad, it's okay. In that, Sue approaches the brown-haired boy and stares at him. Issei is a little surprised but is completely surprised when Sue suddenly takes his face and kisses him. It was a sweet and somewhat clumsy kiss. After all, Sue doesn't have much experience. After a few minutes, Sue finally lets go of Issei and stares at him with a smile. Before the brown-haired boy could react, Sue goes to the room she shares with daddy. After that, Issei turns around and sees Kana, who is already falling asleep. He goes to her and picks her up. After that, he takes her to his room and carefully puts her to bed so as not to wake her up. He stares at her for a few minutes. Issei, thinking, I never thought that Kana would end up like my daughter, but I honestly don't regret it. After that, Issei carefully leaves Kana's room so as not to wake her up. When he gets to his room, he finds Kuroka in his bed waiting for him. She was wearing only her black kimono, but it wasn't covering much of her. Kuroka, Naya Issei-kun, you know it's time we made a kitten. Issei, are you sure, Kuroka? Kuroka, yes, I know it's not my mating season yet, so no, but we can practice until it's time. Lemon skipped. Chapter 34, Concert in Kwa. We are in a hotel room, to be more specific in the room of our favorite chestnut, which at this moment is sleeping, but by his bad luck the sun would prevent him from being able to continue in the arms of Morpheus. Feeling how the ray of sunlight hit him directly in the face, our chestnut began to wake up. While he woke up, Issei tried to move, but the extra weight that he had on him prevented him. When he woke up completely, he saw Kuroka sleeping on his chest while she hugged him. Our chestnut hesitated for a few seconds about whether he should wake her up or continue like that, but today was an important day. After all, it was her concert in Kwa, and he had to have everything ready, so he proceeded to wake her up. Issei, come on Kuroka, it's already daylight. Kuroka, Issei, seeing that he didn't have much of an answer from her, decides to change tactics, so carefully with one of his hands he takes Kuroka's face and moves it, then kisses her sweetly on the lips. After a few seconds, Kuroka begins to wake up. Kuroka, good morning Issei-kun. Issei, good morning Kuroka, it's time to get up. Kuroka, I don't want to. At that, Kuroka curls up again in the chest of the brunette to try to go back to sleep, but he carefully picks her up and leaves her next to him. Issei, as much as I would like to continue sleeping with you, Kuroka, today is a busy day, and we have things to do. After that, Issei got out of bed and went to the bathroom, while Kuroka, seeing that she couldn't talk him into going back to bed, decided to accompany him to his bathroom. After a while, the brown-haired boy and the black-haired girl left the bathroom together, but if you look closely you can see that the black-haired girl came out with a big smile on her face. After the two were ready, they went to have breakfast with the others. All the girls saw how they both arrived, but they saw with jealousy how Kuroka was hugging Issei's right arm while she had a big smile on her face. A smile that almost everyone knew. After all, that smile only meant one thing. At that, Maya goes to our brown-haired boy and gives him her good morning kiss while separating the Nikomata from him. After her, the other girls who also had a relationship with the brown-haired boy approached him to give him their good morning kiss. After that, they all sat down to have breakfast while the little white-haired girl went to the brown-haired boy and wanted to sit next to him. Issei at that just smiled at her and with one of his hands caressed her head. At the caresses, Kana brought her head a little closer to the brown-haired boy so he could continue. After that, they continued having breakfast without any problem, as was usual for the girls. Shortly after they finished breakfast, Issei went with Ravel to look for the girls of the Mon squad, and so they could all leave together to the place where their concert would take place in order to finish with the pending things. After Issei left, the other girls decided that today they wanted to continue spending time with their in-laws until it was time for the concert so they could learn more about what Issei was like before he met them, so they all set off towards the Hayato residence. Meanwhile, in a place not far from there, we can see how a certain group of girls were quite depressed after all their plan to meet with Issei again and be able to clear up everything was completely crushed at the moment, when he didn't want to see them, and not to mention the new unknown girl who was calling him for dinner when they went to look for him at his parents' house. Each of the girls had locked themselves in one of the rooms of the occult club to cry. Meanwhile, there were two people who were talking about what they would do this afternoon. These were Kiba and Gasper. It turns out that these two had secretly obtained tickets and VIP passes for the Chestnuts concert. These were secretly sent to them by issei himself. After all, he wanted to be able to meet up with his friends again without any problems. Kiba, they were very affected by seeing issei now. Gasper, yes, it hurts me to see the president like this, but they were the ones who caused it. Kiba, you're right. Even though she's our master and is suffering, it was her idea to deceive issei to supposedly gather experience, even though we warned her that it was a terrible idea. Gasper, but the good thing is that issei was able to move on. After that, the boys both decided that it would be best to leave the girls alone, since no matter how much they wanted to comfort them, they knew they couldn't do anything. They both left the place since they both had things to do before going to the Chestnut concert at night. Meanwhile, returning with the brown-haired boy, he was in the company of Ravel, preparing the last details before his big night. Ravel, seeing the brown-haired boy, could notice how he was distracted, not paying much attention to what was happening around him, so she decided to go over to see how he was. After all, she had an idea of what had him in that state. Ravel, is everything okay, issei-kun? While issei apparently hadn't heard her, she tried again, but this time she took his hand to get his attention. Issei, what's wrong, Ravel? Ravel, I was asking you if everything is okay. Issei, if it's nothing. Ravel, are you sure? It has nothing to do with what happened with Rias and the others? Issei, seeing himself easily discovered, could only let out a sigh. Issei, am I that obvious? Rabble, no, but I know you very well, issei-kun. Yes, Ravel, what would you do in my place? At issei Ravel's question, he remained silent for a few seconds. Ravel, it's a difficult question. What Rias and the others did was quite stupid, and no one would say anything to you if you hated them all now. Issei, I don't hate them. Ravel, I know you could see what I had to say to you and then make a decision. Issei, I don't know if it's a good idea. Ravel, Issei, whatever you decide, we will always support you and be there for you. After saying that, Ravel, making sure that no one saw, gives the brown-haired boy a tender kiss on the lips, which he happily reciprocates. After they separated from the kiss, Issei and Ravel continued with the preparations for the night. So the rest of the day passed where the brown-haired girl continued to fine-tune the last details, while Maya and the others were with the brown-haired girl's parents talking and getting along better among themselves. The brown-haired girl's parents were delighted with all the girls who were now with issei, and every time they talked to them about the brown-haired girl they could notice how these girls truly loved their son, and that made them very happy, especially after what happened to him with the other girls. Some will think that the brown-haired girl's parents should hate them after they hurt their son, especially after everything they had shared between them, but in reality, they were really disappointed in them. After all, they never thought that they could do something like that. When the time for the concert came, issei asked Smith to please go pick up the others. This went without problems, but not before giving the brunette a kiss, as did Zombina. While the other three girls of the Mon squad felt a little jealous of them, so they decided to hurry them, although they still did not know why. Meanwhile, our chestnut was finishing getting ready and preparing to receive all the people who had bought a VIP ticket. After a few minutes he headed to the room where his fans were gathered, but he was very surprised to see who was there, since he knew them all. There was Sona with her entire entourage, and also her sister Serafal. In addition to which, Kiba and Gasper were also there, and they were not alone. After all, Kiba was with Tsubaki and Gasper was holding hands with no one else but Valerie Teeps. It had been a while since he had seen the vampire, but he was glad that she ended up with Gasper. There were also Surzak, Grafia, and Milikas, but not only were they there were also their two friends from the perverted trio Matsuda and Motohama, as well as Murayama, Kates, and Aika. Everyone, when they saw the chestnut enter through the door, they became happy. So a while passed where issei was able to talk to everyone and catch up. With Surzak he talked about everything that had happened with his sister, but he assured him that he didn't hate her, and that relieved Surzak a little. He also greeted Milikas, who was even more excited to see him again. After all, he already admired him, but now he was a fan too. With Kiba and Gasper they caught up as well as with Saji who arrived, along with Sona and the rest of her nobility. Issei was surprised to find out everything that changed between them when he was gone. Kiba finally had the courage to ask Tsubaki out, and now they were in a relationship. Like Gasper and Valerie, Issei was surprised since Gasper no longer dressed like a girl and had lost some of his shyness thanks to Valerie. Then there was Saji who had finally managed to have a relationship with Sona, but this was not the only one since he was also in a relationship with Momo. Apparently the blonde was following in his footsteps from a harem. After Issei caught up with all the members of the supernatural, he went to where his two friends were, who were very happy to see their friend again, but at the same time they were furious since now the brown-haired man was even more popular among women. Meanwhile the last three went to greet them. Issei received Aiko well after all. Despite their friction at the academy where she bothered him, they got along well. Meanwhile Kates and Murayama just greeted him and chatted a little with him. They still found it hard to believe that the pervert who spied on them when they changed after training was now a music superstar. Then Issei continued talking with everyone and signed some things that they asked him. When time was up, Ravel came to look for the brown-haired man who said goodbye to them. Now they headed towards where Maya and the other girls were to greet them, but they did not come alone. Their parents were also accompanying them. After a while he said goodbye and went to where the winner of the contest was. Ravel for some reason this time did not tell him who the winner was, he only told him that she was a woman. Issei did not take much importance. When they arrived at the room and he entered, he was very surprised to see who was there inside waiting for him. After all, he knew her. Issei, Ginger. The aforementioned just turned around, and when she saw the brown-haired boy she couldn't do anything but smile. She didn't hesitate and went to hug the brown-haired boy. He was happy and hugged her back. But it didn't end there, because then the aforementioned separated a little from the brown-haired boy and kissed him on the lips. The brown-haired boy was surprised and took a few seconds to react, but when he did, he returned the kiss while bringing her closer in the hug. After a few minutes they were left without air and separated, while Ingvild rested her head on Issei's chest. Ingvild was very happy to be able to reunite with that brown-haired boy who saved her from the mind control and captivated her heart. It made her happy to be by his side again. Meanwhile, with the brown-haired boy, he was also happy to see her again. After all, Issei, before what happened with the girls, he had started to develop feelings for Ingvild, but after what happened he decided to keep his distance a little in order to clear his thoughts. But now that he found her again, he was sure he wanted her by his side like the others. They spent the whole time talking. Issei had told her everything that had happened with the Grammary girls and why he had left without telling them before. She was very angry with Rias and the others. How could they do something like that to Issei? But he managed to calm her down with a quick but tender kiss on the lips. After that, Issei continued telling her everything he had done, as well as he talked to her about his new relationships. Ingvild told him that he had no problems in Compartillo as long as she had a place in his heart, and he was happy. After that, Ingvild told her what she had done in the absence of the brown-haired. She told him how she trained to better control her sacred gear in addition to being able to catch up with everything that had happened while she was gone, all thanks to Graphia's help. When the time of the concert came, both were ready to sing. They went up on stage and prepared to sing. While all this was happening in another place not far from there, we can see how the Grammary girls had gathered in the occult club room to be able to listen to Issei's concert. But they were not the only ones after all. A large part of the supernatural world was watching the broadcast of their live concert. The song that Issei sang with Ingvild was My Demons. After both finished singing, Ingvild went to the vid room where everyone else was listening. After that, Issei continued with the concert. After Issei finished the concert, the entire audience was euphoric and shouting for another song, since this was the last concert of the Chestnut Tour. But he agreed, but only to one more that was one of his most famous songs. The whole audience sang with Issei in this last song. Everyone was very excited. After that, Issei said goodbye to the concert and the city of Kwe. After that, he went to the VIP room to say goodbye to all his friends who had come to see him, and he would also go look for Ingvild. When everyone left, Issei in the company of Ingvild headed towards where the other girls of Issei were. Ingvild was a little nervous to meet them all, but the brown-haired boy took her hand and smiled at her, which calmed her down. When they arrived at where the others were, the girls who did not know Ingvild were not very happy that she came so close to the brown-haired boy and got angrier when they saw her hide behind him and hug him. while those who did know her were happy to see her again and that she could confess her feelings to the brown-haired boy. After Issei explained to them who she was and that she had to compensate all the girls with kisses and promising them that they would have an incredible night, they finally calmed down. After that, the girls began to get to knowing Vile just as she began to get to know them. In addition to introducing them to her parents, who were happy since this only meant more grandchildren to spoil, and she also introduced her daughter to Kanna, Ingvild couldn't contain herself and hugged her because of how tender she was. Kanna didn't really understand what was happening, so after a few seconds she simply separated from Ingvild and went to the brown-haired boy so he could carry her, which she happily accepted. After that, Issei said goodbye to his parents and asked Smith if he could take them home again, while the brunette headed with the girls to the hotel again, since tomorrow would be their last day of tour, and where they would have to return to their home in Tokyo. Meanwhile, in the occult club, we can see how the Grammary girls have just finished listening to the brown-haired boy's concert, and now they are all silent, still gathered in the room. Rias, girls, we can't give up. Akeno, yes, if we truly love Issei we cannot give up no matter how difficult it is. Asia, yes. After that, the four of them started planning a new attempt to talk to the brunette, and clear everything up and try to get him back, no matter if they would have to share him with more girls.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.